its game to the point where we would no longer give them a hard time about anything, and we'll just go back to well, I'll just go back to sitting on the sidelines, because boy, did the British on here love to pile on the French. So I just stand back and watch.
Well, don't get me started on Macron, because that will be a rant that will last far too long and be really embarrassing the next day, especially after a couple of beers. But it's not just the US and Europe that have to step up their ammo production. There is a plant here, and this is a shout out to all Canadians, right to your MP. There is an ammo plant that produces 155 shells in Quebec. They still haven't received a contract. It's time for everyone to get off their ass and just move things along, right? We know what we're fighting for. It's time to get moving. There's enough blame to go around. Let's not get fixated on it. Politicians are silly. Macron has. Okay, I'm going to take a pass on Macron tonight. I'll deal with that tomorrow when I've had less beer. But I think the dam has burst, and Ukraine is going to get what it needs. It will liberate its territory. Ukraine will win. End of. We just have to move faster. Our job is to provide the Ukrainians everything they need. That's our job. The Ukrainians already know their job. We just have to support them. End of and out. And I thank you guys for tolerating me tonight.
But we love you, Bloke. I love you so. It was so, even though we were in the middle of a, real big, huge mess, I really loved that you were able to carry the space that night. I blocked out exactly which night it was, the night of the nightmare on Twitter Spaces, where you ended up just answering random questions people would DM you because you were the only person who could speak. So it's good to hear your voice in the space a bit again.
Oh, that was, like I could babble, without any opposition. It worked perfectly. The only problem was I wasn't drinking that night. So, but maybe that worked out better. Have a great night, everyone. Love you all.
Love you too, Bloke.
Slava Ukrainian.
Thank you.
Cheers, Bloke.
Slava. So, it's interesting. I was looking through some stuff, always trying to figure out, what will be good to talk about next. And what I found to be good to talk about next is sort of going backwards a little bit. But it also has to do with aid to Ukraine, I think. And I had missed this earlier today, or at least I just missed it earlier today. And Oleksiy Danilov tweeted something out today that I thought was extremely appropriate for the idea of supplying aid to Ukraine, but also what about Crimea, which is something that we've talked about a bit tonight. And so what he tweeted out was, Crimea is the territory of Ukraine, and we will test and use there any weapons not prohibited by international laws that will help liberate our territories. So, send them weapons, they will figure it out. Send them legal weapons, they will decide what to do. But for the government of Ukraine, Crimea is Ukraine, which I believe also. But in the end, it is up to the government of Ukraine. If the government of Ukraine and the people of Ukraine decide in the long run something else, I'll go with that, because it's about Ukraine. It's about Ukraine's opinion and the opinion of Ukrainians, not about my opinion. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, right? Back in April of last year, I wrote exactly that I would be happy with the decision that Ukraine makes, themselves as a sovereign nation, because that's what we're supporting Ukraine for. We're supporting Ukraine not so that they become a puppet of NATO or a puppet of the EU or a puppet of America, all this, the garbage you hear spewed around. We're supporting Ukraine so that Ukraine can be exactly what you are. Independent, sovereign nation that can make your decisions for yourself. And sometimes you're going to make decisions I don't like. And sometimes you're going to make decisions I do like. And sometimes you're going to act like the French do and try to be overly diplomatic and, drag things on so that you always come out of it looking, smelling like a rose, even if you didn't put the most input. That's the way the world works. So I understand the way the world works. And I'm not asking for anybody to line up and do what we want to do. Otherwise, we'd be just as bad as Russia, right? Wanting to have a whole bunch of little states next to us that were enthralled to us, or mortal enemies on our borders, because they won't do what we want. I'm not interested in Ukraine doing what I want. I'm interested in Ukraine having the opportunity to do what Ukraine wants. And as long as that government, there's corruption everywhere. There's malaise everywhere. I mean, I can't believe anybody in Australia or America would look at Ukraine and talk about corruption, political corruption, being, as if we're holier than thou and clean, right, on the issue. There's been scandals in the last couple of years in Australia and America that I find repulsive, and a slide toward the wrong way to do things, regardless of which side of politics you are on. And all I want is Ukraine to have the opportunity that all the other liberal democracies do. Because when liberal democracies have an opportunity to do what they want for themselves, they bicker and they fight and they drag things out. And they, as I don't know who said it. One of the guys said, the liberal democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others, and that's the way it works. But note, and as Bloke and you were talking about before, note that when the world comes to a crisis, the liberal democracies snap to grid and they start working in a way that the autocracies could only dream of, in aligning people up that are motivated to do the thing they want, not compelled to do the thing they want. And when free nations are motivated to do the things that are right, they have always succeeded over the forces of autocracy and made the world a better place, right? You could say I could say, no, not on. But I could say lots of bad things about the British, right? But British did a whole lot of bad things in the world. But the one thing they did do is sprinkle liberal democracies around the world everywhere they were. And so for that, I applaud them. I recognize the mistakes of the past. We embrace and take on board the lessons of our mistakes of the past, but we move forward knowing that the world is a better place for us having been there if we live in a liberal democracy coupled with a free market economy. Those two things have lifted more people out of poverty than anything else in the history of the world. Look at the poverty rates around the world, and this is what we mean long term. I just want Ukraine to have that opportunity because, boy, of all of the former Soviet states, the country, in my recognition, that has been held back the greatest by its domination by Russia within the Soviet Union and its coercion to do as the Soviet, or as Russia wants after the Soviet Union. Ukraine will lead the world in some of the stuff it actually led the Soviet Union in: the space program, the shipbuilding. I mean, I can't believe Russia would want to take on Ukraine in this because it got so much from Ukraine. It shouldn't fear, but it does fear because it's a autocracy. So it does fear freedom on its border. It doesn't fear NATO on its border. It's terrified of NATO generally because it's the march of liberal democracies toward their own ends, not toward Russia. Nobody's trying to take Russia's land, but they fear that because if you look across the border, when the Russians I know look across, we're able to travel and do free travel around the world, move their money around, buy things externally, do all that sort of stuff. That's what Russia fears. Russia fears people seeing what's on the other side and wanting that for themselves. And the more they see that adjacent to their borders, and the more they see a country like Ukraine, who basically they see as their tiny little brother, when they see that little brother grow up and become uh, an adult and succeed for itself based on its own decisions, that's what Russia really fears. It's not NATO, it's the example that Ukraine sets by stepping away from its past and moving toward its future in its own determining manner. That's what the fear is all about. And I'm reminded that it was the curmudgeon Churchill said that liberal democracy is the worst form of government except all the others. He also said, by the way, about democracy, one of my other favorite things I normally say around election times, which is the best argument against democracy is 5 minutes spent with the average voter. And that, that points to the problem we have in Australia, and we have in America, and we have in Britain and other places that I don't know that much about. The problem is people don't get informed about what matters to them and examine how the things that are supposed to matter to them are reflected in their decisions and the things they support. I mean, I don't want to get into talking about US politics, but I am flabbergasted by the response of people like Marjorie Taylor Greene to this the arrest of this leaker of this information. I mean, woo! Can I cannot imagine. I left America 31 years ago, but I couldn't imagine saying the things that they get away with saying these days in America that I thought everybody who grew up when I did remembered the Cold War. But the problem is people like Marjorie Taylor Greene actually didn't remember the Cold War because they didn't live through it long enough, and they're pig ignorant. They didn't inform themselves about any of the things that are going on in the world that are supposed to go to the very values they hold dear: self-determination, recognizing of national borders, opposition to genocide, those sorts of things that we would hope that everybody could line up on. And if you examine your own principles and what you want to happen in the world and life, you can't help but come down on the side of Ukraine in throwing off this genocidal invader who only wants to destroy Ukraine because it fears the example Ukraine sets for its entire population. Rant completed for now. I'll say over, not out, because I'm here for the next 5 hours, folks. Strap in.
Oh boy, aren't you lucky? Aren't our listeners lucky? The next 5 hours. Well, speaking of the next 5 hours, the reason you're here for the next 5 hours is to give a birthday present to our wonderful mockers. Just about everybody here knows who Mockers is, I would assume. And you probably have heard Mockers say repeatedly over the last couple of days, couple of weeks. The 15th is her birthday. The 15th is Saturday. Saturday is her birthday. For most of you, that may already be today. For me, that is still tomorrow because I am over on the West Coast of the United States. So we have the fundraiser going for the Rebiz unit, the unit that Verlaine helps out. It's the unit that Operator Starsky is in. It's called Toys for the Boys, and it's going to be providing a wish list. It's an Easter wish list of items that they need to be able to prosecute the coming offensive and their mission effectively. And Mockers really wanted people to donate to the Toys for Boys fundraiser for her birthday. Just a little birthday present for Mockers. We all love her. She works so hard. So yeah, she's been having a little bit of fun with that, and I've been having a little bit of fun teasing her about that also. So in that vein, I would like to encourage absolutely everybody listening to send Mockers a private message and wish her happy birthday. Because wouldn't it be wonderful to be Mockers and wake up tomorrow morning, or, in a few hours for her, wake up Saturday morning on her birthday to, 400 or 500 messages of people just wishing her happy birthday. That would be a most beautiful and wonderful thing. Just wishing Mockers happy birthday, and maybe, telling her that you might have been able to donate for her birthday to Toys for the Boys. And I'm actually going to scroll over here. They're looking for gadgets, and you can see up in the nest there are a couple of ads for Toys for the Boys, and it lists out the things that they need, but they're gadgets, gear, clothes, and medical items. Those are the 4 categories of items that they need, and there are some things underneath that that give you a little bit of more of a description of that. Now, if people don't know Verlaine has been here since the day before the invasion started. She is one of the founders, actually, of MriyaReport. Bet you didn't know that if you haven't been around very long. Yes, she is. She's somebody who used to spend much time here, a lot of time here. Um, but she's also an interpreter for the military, and does other things also. Does a lot of volunteer work and charity work, and she's just a wonderful person. And she works with the Rapid Reaction Brigade. I believe in here it says it's this new unit being formed. Boy howdy, the Rabiz unit, that is going to be fighting. They've been fighting. I know that. So anyway, so I've dribbled on about that a little bit. Has anybody heard the update about the mysterious mysterious Russian T-90 tank that ended up at a Louisiana truck stop? I think maybe Victoria was having it shipped to her. But I'm just teasing, Victoria. I see you down there, but I don't know if you're listening.
Does Victoria live near a Louisiana truck stop? That's quite a bit of slander.
I don't know if she lives near a Louisiana truck stop, but I know she lives down in the southern region of the United States. So I just thought maybe, she ordered herself a Russian T-90 tank. So have you heard the update about this one?
No, just that it was parked there, and they were happy that it was under CCTV, so it probably wouldn't get stolen. But they were going to get another low loader in to pick it up and move it on its way. I liked what I think it was Den John said the other day when he was talking about it. That isn't it funny that a tank with such huge reliability problems, that America with its massive trucking industry, that a truck they pull in there to take it from point A to point B obviously gets caught up in the bad karma of a T-90 tank and breaks down on the way.
Yeah, yeah. So evidently somebody finally had the great wisdom to look at the shipping label, which is on the barrel of the tank, which, I'm sorry, just for me, that cracks me up laughing just to see a shipping label on the barrel of the tank. And I'm wondering if just some random person, filled out a shipping label and plastered it on there while nobody was looking, since this thing has been there. So yeah, evidently its port of destination. Well, okay, it embarked from Poland. Its port of destination was Beaumont, Texas, which is about 90 miles from where the tank was found, where it has ended up on this trailer. But its destination was the ultimate consignee on the label. was a specific building at the Aberdeen Proving Ground, which is the home of the U.S. Army Aberdeen Testing Center. Looking a little bit about that testing center, it seems to do more than just test for the Army. It seems to be test support services for authorized customers within and outside of the Department of Defense. So as far as I know, this tank is still there at the casino and truck stop. I don't see that it has been moved out yet. Just that somebody found the shipping label on it and provided additional information. So
sorry, has someone checked it for Russian soldiers inside, because they might have took a wrong turn?
Sorry, usually we don't let people interrupt like that, but I have to forgive that because that was a little bit funny.
Sorry, I had to apologize.
Sorry.
That's all right, man. We should do the PSA. Night and Day, welcome up. I haven't seen you up before. And shout out to anybody in UTC +8 time zone where I'm at or around this place. If you're up during the day, maybe checking in before you head out for the gather round in Adelaide or something like that. If you're a new speaker or a listener that wants to come up and speak for the first time, please do that by hitting the little mic button on the lower left-hand side of your screen if you're on your phone.
That is me, actually. I am new to this, actually. My first time.
That's all right, and we'll invite you up, and then raise your hand with the little symbol that's over on the right-hand side under the little heart. If you raise your hand, we'll recognize you to speak, and the conversation will proceed that way so that we don't get caught up. Oftentimes, if there's a bit of back and forth going on, we won't worry about the forcing you to raise your hand each time if like one speaker is talking to another speaker. But the moderators up here, co-host Prince and I, need to manage things. So if you want to speak for the first time, please raise your hand. And also, when you're not speaking, please mute your mic so that we don't get feedback. Because if Prince is here listening to feedback for 5 hours, she gets a little bit cranky. Right? Am I right?
That's cool. Thanks for the advice.
You are right.
No worries, mate. I see Professor and Night and Day. Could you guys both mute your mics when you're not speaking, please?
Okay. I don't see other people here. I see Light Sniper and Night and Day, and that's all I see besides you and me.
Oh, so maybe Professor's a ghost. Hey, Night and Day. What brought you up to speak? And tell us a bit of your background and your interest in Ukraine.
Well, I'm from the UK. It's my first time being on it, on the chat thing. So I just thought I've sort of been listening into different things, and then I just thought I had to come in and say that about the Russian soldiers. So yeah, the thing about the Ukraine is it's a tricky one, because I'm concerned about the third world countries, about, like, because they're not getting the wheat. You know what I mean? Everyone forgets about the Ukraine, how much wheat they produce to the rest of the world, and it's like everyone's forgetting about the third world countries at the moment. But the food they're not getting.
Actually, they're not thinking. They're not forgetting about the third world countries. The grain deal that was set up to allow Ukraine to begin shipping grain out has been in place for several months.
Yeah, Turkey got involved in that, didn't
they? They did, yes. And also, Australia and America are shipping grain to Africa because we have a massive surplus, both Australia and America, to try to supplement that and keep prices down. So that, so the big thing, the best thing that can be done in relation to Africa getting all of the grain that it needs from Ukraine is to end this war quickly. Because not only is Russia attempting to block the capability of Ukraine to move the kind of amount of grain that it normally does. It is mining grain fields where it has had access to, so that Ukrainian farmers can't grow grain. And third, they're stealing quite a lot of grain. So
Exactly.
the most important thing that can be done here is to get Russia off of Ukraine's territory, so things can get back to normal, I would say.
Well, funnily enough, so I got into an argument, well, not an argument, a conversation with, he must have been Russian or something tonight, and he started calling like the Ukrainians Nazis and everything. So I got into a little bit of a debate with this guy. Nothing like, I didn't call him any names or anything, but I went on to Stalin, because in 1930, Stalin actually starved 2 million people in the Ukraine and killed 2 million people in the 1930s. So as I brought that up, he must have blocked me and reported me. So I've had blue TikTok off me, and now I'm under review. And I think all I said with factual facts. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, I mean, so yeah, I find it difficult to understand people who don't take into account the whole history of the Soviet Union, including, as you say, the Holodomor and things like that. But so I despair at their lack of knowledge about these things, but I also understand that most people are basically trying to get on with their own lives, and this sense that this shouldn't have to be our problem. But when you get down to the point of one country invading its peaceful neighbor, who gave up all of its nuclear weapons specifically so that it wouldn't have to be a threat, and it would not be a threat to any of its neighbors, and it did so with the recognition that its borders would be recognized by the other country of being Russia, and then Russia started this whole campaign of undermining and trying to slice and dice and take Ukraine over.
Well, people actually forget that. People actually forget that Ukraine's got the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe. That's
yeah. I mean, they get reminded of it when there's a crisis near it. But that's right. The largest nuclear power plant in Europe is currently in scram. It's shut down.
And you've got Russians all over it,
and in idling, so it's not a risk. Yeah.
Well, you've got Russian soldiers all over it.
Yep.
Indeed. Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing.
Well,
sorry.
Just
real quick. One thing I wanted to point out is that, even while Ukraine is being attacked by Russia in this illegal war of aggression, Ukraine is doing things like donating some of their grain to countries that really need it. They're not selling all of their grain to countries who need it. They are actually also donating some of it. So they're
I can believe it. I can believe that.
Yeah. So they're actually keeping up with their humanitarian commitments to be able to help some of these places that really, really, really need food.
The actual heart and fight they've got inside themselves, the Ukrainian people, it's unbelievable. I mean, every time they get the railway like bombed or something, within like the next 24 hours they rebuilt it and the trains are going again. It's just fantastic what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And even like their post offices, when a region or an area gets liberated, within 24 hours or so, they've got the post office and they've got Ukrposhta going again and starting to pay the pensions to the people who have been stuck there for months without pensions. And I read a story recently about a woman who worked for the post office, but their area was occupied, and so she was doing things to help people. She was cleaning up people's wounds if they got injured. She was helping to feed people who didn't have enough food. She was sneaking up on top of a hill and sending coordinates to where the Russians were so that the Ukrainians knew where to hit them. All of these different kinds of things. So yeah, it's the railway, the energy workers, the postal service, all of these things are working amazingly well under the conditions.
Can I just say something else? It's a breath of fresh air to actually hear like people from America actually like on with the Ukrainians, because the news we get over here is like Americans are happy with what the your government's doing like for Ukraine, but obviously they're totally getting it wrong, aren't they? I mean,
I think that there is a smaller population of people who don't agree with what is happening as far as what the United States is doing. I think actually the support for what the United States is doing to help Ukraine is actually growing. And I think that is because some more prominent Republicans are starting to become more vocal, such as Lindsey Graham, um, who we know who he is very well in the United States, and many of us really do not like Lindsey Graham, generally speaking. However, we have changed our minds, because what I have seen from Lindsey Graham in recent months, especially, is starting to be more vocal and stand up, and be the voice of support for Ukraine, and trying to bring his Republican um, lawmaker friends with him to continue and increase the support for Ukraine. So I think that the support for Ukraine is bigger than people realize in the United States. There are some very loud and very annoying voices who are a minority, who are trying to raise the biggest noise that they can about what the United States is doing in a negative way. But the reality is the majority of people are very supportive of it.
it's beautiful. Like in Europe, I mean, yourselves and the UK, we were the first ones to start doing France, Germany, Italy, and Turkey. They really wavered off from helping at first, because they're so independent on the gas and the oil from Russia. So, because Germany was actually building a massive pipeline straight direct to Russia at the time. It was billions and billions of pounds invested in it, and they've had to pull out of that, obviously, because we're trying to get sanctions against them. But they was also dependent on the actual gases and that from Russia. That they, at first they didn't want to do anything. You know what I mean? They've literally only just started sending tanks, Germany, to them, which I find ironic myself.
Yeah. Night and day. We've also covered that extensively over the last months. The pipeline issues and the issues related to the fact that many countries have been quite reliant on Russia prior to this war commencing, and it's been really admirable that the international community has been able to get together and find new ways to make sure that Europe didn't run out of power during this winter. Mother Nature helped out by making winter than normal, and the price of Russian gas and oil then has fallen even farther below the cap that was set, which just further undermines Russia's capability to raise revenue to continue this war of aggression.
But we have China. They have China, though, don't they? They're pumping it.
Well, China is a threat coming after. And they will take the lesson from. They will take lessons from this war in Ukraine, and that is why it is great that the European democracies that tend to fight and squabble continuously with each other aligned up in time to provide the support necessary to make sure that Ukraine didn't fall, and now building it up its capabilities so they can actually take back the entire of its country back from Russia, which is great. But yeah, thanks for joining us. I'm surprised you haven't been in the space before. We've been here for not me, but the space has been open for just over a year and a month, I guess. And we've talked through most of these issues, but thanks for your voice in support and joining us.
I must be going over all news then, really. No.
I didn't actually get to finish something I wanted to say before, so I want to bring up something in Australia again. When we talk about toys for the boys, you reminded me of this, Prince, that there is that campaign going on. We do encourage everybody to provide the support they can through the MriyaReport donation, so that we can help fund that current campaign for Toys for the Boys that Verlaine has brought up. Verlaine's one of the founders of MriyaReport and is always great to get back in the space. She does some wonderful work, and one of the things she's doing now is trying to equip a specific unit in the Ukrainian army with some equipment they desperately need, and so MriyaReport is on helping her now to raise money for that. If you can make a donation, please do through the link that's available through the MriyaReport site. It'll take you to a PayPal connection, and you can make a donation. But when I think of Toys for the Boys, I keep thinking back to the Australian donations of toys like Bushmasters and Hawkeyes for the boys, and to let everybody know that pressure campaign is still ongoing. I've been on Twitter, I don't know, thanks since 2010, and I don't tend to get that much interaction with the things that I post. I had like 32 followers, but I don't really care. I just tend to shout things. Well, not shout, but I tend to pipe things out that I think without necessarily wanting a response. But I can tell you that when I reposted and helped promote that Ukrainian government commercial for the Hawkeye, I've probably got more response on that than anything I've ever posted, and I'm very glad for that. And I'd like a good shout out to all of our Australian listeners to carry on, but keep piling on that. Contact Richard Marles, contact Albo, contact your representative to let them know your view on Australia continuing to commit donations commensurate with the size of our economy, which is the 17th largest economy in the world. Not a lot of people know that. We're a long way from everywhere. We tend to go invisible unless people are looking for funny birds or funny animals or the most poisonous snakes or spiders in the world. But we have a vibrant economy. We can afford to do more for Ukraine, and we can afford to do more for Ukraine faster. And that includes making sure that line at the Bendigo plant, Thales Bendigo plant, is running 3 shifts a day, putting out as many Bushmasters and Hawkeyes as it can, and sending those directly to Ukraine until they tell us to stop. That would be my idea of a good thing. And in the meantime, please support Maria Aid and MriyaReport by providing either a donation for the non-lethal aid that we provide. And that's the PSA. Prince, where are we going next?
Well, I thought maybe you could talk about the Mandingo a bit. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. That was I love it. I love it when Americans and other people try to pronounce things in Australia for the first time. It's hilarious that they say Mandingo. They pronounce Bendigo like it's a. It sounded like a racial slur or something when I first heard it. Then I thought, oh, they're talking about Bendigo. Yeah. So
It
I keep
wasn't
trying to find out more about that plant.
It wasn't intentional, but we cannot let it slide. It's those of us with sick and wicked humor sometimes have to just keep it going. Go ahead, Will. Sorry.
Indeed. Go ahead, Night and Day.
Sorry, the Mandingo thing. It sounds like something large in the pants. What is a Mandingo?
It does. It does, but actually, it was just a mispronunciation, if you will, of Bendigo. And Bendigo, Victoria, is a reasonably sized town, but it's in northern Victoria. But it's considered a country town because it's not that close to the capital cities. It's a really good place to grow up if you want to play footy. There's a lot of activity going on in Bendigo. It's a great town for people that want to live in a kind of a city, but not a big city. It's a big country town, and they have
A quiet city.
because they have like lots of country towns. Lots of country towns tend to have, just like in America, a lot of people that grow up around there that then can't find jobs in farming or the agricultural things as population grows. So Thales, a military manufacturer, spun off, I think, from we used to produce Australian Defence Industries. ADI used to be the manufacturer of these things, but a spun off entity is a private entity, and Thales has a big factory in Bendigo to produce the Bushmaster infantry armored personnel carrier and the Hawkeye, now this light mobility vehicle that is armored but lightly armored, and it's to replace all of the Land Rovers that we used to use on the British design. And that factory doesn't get nearly enough attention in relation to what we could provide, because Australia doesn't produce a lot of arms itself. We tend to get the F-35 from America and the M1A1 or A2 now from America. But some of the vehicles that we provide, the utility vehicles, are well designed in the spirit of manufacturing that's been occurring in Australia since vehicles were around, basically. And they tend to be suited for harsh environments quite well. And we got our motorheads down here too, and they like their high-powered four-wheel drives, and we produce some very good ones that have been very popular with Ukraine. And if they're popular, why not give them more? It would be my opinion. And so I started piling on to that campaign, and it's gotten a lot of response in Australia, and I enjoy that, because I participate here not because I think anybody will listen to me, but I participate to make sure that the conversation keeps going and that we can get views from all around the world. But it is nice occasionally to know that if you've got a voice on a subject, that people are hearing you and responding that they agree. So if you're in Australia and you're going to go out today and watch the footy, well, only if you're in Adelaide, but if you're around the rest of the country and you're getting your day situated, take 5 minutes and use the government website to contact your representative. Or if you want to feel like hitting them on Twitter, hit them up on Twitter with a rep, tag them in your comment on what you think we ought to be doing in relation to support for Ukraine. And while you're there, tag Richard Marles, who's the Minister of Defense, and tag Albo, the Prime Minister of Australia. And if you want a new topic to talk about, you also ought to encourage Albo personally to go to the NATO Ramstein conference, which he's been invited to. He has indicated that he won't be attending, but I think it's essential also. It'd be the only second time in history that 4 of the Asian nations that are considered to be pivotal in this area have been invited to a NATO summit. And I think it would be foolhardy of us not to attend right from the top. If Albo can't make it because he's got another commitment that he can't change, then he should absolutely positively send Richard Marles and a delegation of ministerial level to make sure that Australia is not only represented our views in Ramstein, but also can be asked by others in Ramstein of what more we can do, particularly because Ukraine can ask us for things here in Australia, but it's also important to know where those things might best come from in the world. We've been talking about jets, and we all know, if you listen to me, that Australia has 50 FA-18s basically being now parted out or sold off to collectors and museums and stuff like that, because they've fully been replaced by the F-35. So the folks in Europe who are talking about replacing their F/A-18s with, but they'll give up their F/A-18s only if they get the F-35. That takes too long. We got them sitting down here moldering away in a desert, waiting to be parted out or shipped off to a museum. And somebody from the Australian delegation ought to be in that NATO discussion when they talk about jets, to talk about, well, we've got these ones right here, ready to go. It's not like they have to be replaced. Remain, and all they're doing is gathering dust until they're sold off, because there was going to be another major sale of those. The contract fell through, and now they're just sitting there doing nothing. So if F/A-18 is the tool for the job, somebody from Australia ought to be sitting in that meeting in NATO, in Ramstein, to tell them, we have these things available, and here's all you need to do to get them. If the F/A-18 is the tool for the job. I'm not sure where we were at. I'm going to go to Christoph, and then we'll go back to you night and day. Christoph, what have you got, sir?
Hey, Will, it's nice to hear you. Always enjoy listening to somebody who's made it down under permanently.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you very much. What can we tell you?
Well, no, maybe which what I could tell you. So I was in my wife's family is from Melbourne, East Bentley area, and her my brother-in-law, her younger brother, is a panel beater. Was a panel beater. Now he's an insurance adjuster, but he restores Mustangs, which is kind of odd because there are some of them in Australia, and but the ones he's working with of the left-hand drive, which is kind of funny in my sense. I've been to Australia probably about 10 times now, but I wanted to give some supporting fire to Bendigo, because when I visited this past over Christmas break, I actually wanted to go see where the Bushmasters were made. It seems like we can't go get a tour of that. So maybe while you're in country, you could work on getting that to happen. I would love to have seen it. But I will say, though, that the military museum there is, well, it's small, it's excellent. So if you're in Bendigo, it's open on the weekends. Have an opportunity to go. The Wall of Heroes is right there at the museum's entrance, and it's a great little tour. It's a great little tour. Lots of things to look at, and it just chronicles Australia's involvement in world wars from a little bit before World War I all the way up and through Vietnam, Afghanistan. Their main exhibits that they have, however, deal with World War I and World War II, and they have some others. It gets a little bit sparser as you go forward in time. Back to you.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I've only been through Bendigo a couple of times. I'm usually on the way from Melbourne up to, say, Rutherglen or one of the wine raising areas in town or in the country. But yeah, they do have it's a big country town, and they have a lot of they like all Australian towns. If ever you have an opportunity to travel to Australia and you've never been here, you'll notice that every town, no matter how small, will have a war memorial, because of the commitment of Australia to, particularly as Chris says, the First World War and the Second World War. The First World War was particularly damaging to Australia, because, believe it or not, Australia lost so many men in the First World War, particularly at Gallipoli, that by the time I immigrated to this country and arrived in 1986, Australia still had a demographic issue related to men versus women population. The male population was still depressed even in 1986 from the 1914-15 the losses in 1914-15. So yeah, we've all got war memorials. It's a thing. and here's the contrast I'll make. In Australia, there is a lot of veneration of our participation in those wars, and there's war memorials, and the Anzac Day is a big day, right? In Australia, April 25th. It's a massive day where we commemorate war dead in relation to our participation in these wars. The Anzac is Australia and New Zealand Army Corps. So with Australia, the Australia and New Zealand were always lumped together in our participation under the British Empire, in our participation until the end of the Second World War, and then kind of the U.S. took the first lead. But the difference is Anzac Day is very venerated in Australia and very respectful and somber. And the contrast is May 8th, which is coming up in Russia, is very nationalistic, and in my time living in Russia became, virulently nationalistic. It started out when I first got there in 2002. It was, that they were starting to celebrate May 8th again with a level of respect and national respect that had grown up again. And I thought that was great when I first got there. This is a country that's eliminating some of its economic problems, and it's growing closer to the world. All the things that we hoped Russia would happen. And May 8th was a celebration. It was the Victory in Europe Day kind of for them. But year by year by year by year by year, it got more and more nationalistic and more over the top. We're heroes. We won the war by ourselves. Everybody else is garbage. This Russian nationalism that crept into everything during my time there, that just became overwhelming. And that, to me, is the difference between a virulent form of nationalism and bog standard patriotism that we'd expect to see. I don't expect to go to a war memorial in America and not have them keep it up and be respectful of their dead. I think the comparable date would be probably November 11th in America. I think is boy, I've been gone so long I can't remember. But I think
Day.
November 11th is Veterans Day. It would be a comparable thing in America, and that's Anzac Day. And those days are venerated and respected, and there is patriotism that's shown there, but it's not patriotism that crosses over into this rah nationalism. We're better than everybody, and leads to we're better than everybody, so we're going to take over Canada and eliminate them because they don't have a reason to exist. That's the difference between patriotism and virulent nationalism, or toxic nationalism, I guess you'd call it. I'm not sure what to call it, but it's bizarre. I like to see countries that are patriotic. I mean, that's why I like to watch the World Cup and those sorts of things, because you see the flavor of patriotism from around the world. But what you don't hope to see is the flavor of nationalism that has come out in international competitions, like when the Australian Open was held here a few months, and we were commenting on the fact that here's how nasty the Russians are. The Russians are so nasty that the Russian nationals living in Australia at the time took Russian flags to Ukrainian matches, not because there was a Russian playing and they want to be patriotic. They wanted to bring their Russian flags and chant while our Ukrainian was competing, to intimidate them. That's the difference between patriotism and toxic nationalism. And that's the sort of thing that exists in spades in a large portion. At least a plurality of Russia is still all for this genocidal invasion of its neighbor, and has bought into the propaganda. And
can I just jump in there, because a lot of people forget in the Second World War, Russia helped fight against Germany and the other ones, but they had no ulterior motive, because when the war finished, they literally persecuted everyone in West Germany, whereas England had to go over, and we were dropping food over into West Germany because they just absolutely persecuted the people in Germany, the Russians. People forget about stuff like that.
Well, and night and day, that really.
I'm not called that. I'm called. My name's Damien, but everyone calls me Day, so it's like that's why I do things. I'm called
Okay.
Damien. Really, it's not a weird like thing, but everyone calls me Day, so that's why it's like that. So
Well, we
sorry
usually,
to say that.
as we usually go by what we can see on our screens. But anyway,
Yeah.
the point that I was going to make is that people talk about the Russians fighting in World War II, when in reality, the majority of those people fighting and the majority of people who lost their lives were Ukrainian. So
Yeah.
so that's just one little. I ran across a list of 10 of the most common myths about Ukraine, and that was one of them. Is that you know, the Russians won World War II, and you know, they were the ones
No.
that did the great defeat, and in reality, um, it was the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are the ones who lost the most lives in that. So,
But, I mean, over the last decade, the actual persecution that Russia's given to Ukraine, it's no wonder they've actually got so much resilience.
Yeah, we're going to go to the rest of the questions here, but I'll just interject my perspective on this. I've lived in Russia, and I've traveled extensively and talked to people in the UK, and I've also obviously grew up in America. And if you talk to an American or a British or a Russian person, they all say we won the war. And you know what? They're all kind of correct. Had the British not essentially held out during the Battle of Britain, the war could have gone very badly and very differently. Had the United States not engaged when it did and backed up all the rest of the countries and it helped beleaguered nations who were almost ready to not sustain their capability to counterattack, had the United States not entered the war, it very well could have gone badly. And had Russia not soaked up the attacks that went to Leningrad, that went to Moscow, and went to Stalingrad at the time, had they not absorbed those attacks from the Germans and given them something to try to do at the time until the United States, Britain, France, and the rest of the Allied nations could get involved, everybody played their role. Everybody did, and to try to discount anybody's participation and say we did it all by ourselves is just idiocy. That it's foolish, right? And so I like to point out the foolishness to people who claim that, because having been in Russia and studied Russian history of the Second World War, but I'll tell you what else Russia did during the Second World War. Russia was allowed to advance and be the power that took over Berlin, and as they moved back through Poland and into Germany and Czechoslovakia, and then on into Germany, all the civilians used to flee from the Russians as they moved through, because everybody feared how the Russians would act. And you know how the Russians acted back then? Rape, pillage, just wanton execution of people as they ran across them, just like orcs, much like they're doing in Ukraine now.
They haven't changed, have they?
Nothing has changed at all in how they operate, and that mode of operation is condoned. It's not directed from the top, but it's absolutely condoned from the top, because the top of the organization in Russia doesn't even care about their own people's lives, as we can see in the manner in which they're prosecuting this war, or the manner in which they've operated.
They just every time they do something, they don't get reprimanded for it. So it's just like you can do what you want sort of thing, because nothing ever they never get nothing doing something. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's like with China. Every time something happens with China, somebody just moves. They just get left to it. It's like it's like a ticket to do what you want in it, basically.
Yeah, and so it is not prejudicial to be scared of, worried about what Russia would do if they won this war, which is why they can't be allowed to win this war, because future performance is determined based on previous performance. Your expectations of what they will do should be based in what they have done, and what they have done repeatedly over and over again showed no respect and no interest in their own people and an absolute genocidal disregard for the areas in which they occupy.
They got away with it in 2014, though. No one did anything to it, so he sort of like got a free ticket there. Thinking, well, I did it then, so why can't I do it now? But he should have got he should have been reprimanded in 2014 when they tried doing it then, really.
Yeah, so I agree. The world, just as it probably should have in Syria, the world should be disappointed in its performance in standing up to Russia throughout the history of its attempted takeover of its neighbors again. We should have done something in Georgia. We should have done something in Syria. We should have done more when they took over Crimea. But that's. So while we can wear the understanding and guilt, if you will, of not doing that, it is absolutely essential we do something now, and we finish it this time. We finish it this time by making sure that Russia knows you won't get away with this ever again, and you're going to be contained within the borders which were recognized by us. Nobody wants to take over Russia. Get that out of your head. And Russia, anybody who sympathizes with Russia, nobody is going to take over Russia. Nobody wants to take over Russia. We simply want Russia to contain itself and learn to be a better citizen. And that's what's going to happen to Russia. And I speak that to make it become true, because that will be what happens eventually here.
I think the difference this time is like in 2014, everyone was scared about the gas and the oil. Basically, they wanted to keep the gas and the oil coming through because it was cheap. But this time, we've actually stopped that. So I think it's going to be a little bit different this time. But I'm so glad it's happening, because China would have been just waiting. If we just left it and not done anything, that would give China like a free go at Taiwan and everything. Wouldn't it? They just gone for it because it's like, well, it's all right to do it. No one say anything. You know what I mean?
Yes, Sine or Sign. I see you have it before. If you want to, go ahead and put it up. But we'll go to Chris first.
Thanks, Will. And Prince, hi. How are you? I am I'm just gonna make one last comment about Bendigo. Although I didn't get a chance to go actually see the place where they're made, I did have an opportunity to go have lunch at the RSL there. And that particular branch of the RSL has been there, I read, from since the boys came home from Gallipoli in World War I. But the thing about the RSL is outside in the courtyard area, you have an opportunity to see a leopard. You have an opportunity to see a couple of other towed artillery pieces. And you do get an opportunity to see a Bushmaster, a little older, but you can definitely, you look at it and you go, yeah, that's the upside down pyramid on the bottom that deflects things. So it was a real treat. I was glad that we did it in the Australian Open with all that nonsense that was going on, especially what's his face is the Serbian's father. That was pretty disgusting. That was pretty disgusting. It was just pretty disgusting. And it was, it's strange. I'm watching this on, I don't know whether it was 7 or whatever channel was. There were 2 channels that were broadcasting it. My sister-in-law loves tennis. And you'd see this blank white rectangle. And I was like, wow, that's the rectangle of surrender for where the flag would have normally been displayed. Anyway, keep it up, Will. One day I'll come. One day I will get to you. One day I haven't gone north. I've gone to Adelaide. I've gone to Sydney. I've driven around the Gold Coast. Obviously Melbourne, all around Melbourne, but haven't made it up your way. So one of these days. Thanks much.
Be a good boy, Chris. Be a good boy, Chris, and do your homework and your chores. And someday you too may get a chance to come to the Workers' Paradise.
Thank you, sir. And I shall look you up if I'm ever there. I'm dropping down.
I'm easy to find.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers, man. Sign, Sine, tell us how to pronounce your name.
Sign is fine. Good evening. Nothing too huge. I just heard you guys say a name a few times, and I'm sure it's not the same area, but I'm curious. You kept saying the name Adelaide. I live near a place called Adelaide, so I was just quite curious uh, what you were speaking on.
So do you live in Adelaide, South Australia?
I didn't know there was one in Australia. Okay. No, I don't.
No, the Adelaide is in South Australia.
Right. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
How dare
Where
I?
is an Adelaide near you?
Where's my
What
head?
country are you?
We have a famous Adelaide cemetery. I'm in California in the United States.
I did not know there was an Adelaide in America. That's cool. Well, I live in Perth.
Yeah.
And Perth is like the only place in Australia. Well, oftentimes we name places after places in Britain or wherever else we come from. But Perth is actually
Same here.
significantly larger than the original Perth that's in Scotland.
Like I'm from Belfast, Maine, for example. Like originally.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of places in America that have that name. London, Ontario, and places like that too. They're like small towns with big city names, and you say, "I'm going to London," or "I'm going to, Adelaide," and people think, "Oh, you're going to go to Australia." No, I'm going to Adelaide. It must be in Southern California, someplace, I suppose.
Central Coast, technically, it's wine country here, but it's close to. Yeah, it's right near. It's like 200 miles from Los Angeles County. Adelaide is a very old area here. There's actually an old mine, mercury mine, that's just down the road from it, and it collapsed, I think, back in the 60s, and it killed like 70 or 80 people. Kind of a tragedy kind of thing. They left the place like they didn't touch anything. Like you can go back there now, and it's creepy because there's even a glove still sitting on the counter and a coffee mug, and so there's like this whole like base camp outside of this collapsed mine. And then, strangely enough, right down the street is Adelaide Cemetery, which is they have stones from like 15 something, some pretty old stones, and it's just very, very small. It looks like something from a horror film. It has a wrought iron bent fence going around it with no gate, and it's very spooky woods. It's a trip if you go there. A lot of people won't go there at night at all. Because it's that intensive spot. I think they have it on like spooky location kind of websites and stuff. Once in a while, you'll see Adelaide on there. But yeah,
Right, ghost towns. I'm now reminded from another listener that there's an Adelaide in Texas as well. Well, there you go. Well, thanks, Sign, and good evening to you in Southern California. Great to have you up for the first time.
thank you.
Night, or I'm just going to call you Day. If everybody calls you Day, mate, I'm calling you Day from here on.
I've been called Day since I was 16, so yeah, call me Day. But do you remember before you were talking about the White Triangle? That's a sign for the Russian special forces. That.
Yeah, I don't know. It is a white triangular flag,
Yeah.
a sign
So-
of Russian forces.
So if you actually look on like some of the sides of the tanks that what the Russians will have, they'll paint an upside down white triangle, and that's a sign that they're the actual like I can't remember where they're actually from. They have a base just outside Moscow. I mean, they're not like our SAS or whatever, but they are as many being the special forces. So if you see that white triangle, that's a sign that it's them. That, believe it or not, and they only found that over the week actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much special forces they actually have left.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I actually seen something where they've actually. I mean, they're recruiting. They're actually dragging people out of prisons to actually go and fight for them. I mean, it's like what nation's going to get people? Why are they in prison in the first place? So you just get them out and then just let them go and like give them a gun and just go and fight. You know what I mean? It's like it's horrendous.
Yeah. So, I was actually going to ask Will a question. Will, one of the things that I saw today was that Denmark looks like they finished up training soldiers on the Caesars, and that the Caesars will be arriving in Ukraine in a couple of weeks. And you seem to know a fair deal about military equipment, basically speaking, a whole lot more than I do. So is there anything that you can tell us about the Caesars that they'll be doing? Yeah, there will be 19 Caesar 155 millimeter howitzers. So anything special you can tell us that these will do for Ukraine?
Well, if you see the Caesar, you think, wow, that looks a bit risky, because it's basically a 155 not mounted on an armored vehicle like the Crab or the PZKW 2000 or any of those. It's a truck mount thing, but that in essence is the beauty of it. You can, if you do, I haven't seen it in months, but there's a really cool video of how the Caesar is able to drive up to an area, set itself up to fire off half a dozen rounds, and then totally make itself mobile again, and then drive off. So it's exceptionally good at shoot and scoot sort of maneuvers, which means that it can be up closer to the front lines than a standard 155 self-propelled gun or an artillery piece, because it won't face counter battery fire. It can actually move in, set up, shoot 6 rounds, and get back on the road before any counter battery fire could be directed onto it. Whether that's radar guided counter battery fire or a drone mounted system. The Russians basically can't move artillery fire and find it quick enough to be able to hit it if it's operated correctly. So that's the real benefit of the Caesar system, that it has a longer range itself, because it uses some rocket assist shells, and a lot of things can use that, but it's particularly good because it extends the reach of fire behind the Russian lines, because itself can move closer, knowing that if it moves, it won't be hit by counter battery fire. And that's why it's so light. It's the benefit of being very lightly armored, not armored at all, basically. Its mobility is its defense, and we'll see that in action very soon.
You always stop talking just when I'm about to press a button for something.
Well, wait till you get. All sets of co-hosts, if you're listening, work interestingly differently together. We'll stop talking and we'll put ourselves on mute and we'll wait for the other one. My favorite is Doman. Doman and I oftentimes sit there and wait for the other one so long that the listeners often pop up and go, "Is the space crashed?" And then one of us will actually answer. But we play kind of a reverse Mexican standoff.
Oh, you two. I don't get to hear Doman as much now that he's not doing the 12-hour shifts like he used to. But yeah, because I used to wake up to Doman in the morning, and now often he's gone by the time I get up in the morning, which yeah, Doman was the voice of MriyaReport for me for a long time. And now I guess I'm one of the voices of MriyaReport, and boy, am I thankful. So, there seems to be some confusion about SAMP-T air defense system delivery to Ukraine. And initially, France has made Italy aware about the timeline. The timeline was supposed to be spring, and now they're saying that the timeline is going to be pushed out till June. And I'm not sure.
Sorry, we have to forget about Italy, because they've just like brought in a party who was so right wing. They're like Nazis themselves. So Italy's not.
Oh no.
Italy's literally going to have nothing to do because the woman they've got in charge now, she's pretty much a
She has
Putin.
been okay. She has been absolutely very supportive. Maloney has
Yeah,
been surprisingly supportive of Ukraine since she has taken over. There was a great deal of concern when she initially was elected that she was going to go the very ultra right way of governing, and that they would not support Ukraine as needed. But she has proven to be not at all what people expected her to be. Maybe she is in other ways, but as far as her support for Ukraine, people have been very pleasantly surprised of how supportive of Ukraine she has been. Um, so I would have to do a little bit of digging. There was a story about her a few weeks ago. If anybody has it at hand or remembers it clearly, please send it to me. But there was a speech she gave that was very much in support of Ukraine. That I think that we need to sort of be careful with her, but at the same time not immediately condemn her because she has done some good things in support of Ukraine at this point. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been pretty gobsmacked at Maloney, actually. I mean, I was initially really worried. I thought Italy and Hungary were going to form this bloody axis in the middle of NATO and the EU. But some of the speeches she's given have been fantastic, basically. Okay, you get the old Italian arm waving, which is normal, but she's given some passionate speeches in support of Ukraine. So yeah, very surprised, very pleasantly surprised by Maloney.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to agree with you on that, and you didn't give me enough time to enter something into the search. Will, what have been your observations of Maloney since she took over?
So my observations of Maloney are that she's acting. That they run on you run for government based on the issues internal to your country, but you act based on the international interests of your country. And to be honest, was I worried about the her speeches during campaigning? Yes, they were inflammatory. They are right wing. But the interesting thing is, in office, she's operating much like you would have expected a Reagan Republican to operate, right? She understands the difference between an authoritarian regime and a government, even if it's a right wing democracy. Even if she and Berlusconi and the right wing takes over Italy, it's not going to become Russia. And they recognize that Russia is not their friend, even if they're a right wing government. So she's, to be honest, I would have expected the Republicans in America to act much more like she's acting on the international stage, because she doesn't seem as frothing at the mouth and crazy as she did during her campaigns. Would be my only take on it.
but
Yeah,
as she had their arm built, by the EU. You know what I mean about sanctions, because I've got family in Italy, and they're not saying she's that supportive actually. But you don't know how far like the EU have like said to her, you have to basically. You know what I mean? So I don't know. There's two sides to every story, isn't there, really?
well, we have an Italian citizen who comes up fairly regularly, Luca. He must be asleep right now or busy. But from this speech, which was at the end of March, I found part of it here. It was March 23rd, 24 at the she said to the Senate ahead of the European Council summit on March 23rd and 24th. She said about Ukraine, we will continue to do it because it's the right thing to do in terms of national values and interest. And then it continues. Where did the rest of that quote go? The Ukrainian people are defending the values of freedom and democracy on which our civilization is based. and the very foundations of international law. She said, adding that military aid was needed to help the nation that is under attack. So she has been very, very strong in her statements in support of Ukraine, especially recently. I think people are constantly and consistently surprised at how vocal she's been in her support of Ukraine, and in such a public way. And I know Luca, as an Italian citizen, has had a lot to say when she gets brought up. So I know if he was listening right now, he'd already be up here giving us his opinion.
But something must have changed her mind from before she got elected today, because she wasn't saying that before she got elected, but all of a sudden she's changed her mind. So there must be a reason.
You're
Well,
not wrong on that. That you're not wrong on that necessarily, because people were very concerned before she got elected, that support for Ukraine would be harder from Italy because of how she would lead. But very soon after she took office, we started to see that people sort of read her wrong, and that now that she was in office, she was very much in support of Ukraine. Go ahead, Shaggy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be cynical here or just real politic here, but I mean, politicians say what they need to say to get elected, and then once they're elected, they'll do what they want to do. And I think that's what Meloni's done, basically. She was all a bit fiery and whatever, going for those votes, which she could get by being kind of a bit kind of on the fence, slightly over the fence on the wrong side from our point of view pre-election. Then as soon as she got elected and in charge, became the Iron Lady in effect, a bit Maggie-esque almost. She's just having none of it. She's just like, yeah.
Boo!
I know. It sounds kind of weird. I mean, I don't like Maggie that much, but
Mentioning Maggie, that's bad. That
is that a backhanded compliment? Maybe, I don't know. But I mean, she's definitely she seems to me to be a big, from what she said and the passion she's put into it. Okay, she's Italian, so she's going to be passionate, but she's definitely she seems to me to be a full on Ukrainian supporter, and yeah, that's brilliant.
yeah, and I think that's spot on, Shaggy. That the language you use to get elected to an office and maintain a constituency within your country is different than the language you're going to use to project your entire country into the world. And regardless of what country you are in, Italy or any of the other NATO states, I'll also note that Hungary has not exactly been prior to the war a real good participant and member of NATO, but look at the way they've turned. Right, the Hungary is providing support to the war in Ukraine, well above what I would have expected them to do based on the rhetoric that they were putting out prior to the war. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of to be expected, really, that somebody would run on one position and sound like they were going to not be supportive of NATO at all. But then they get into office, and you're governing involves getting all of the permanent bureaucrats and the all your advisors advice in, and they probably moderate what you think you could do out of office. Once you take office, governing's a whole lot different, and then they start reminding you of all the benefits that you garner from being in the EU and NATO, and the kind of things that would happen if you didn't continue those support. And I think their views and their language change in that manner. Or maybe she had, in her own heart, recognizes that Russia is not going to be Italy's friend if they get their way on things, and just without any coaching, decided that there's no room in Italy's international politics for any sort of appeasement of Russia. I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's had a few pokes, and Italy have had a few pokes from a financial point of view, a little bit like Hungary, from a financial point of view, and not big kicks up the ass type thing, but just a little. You know what, Italy kind of not doing so well financially, so kind of toe the line a little bit. But yeah, yeah, I agree mostly. And kind of with Hungary though, I mean, they're still real pain in the asses. But I think they kind of say one thing and do something else. Hungary, a little bit. I mean, they don't obviously do enough from my point of view. I had an ex-Hungarian wife, so I know a little bit about Hungary. Um, but but yeah, they're loud on the rhetoric, Hungary, but a little bit, a lot less on negative actions, as it were. Is how I'd put it.
You know, I part of me wants to say, Will, what have you been reading about Hungary that I haven't? Because I haven't seen Hungary being as strong a partner as they could be. I'm seeing Hungary needing to be dragged, kicking and screaming um, in many ways on many issues with the EU, and I probably would guess behind the scenes with NATO also. They have been one of the more difficult partners to work with. Um, now, go ahead, Will.
I don't disagree there, but Rheinmetall, particularly, you know, in the private industry area of things, they are going to be supplying materiel through private companies that support the war effort. So yeah, I agree. The government is still dancing a fine line, but there are Hungarian banks that have now cut off any transaction with Russia. I think it's happening. It's just that they don't want to openly provide language that says they're fully in support and you know vociferously part of NATO the way that we would hope.
They better be supplying
They
quite technical drones. Apparently, that's what
they
I've heard.
they were cut off. They they cut themselves off from that Russian bank because they were facing sanctions from the United States. They did not make a move to cut themselves off from that bank
Oh yeah,
until it was
I don't discount that
yeah.
it's completely venal self-interest, but it's venal self-interest understanding that the EU and the NATO that provides them the capability to have you know a vibrant banking and economic system is the very thing that they you know often try to fight against politically. But when push comes to shove, they seem to come down on the right side of the decision, even as you say, if they have to be pushed, kicking and screaming to the point where they do that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's exactly it. Actually, they're all rhetoric. But as you say, when push comes to shove, they haven't they've been dragged forward, but the movement is forward. Um, no matter how slowly, they haven't dug their heels in and dug in themselves in the trenches, where I've said no, uh, type of thing. But they have to have been dragged, kicking and screaming, and that's probably I think to do with their relationship with Russia. They're quite screwed on that. I think they know it. Um, and it's their own fucking fault. Sorry about the language. Yeah, and how they extract themselves from that relationship. Um, well, that's actually really difficult from all the different spaghettis that they're involved in Russia with the nuclear power plant, with the energy, with the banks, and with politicians that are involved and stuff like that. They've got themselves in such a mess over the last 20 years. Um, it's going to take 20 years for them to extract themselves from it as well. So they're a bit screwed.
Yeah, and you know, some of the reporting today, um, oh, some of the report there's a tweet that came from our friend Peter Duran, and I think that this sort of um, it reminds me of Peter very much, of course, because it ends with now is the time to choose, and I can't tell you how many times I've heard Peter say the time for choosing is now, or now is the time to choose, and that I think is a point where Hungary is in. And I just want to read this whole tweet for you because I would bet a lot of people in here have not read Peter's tweet. But it says, I have always called Hungary a friend and never an adversary. I have always considered our sacrosanct NATO treaty with Hungary and all Hungarians essential. Thanks to real heroes like Joseph Antal, Hungary is and always will be a member of NATO. Reports say that current Prime Minister of Hungary thinks that America is your adversary, is our adversary, is their adversary. So the current Prime Minister of Hungary is saying that America is Hungary's adversary. And so basically it's now is the time to choose. I don't think America is Hungary's adversary. I think that being in the NATO alliance together should, they're not the adversary then. So I think there's some work to do with regards to Hungary, and there are some very careful steps and very careful negotiations and diplomatic meetings and things such as that are happening behind the scenes when it comes to Hungary to make sure that Hungary stays on the straight and narrow. Now, I'm also going to add in here while I'm talking about Peter. Peter Duran does a series every Saturday morning on the Maria Report. It is 10 a.m. Eastern time, and it's called
10
Stories of
p.m.
Freedom.
10 p.m. in the Workers' Paradise.
Okay. 10
5
a.m. Eastern.
5 p.m. UK.
I don't. So anyway, tomorrow on Stories of Freedom, the story is going to be the Czech Legion, the legendary quest by Czech and Slovak soldiers to fight their way out of Russia and return home, featuring a war train. Peter tells stories like, I don't even know what is. Very frequently I don't wake up for Peter's Stories of Freedom, but I usually wake up for just the tail end of them. And listening to Peter's Stories of Freedom, he is such a good storyteller. It is always worth taking the time on a Saturday morning to listen to Peter tell the stories of freedom. So I encourage people, if you are awake at 10 a.m. Eastern or 10 p.m. in the Workers' Paradise of Perth, Australia, or anywhere in between. I'm sure you can look up a time conversion. We at MriyaReport have become very good friends with time conversion charts because some of us speak military time, some of us speak 12-hour time, and we have people all over the world. So when somebody says, "Can you cover this time?" you got to figure out which time zone they're talking about. And that can be anywhere from London to Kiev to Cairo to Perth, Australia, and of course London. And I'm trying to remember where all we have. Oh, Romania, all kinds of places.
What time is it in Bendigo? Mandigo.
That I don't know. That I don't know. I do not have my time conversion chart application
Midnight,
up right now.
midnight. If you're coming home from the pub at last call in Bendigo or anywhere over there, Sydney, Melbourne, Canberra, wherever you're living, right? If you're coming home from the pub because last call's been done, turn on the radio and catch. It's about 25 minutes. They're really phenomenally interesting stories from history that you probably otherwise missed because they don't necessarily have to do with the broad, massive sweep of the historical events that you've heard about, World War II or World War I or anything like that. They bore into a specific story of freedom that is pivotal on possibly a smaller scale. Although some of them are big deals, but that's why they're so engaging. But he's a great storyteller. He researches his stories very well, and they tend to be something you haven't heard of before, but are phenomenally inspiring. Wouldn't you say, Prince?
Absolutely. And now I'm going to tell you, since I got sort of pushed here and doing it, it will be at 5 p.m. Kiev time, 4 p.m. in the Czech Republic in Prague. It will be 3 p.m. in London, England. It will be 2 p.m. UTC, 10 a.m. New York time, 7 a.m. on the west coast of the United States in sunny Los Angeles, California, and as we said, 10 p.m. in Perth, Australia. Go ahead, Day.
Oh, yeah. I'll be watching the football at 3 o'clock, so you can't be doing that. But do you know, like when you were on about soccer? Do you mean like American, Australian rulers, or you're on about actual like football, as we call football? Because
Yeah.
it's like you have American football, we have football, and you have football. They're all totally different football, aren't they?
We got 4 different types of football, Dave. We've got rugby league, we've got rugby union, we've got Australian rules, and we have soccer. So we got 4 types, and we all call it footy, and it's all of our footies is the right footy.
But
right?
does it not get confusing when you say you go watching the football? It could be, it could be American.
Not at all. Which means you buy season tickets to everything, and whatever footy's on, you're going to. Because if you're not buying that in Australia, you're not a good Australian if you're not going to enough sport.
True. What's in there about stuff as well?
Dave, pause, Dave. Who's your footy team? Tell me who your footy team you're going to at 3 o'clock is, just so I can place you.
City, Manchester City.
Right.
I've been persecuted all my life. I've become a City fan at 5 years old because everyone was a Man United fan, so I just wanted to be different. I picked a team, and all the way through my life, we've been relegated twice. We've had no money. All my best mates that are all Man United fans, won trophies all the way through my life, and we won nothing. And then it all changed in 2012.
They injected a whole bunch of cash and decided to become a big player. It's good to see a second team taking on Man U.
Oh, it's brilliant. And I just laugh at the Man United fans now because it's just like, no, the last like 6 years, it's just like it's like what do they call it? Like, I've had 25 years of getting grief, and all of a sudden it just changed. You know what I mean? It's like I'm pointing at them, laughing now. It's funny. Yeah, it's like, no, to be a City fan, it wasn't good for 30 years being a City fan. It was like there's a story. Do you know? I don't know if you know Company, like one of our old defenders. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Which company?
He's like a defender. He's called Vincent Company.
Oh, his name is Company. I understand. No, I don't know.
So anyway, we bought him in like 2012, and he actually said when he come to City and he went into the gym and all that, the gym was one like punch bag with the only one boxing glove in the place. That was Manchester City's like what we had. We nearly had to sell our land and everything, like up to the point of before the Sheikh come in. It was unbelievable. We was at the point of like bankruptcy, really. You know what I mean? Crazy. But now we've got like we've built a bridge from like the stadium over to the training ground. It's just unbelievable what we've got there now.
So Dave,
yes.
Let me ask you a question about the Premier League. Are there still a significant number of Russian players and Ukrainian players playing in the teams, and how's that being handled in relation to all the Russian bans and is there any change or move on to do that?
No, right. So what you get now is there's nothing. There's pretty much no Russian players in the Premiership, but we have Ukrainian. But actually, there's been a lot of like, when they come on the pitch, like they get a standing ovation. You know what I mean? They get claps. When the Ukrainian players come on, we've probably got 5 or 6 Ukrainian players in the Premiership. We actually there's one at Arsenal, but when they come and played us 2 weeks ago, he come on as a sub, and they get a standing ovation. You know what I mean? And you can see it in the face. You know what I mean? Because it's got to be hard because all their families over there, and they're over here, aren't they? It's like, but yeah, no.
Well, and that's interesting to me. You say that there aren't Russian players that you see, or they're not any that notable. They must just accident, or have they all just decided to go home in the last few years? But the Ukrainians still feel welcome. Is that how it is?
No, I think a lot of the point is a lot of the football teams actually they got rid of them. You know what I mean? In the transfer windows.
Okay, they made a conscious decision to do it, but didn't necessarily say anything about that conscious decision at the time.
Yeah, a lot of it happened through the Christmas transfer window. It's like, no, a lot of it didn't get mentioned. Then you look at the team sheets the week after, it's like, well, where's he gone? And it's like, and a lot of them have gone back to Russia.
Yeah. I mean, they just reported as he's thought he'd be more comfortable at a club back home. Yeah,
I think a lot of them. I think they actually cut the losses and actually probably like just got rid of them. You know what I mean? They didn't even like took them on a free transfer or something. You know what I mean?
That's how the Ukrainian immigrant players are in Australia are treated as well. That there's they get kudos, they get pointed out, and anybody who's from Russia basically just keeps quiet. But the interesting thing is too that I mean that's when there's things going on about the war, you would expect the Russian nationals who are Australian citizens to come out as an Australian citizen, but they're very quiet. They don't come out for Ukrainian protests. I've noticed, but they don't really hold big protests themselves. They just leave it to this small group of crazies, and that's a bit telling.
But I'd say with them actually coming out and actually like supporting or even coming out and like condoning what Russia are doing, they're supporting what Russia's doing.
Yeah,
we do have one.
we've obviously woke up Aaron. So I'll remind everybody: put your mic on mute when you're not speaking, so we don't get feedback. And raise your hand if you can, and we'll just keep the conversation going. Aaron, I've woken you up.
We've got one in the Russian embassy here with the ironic name of the Aussie Cossack, who's
Simone
asking.
Volkov, yeah.
He's asking for the Russians to kidnap Australians overseas and then use them as a swap for him to be able to be transferred out of that Russian embassy back to Russia.
Yeah, just briefly, I'll tell everybody this is a guy named Simone Boykov. He's his handle on I don't know if he's on Twitter, but he calls himself Aussie Cossack, and he's real big, boisterous. I'm Russian. Imagine. I just can't believe this. Imagine growing up your entire life in a country as an Australian citizen and so identifying with this Russian nationalist background that you somehow have in your distant past, that you would be, just full on into that. So he's adopted this persona and a YouTube channel, and he's a real boisterous. And the thing he's done, what he did is, the facts of what he did is, he has been a very anti-Ukrainian, pro-Russian, anti-vax, anti-government, one of those rabble rousers who I don't know what they are, libertarian chaos agents, I guess. I don't know, but they're freaky views, a big, loud, boisterous thing. Build up a YouTube following because of your outrageous acts, and then think you're going to translate that into real life by going to a pro-Ukrainian rally and having an altercation and injuring a 70-year-old man. So he got charged for that by the New South Wales police by 4 or 5 charges. He fled and sought asylum in the Russian embassy, if you can believe, the Russian consulate in Sydney, if you will. And since that time, I mean, this is 2 months or 3, 4, probably 5 months, I guess, going on. I don't know, long time. He's now been convicted in absentia in the New South Wales court and is now seeking Russia to capture foreigners overseas and do a prisoner swap for him, because he's as if Russia, a country he doesn't hold citizenship in and is absolutely incredibly proud of up until the time it doesn't benefit him, and then he claims he's an Australian and his rights are being violated. I mean, honestly, he's this. I guess I'll coin that for him. He's a libertarian chaos agent, right? Just like the worst of your stupid libertarians who want everything, want government to totally stay away from him. But I definitely want my street plowed, or my the police to look after me when I've got a complaint or whatever. They hate the government, but they are living at its I mean, their entire life's derived out of the benefit of the system, but they hate the system. So he's a real weirdo, and he's our Russian oddity in Australia, that he's holed up like Julian Assange inside the Russian embassy seeking asylum to Russia, and hoping they take somebody hostage so that they can be traded, I don't know, somehow to the New South Wales police to serve his sentence or something. But yeah, he's a grub, and fortunately we don't have many of them. The good thing about those people protesting in Sydney or wherever, they travel around the country, right? These guys will hop in a couple of vans and drive their utes down to Melbourne to do a protest, and then go to Canberra and come back to Sydney, because there's not enough of them in any location to actually form the core of a protest. So that's how they do it. This kind of traveling band of weirdos that goes and does these protests I guess the counter protests in Australia. That's why I said, when there's a rally here in Australia for Ukrainians, like I think there is one every weekend still in Sydney, when they have a rally for Ukrainians, hundreds of people show up, hundreds, and sing songs and they're very interesting. I'm not a protest guy really, but I've gone to some of them, and they're well worth going to talk to different people and see why they're there. But they're big, they're decent, they're organic, right? They're organically derived from the population. If you want to have a protest here in Australia for a Russian cause, or these anti-Ukrainian or anti-war protests, you basically have to populate it with drive-in no-hopers to get it off the ground. And that's why I'm particularly proud of Australia's support for Ukraine in this war. I wish we'd do more as a government quicker, because we can afford to, and we have the means, as we've talked about, to provide Bushmasters, Hawkeyes, continue providing these drones, continue training Ukrainian soldiers in Britain, really putting our shoulder to the wheel like one of the liberal democracies in the world, of which I will remind you, we are the 7th largest nation in GDP and in economics in the world. So we have the 17th largest economy, and we're not really pulling our weight the way we could. And I hope I'll continue to try to get us to help do so in the ways that we can, not crazy ways. We're not gonna build a whole bunch of 155 factories and send them from Australia. That's not what we're going to do. It's not reasonable. It's not. But we ought to go to this conference. Albo should be at this conference in NATO, which would be only the second time in history that 4 Asian nations, well, any Asian nations, have been invited to a NATO conference, because it's the North Atlantic Fellas, or a treaty organization. So it's really important that we go to those things and commit to our time, our knowledge, our intellectual property, if you will, that our understanding of this part of the world and how we can help. How the Southeast Asian nations have been lifting to help Ukraine in this battle against Russia. Korea, in particular, agreeing to ship 500,000 155 shells to the United States stockade in a sleight of hand, so that they can provide them to somebody not for war, but then the United States can free up some and send it over. I think there's a lot Japan can do that I've advocated for in relation to the production capacity they have for explosive precursors and the steel and the shell casings that go together in someone else's location, perhaps, so that they can provide support. There's a lot we can do, and I hope we continue to find those ways and get those things in place to do them, because only through that month-by-month support of all the Western, so I won't call them Western nations. They're not Western nations. All month by month support of all the new and existing liberal democracies around the world. Can we drive our engines of liberal democracy to crush the last big authoritarian threat from the Soviet Union and Russia and its imperial past even before then? This is a problem Russia needs to be dealt with here and now and contained like North Korea until it changes its ways. And the first step to that is to get them out of Russia or out of Ukraine, get Russia out of Ukraine. And the only way they can do that is with the arms that we still need to keep them up with. But most importantly, we're moving into a time where the most important thing that they're going to need every month is bullets for everything. Hundreds of millions of dollars every month in call-off contracts for ammunition resupply, fuel resupply, maintenance, spare parts resupply, and everything to keep this juggernaut of armor that they're going to put together to drive through the Russian positions wherever they decide to do that. So the long-term support is what we need from around the world, liberal democracy-wise, and the arsenal of democracy, if you will. And Australia has a part to play in that, and we're not fully playing that part right now, given our capacity. I know we have a lot of problems in this country, right? Like everybody, but not really all that many if you think about it. If you put Australia in the perspective of a country like Ukraine, we haven't got that many problems, considering, and we can take care of our problems in high housing, high interest rates, and the fact that housing affordability for renters and homeowners is difficult, and the problems we're having trying to discuss whether or not we're going to bring an Aboriginal voice into Parliament. So we have a lot of distractions and important things going on in Australia, but we need to make sure that we don't stop our continued support for Ukraine, because this is our fight. This is a fight for the existence of an emerging liberal democracy against an authoritarian neighbor that has committed genocide every place that it's occupied in Ukraine. That's the facts. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. Have a read about some of the reports that are available that have been independently researched by not governments. Independent researchers have been down and doing a whole bunch of research on what the facts are in relation to the forensic examination of every place Russia's occupied inside Ukraine. And what they find is systematic torture, rape, non-judicial killings, genocide. That's what they find. They find evidence of genocide every place they've been, Russia has been, and the evidence of also shows that the methods and manner in which they're doing it in the various different locations is very, very similar. So either they're guessing or they've been told that it's okay to commit genocide when you come across Ukrainian civilians after you occupy an area. That is that's why that 30 seconds, 45 seconds. That's why it's Australia's problem and all the world's problem if you don't think that's acceptable. And some things are worth fighting for. Ukraine's doing the fighting, and Australia needs to lift its game and provide everything we can so that they can win this and win it quickly and eliminate and reduce the amount of Ukrainian lives lost. Night or day, follow up, please.
Hey mate, yeah, it's just like on the news and stuff you hear like it's Putin's war, it's Putin this, but it's not. I think it's actually a Russian belief in the Russians, because even if you got rid of Putin, there's nothing to say like the next person in the Kremlin is going to be. They've just got something inbred in them that they've got to take over Europe or something. It's just, I think it's a systematic thing in Russia. It's not just like Putin. The people on our news in England, they say like, "Oh, it's Putin this and this," but it's not. I think like most of the Russians must actually believe that it's like it's their right, because they believe that they've had something took off them, but they've got you know what I mean. They just believe like, well, that we had that like in like 100 years ago, so you've took that off, and it's like, no, people didn't want to be like persecuted and put under the thumb from what you were giving them. So Ukraine, like how hard did Ukraine fight to actually get independence? And it's very right. You know what I mean?
Right, and so as you say, if they're all doing the same thing and they all deem it to be acceptable behavior in various locations where they're not obviously talking to each other, then it clearly shows that they hold a belief that doing this activity is accepted and acceptable behavior, just like it was during World War II when they were moving in through Eastern Poland and West. Way in. That's the acceptable behavior. Way in. That's Louisville of a human being from a perspective of a Russian.
How you doing? I do agree with that. Like, even going back like 300 years, they just been terrible. Um, I think it's a divided issue in every country. Like even Russia, like you have Russians amongst themselves that have been fleeing the country to like Kazakhstan and Georgia. Like I think it was like 400,000 men that fled Russia, and um, you have Belarusians that are protesting. Like they don't even want to get involved. China doesn't want to get involved, but Iran and North Korea, the extreme authoritarian countries, are more into it. But I think China is playing smart. Like they don't want problems with Russia or America. Well, they do want problems with America, but they just using Russia for now. I won't even be surprised if they invade them because they could if they wanted to, but they just haven't helped them the way you would expect an ally would. And I think that's because France and China, have a good relationship. And it kind of shows like why France also wasn't very helpful. Even though they kind of was, but they didn't send any materials. But yeah, like China and France, they have a good relationship, and both of them are playing their alliances in a way. But the main thing is energy. Like all the authoritarian states, they have a monopoly on energy, like Russia, Saudi Arabia, Iran, um, all of them. Like they
But
pretty much have control.
they're
Huh?
losing their grip on that monopoly, aren't they, Louisville? They're losing
I
their
mean,
grip
yeah, because NATO and the partners are switching to like renewable energy and all that, and they really doing that. And a lot of weirdos they like to say, "Oh, it's a scam," but like if China is even trying to catch up with the Green New Deal, and not to be political or whatever, but they exploit in Africa and the Congo for cowboy. But yeah, that's like once you is economics and it has to do with like goods, and their goods is energy, and they control Eastern Europe um with energy and all of that, and that eventually is going to stop. And I think the main thing is to stop feeding the trolls that say it's all a scam, because it's really and if you, like I said, if you look at China, they following the Green New Deal, they Belt and Road Initiative, but they just playing it smart. Like, hopefully we never have to go to war with them, but I don't think they are too friendly Russia the way North Korea and Iran is. And of course, we should just sanction them. But yeah, it's mainly an energy thing the only thing that they have going for them.
Well, that's true. If you're talking about Russia specifically, well, also Saudi Arabia, but Russia in particular is a gas station with a military, and that's the good thing, that this is actually an opportunity. This war, and as we move after this war, is a really great opportunity for a renaissance of liberal democracies in the world, because exactly as Louisville just said, the authoritarian governments that are problematic in the world, some of them are places like Saudi Arabia and Russia, because they're not liberal democracies, and their whole income is tied to oil, essentially, and oil and gas, and they have used that money to advance their countries and their interest, but not really in the benefit of their population or the world generally. And it's good that authoritarian governments tied simply to petrochemical or petroleum products are losing. The sand is shifting under their feet now. So the drive in the world to fix climate change and reduce carbon dioxide emissions is also moving to weaken geopolitically the authoritarian petro powers in the world. And that is a great thing. That's a great thing for the world, where they can throw their influence around and affect their neighbors and affect people who are clients of theirs, the behavior of them, because they have an essential resource. As we're always going to use oil and gas. We're always going to use it, but we're not going to be using it necessarily in the role it's being used now. And as we move into the future, because it won't be used as a fuel to burn, to drive things, it will be a great thing, because those countries that have power because of that, they can exert their influence internationally because of petroleum, won't be able to do that. And they'll either need to diversify their economy to do something else, or their power will wane. And
you've got these you got these countries like China, Russia, North Korea. They've got a leader who just keeps voting himself in. It's like China. He's got in again. It's like the laws where you get 2 terms and you're out just doesn't happen. Look at Putin. He had 2 terms.
And that's because that's authoritarianism, right? If you control the party, you can change the rules to say that you can be in as many times as you want. Putin changed the rules in Russia so that he could serve again, and now they've changed the rules so that he never has to give up power until he's gone, because that's the way authoritarians work. And yeah, but it'll be good, because imagine, if you will, that that Russia loses this war. Russia loses this war and is contained, and that means that all of their negative influence in Africa can be reduced. All the where the Wagner military contractor is working, and some of the places where they're working Wagner inside
everywhere,
Africa, doesn't just go to being a military force. They end up taking control of some of the assets in those countries that are the means for them to even make more money and expand their hold and control, and undermine the governments there.
Well, they hold to ransom, don't they? They build something and hold to ransom.
Exactly. And so losing this war means that Russia's influence gets wound back and drawn back into that country. And I think that's a fantastic thing, because 2 things. Ukraine will then be able to export all the grain that it was exporting before, and keep the price and supply of grain to Africa up, because everybody wants everybody to be fed. And the second thing it will do is hopefully it'll allow the governments inside Africa to not be influenced negatively by these military contractors. Plus, as I said, the whole world will benefit from the price of oil and gas going down drastically and staying down, because we won't no longer be using it as our primary source of energy. And so things are looking up. Things are looking up around the world, but only if we can blunt and contain and control the authoritarian governments around the world. And one of them is currently invading Ukraine.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they actually put a statistic that the UK, I think, we used 48% of like the wind turbines and stuff last year. We had 48% like natural energy used last year. So it's put everyone in a different perspective and looking at a different way of actually doing things on it, really, rather than being independent on like cheap gas and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we have to gradually get away from that. We can't just cut it off completely, because we get it from our system. But but yeah, it can't be. People can't be too extreme about it. It has to be done gradually. And anyway, speaking about climate change, a lot of cities in China are like super polluted. They don't even have blue skies, like I think Shanghai or something. And they have they plastic into the South China Sea affecting Singapore and everybody. Um, so yeah, a lot of people don't like China because of their pollution. So and that has to do with their overproduction and just paying and just slaving people.
But it's India, China, and Russia, isn't it? They're like the three major pollutants at the moment. So it's like that needs sorting out, really. I think India's a bit of a quiet one because they've not actually come out saying they want to. I mean, they haven't come out saying like condemning Russia. Basically, they haven't said nothing. So it's like, and I don't understand that one really either.
Well, India's president is not a good person. Narendra Modi, he's not a good president. He's too far away. Um, he did try to like be friends with us, which is cool, but like internally within his government, like he allows Hindus to get away with all types of crimes against Muslims. So they can pretty much do anything. Um, but yeah, I think they have great potential, and but they should just go for like a left leaning president because Modi he only likes us the same way Saudi Arabia likes us when we have right wing power like Russia does. They will only get along with us when we have a right wing president just so they can use them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so with regard to India, that Louisville, I think that's probably one of the biggest so far missed opportunities in this. Louisville, can you mute your mic, please? There's some feedback. Thanks. The and Night and Day, you should also mute your mic when you're not speaking, please. That's all right. It's all right. So, as you said before, Louisville, China is working in its own self-interest, right? They're trying to play the game where they're definitely providing Russia some support in the form of drones and some other things. They're keeping capital flowing to it, even though it's at a lower rate than Russia would like by making sure they can sell oil and gas. That they're providing support to Russia as a nation and in some technologies that are clearly not helping Ukraine, but they're also the best thing China is doing is not giving the things that Russia asked it for. It won't give it direct military aid. It hasn't. It said it won't. It scolds Russia over its threatening of use of nuclear weapons and its proposal to move weapons into Belarus. And so Russia does not get its way internationally with China because, as you said, China's working in its own interest. China, believe me, China's no friend to Ukraine or any of the liberal democracies around the world. It is not. It is your long-term enemy. But that's the thing. They play a really long-term game, and they don't want to upset anybody in the short term. But they are definitely working around the world to put their spin on authoritarianism in any place that they can get it. And their
building their own
behavior
space stations. That's what they do.
is sometimes also atrocious. But India, I'll come to you in a second, Day. That India, in my opinion, is a big missed opportunity here because I expect India to operate in its own self-interest and things. But the key is India, in relation to this existential threat by a liberal democracy, is a liberal democracy itself. And India, from its history and its culture and everything, that it shares, and I mean it's sort of a political culture in the new world, not the ancient culture of and all of its races and religions and everything. It's phenomenally diverse. But the key is when we talk geopolitics these days, it's good and it goes easy sometimes when Australia goes and talks to India about some of these things. And this is why I mean it's a missed opportunity. Britain And Australia should be talking to India on the basis that Ukraine is a liberal democracy. And look, we disagree with India on a whole bunch of these things and that things. And we know you're working in your own self-interest. But the key here is India. We love you because you're a liberal democracy, the same way you love us because we're a liberal democracy. And all we want to do is that to Ukraine.
Yeah, you know that one of Ukraine's ministers was in India, I believe it was earlier this week, and they had some good interactions with the Indian government. And I didn't hear everything that came out of it, just that it was a very positive interaction with possibly some progress taking place. And Gunny, it's nice to see you up here. How are you, my friend?
It's Saturday and I'm going to work, so I'm grumpy. Yeah, I would take India a liberal democracy. yeah. Look at the caste system. Millions of people condemned to a lifetime of servitude with reduced rights simply because who they were born to, because they're of the wrong caste. No, I'm sorry. I absolutely. They like to sell themselves as a liberal democracy. And yet millions of people are condemned to live in poverty with absolutely no hope, simply because they were born to the wrong family. No, sorry, I don't agree with that at all.
Fair enough. I would argue that there are people who, whether you live to a rich, powerful family or a poor family in any liberal democracy, your life is pretty well set for you on that basis, Gunny. But I don't want to get into a long discussion about India and its internal politics and its caste system and the culture and the way it operates its liberal democracy. But it has a parliamentary democracy. It has free and fair elections. It is relatively transparent in how it does things, even such that it can attract the criticism you're just giving it. And it plays generally well with its neighbors in international activities in a way that the authoritarian governments that are in and around it do not, would be my point on that.
Yeah, but I would just counter that free and fair elections that actually stop millions of people from voting on not really free and fair, are they? Really, you can't say an electoral system that stops a sizable percentage of the population voting is fair. And also, millions of people live in absolute poverty and don't actually get the opportunity to vote. Whereas in true liberal democracies, everyone has the opportunity to vote. Whether they take that up or not is down to them. But not, a liberal democracy where no, you can't vote. Get back to clearing out sewage pipes and pulling fruit round on a basket on a wagon for 3 rupees a day. No, I'm not buying it, mate. Sorry.
So you're saying that a liberal democracy can't exist in a country whose economic system hasn't lifted everybody to at least a basic standard level of a higher than a standard level of poverty? Is that what you're saying? Because there are poor people in India that don't have the opportunity to vote, that they don't have the right to vote?
If you had a electoral vote in the US and I stopped all black people from voting, would that be a liberal democracy?
Well, there is actually a concerted effort to do just that, and college students and all kinds of people. There is the amount of regressive activity that is going on in the United States with regard to voting rights is unbelievable, Gunny. And I'll tell you, I think that I don't live in England or Britain at all, but I would say that there's not a lot of actual representation of people in relation to whether or not they vote there either. I'm not, you guys don't have mandatory voting, I don't believe. But if you don't have mandatory voting, I would suggest that most of the people in the hinterlands of the UK would feel that their views aren't represented and they don't bother to vote. So if a country's not participating in its liberal democracy, whether it's because they don't give a shit or whether or not they are excluded economically or politically from doing so, you don't have a vibrant liberal democracy. I wouldn't say India has the most vibrant of liberal democracies, but I wouldn't say that England or the UK would be in any position to judge that, nor would anybody in America. So this
Yeah,
is
but
just
you
like,
know what? Well, you know where you're wrong here is that every single one of those people can vote. They choose not to. What Gunny is saying is with the caste system, these people are not allowed to vote.
but they are.
American.
So they're politically allowed to vote, but they are excluded from voting due to cultural and the caste system in the country. But the system of government they operate gives them the right to vote. They're simply precluded from doing it for other reasons.
No, no, no. You can't say a liberal democracy is one that gives the whole population a right to vote so long as you're the right caste, can you? And then say, well, the UK's the same. Look, in the UK, everybody who is a UK citizen has the right to vote. If you choose not to, that is your democratic right. You may not like the way the election comes out, and therefore you think that you are not being represented, but that is a system by which we use, and everyone can participate in the decision of what government and what local elected representative we have. In India, right? If I take 100 Brits, 100 UK citizens in the UK, and I say, right, everyone can vote, happy days. In India, I take 100 Indian citizens, and then I remove a percentage of them because they were born to the wrong family. That's not democracy, is it? You can't say, yeah, but they got an elected government. Yeah, but that government, only some people can vote to decide what it's going to be. Some people can't decide. That's not democracy, is it? It's absolutely against.
Well, neither is any. The fact of the matter is, neither is anybody who's elected from the Tory party. There's a very, very tiny cast of people who's in the Tory leadership, and that happens to be your prime minister half of the time. I'm just saying that there's lots of different ways that people are excluded from their liberal democracy.
That's wrong.
But the model of government in India is a liberal democracy, a parliamentary democracy, and it does basically function, even though it has significant problems.
No, that's wrong. The candidates for the party are elected by party members. Whether they attain power is decided by the electorate. Nobody, not one UK citizen, is stopped from voting on the basis of race, ethnicity, family ancestry, etc., etc. Right? Where in India, you are. So, now you're kind of pushing the narrative that the UK government system is actually undemocratic. No. Well, anyway, I'm out because that's quite annoying, and that quite pisses me off, to be honest.
Well, thanks for your view. Happy to have you anytime, obviously for technical reasons or political reasons. Anda, thanks for joining us.
Good morning. I have to. I jumped in because I have to take Gunny's side. So, I come from a country in which the voting right was not there. For the speaking right was not there. So, having a right to vote is really important. Everyone should have a right to vote. Everyone, every person, even on the streets, it doesn't matter. They have a right to say something, right? It's otherwise it's not fair. So it's easy to say it's okay when it's like me saying, well, it's okay for me to park wherever I want because, I have a car. But it's not the same thing. So I totally in order for a country to be fully democratic, it has to listen to everyone. It doesn't matter if they do or do not use their right. They still have that right. Like I have the right to speak here, right? I might use it or might not. That's my choice. And if I let a topic go, it will go without my choice, and I will have to suffer the consequences of a discussion in which I didn't take part. It's the same in voting or not voting. If you don't vote, you have to suffer the results of your inaction. That's the result of your inaction. If you and your friends who had another opinion would have voted, you have had another result. But basically, it's your fault. So, does it make sense what I say? So, if you have the right,
that totally makes sense. But I'm not arguing with you people who don't exercise their right to vote. We were talking about who has the right to vote, and then we were talking about the reasons why people don't vote. Apathy, you're talking about, and Gunny was talking about racism and caste systems, and I was talking about economic systems that put voting out of place for people, or make them think that their vote doesn't matter. So, but let me just read to you the rules in India. In India, you become eligible for voting in India when you become 18 years old, in national, state, and local elections, and even in the district level elections. In order to be a constitutional elector in India, you have to be a citizen of India, you have to be above 18 years of age, and you must be of sound mind. If you are all three of those things, you have the right to vote, and you can cast your vote in a number of ways, and they have a registration for voting system so that everybody who's eligible to vote. It sounds very familiar to all the Western democracies. Now, the problem that Gunny says is because there are castes and socio systems in India, which would be incomprehensible to many people. A lot of people are excluded from voting because people tell them they can't vote, and they listen and believe to those people. But the truth is, the Indian Constitution gives them the same right to vote that people have in India, or sorry, have in the UK, in Australia, and probably the same thing in Romania, definitely in America. The rights are the same. What you're talking about is the reason why people don't vote. A lot of people don't vote in America and the UK because they think their vote no longer matters. Because in fact, their vote does no longer matter, because there's been so much concentration of wealth and power in the hands of people who don't act in the people's interest and can sell them a bill of goods about what they're voting for, but people don't feel like their vote matters, and they vote for people who don't look after their interests. Whether those people were excluded from voting, and there's also quite a lot of that goes on in the United States to try to gerrymander races so that your vote doesn't matter, to try to exclude university students and make elections difficult for people to get to, make people stand in really, really long lines in some places so that it encourages them not to vote. A lot of really anti-democratic things happen around the world, including in America. That causes people not to vote. In India, they use systems of caste where they exclude some people to vote. But the key is, does an election in India draw enough votes from across the society that the election can be considered valid and democratic? And the world recognizes Indian elections as valid and democratic unless you don't believe the UN. That's my so India meets the test of what is a liberal democracy. Doesn't meet my test, but America didn't meet my test. That's why I moved to Australia. So, the key, there's liberal democracies of all different flavors and shapes. The key is they have core principles by which they operate, and India also operates by those principles, is all I'm saying. And back to you, and then we'll go on to questions so I don't rant at you.
All right. So just one last point, and then I'm off. The fact that you don't believe your vote matters, that's the problem. If that's the problem, that's an internal problem, because how should I put this? There is not enough corruption. There are not enough money to overcome if everyone goes to vote. There is not. You have a power that you're not using. This power is like hair. If you look at one strand of hair, it doesn't have any power in itself. Put it together with other strands of hair, and you will get a rope. And that rope cannot be broken. The power is in numbers. People need to go to vote. There is this, you mentioned queues. I had people from Romania standing in line for 12 and more hours in order to get to vote, right? Because there were not enough sections open in order for them to vote, and they stand in line in rain just to do that because they wanted to be heard. And there was change because of that. So it does matter. And sometimes you have to put up the heart to push back, like we push back for Ukraine. Like, if it would have been this easy, we'd have said, okay, Russia took some land, I don't care, right? Well, I do care, and I do put in the hours, and I do put in my money, and I do put in effort, because I care about this, because I think this is right, and I do this for my country also. I don't know. Okay. I wanted just to say this. Vote is not just the power comes with responsibility. So when you have a power, it comes with responsibility, and that responsibility is to wage it just, to use it, and to use it just. It's not easy.
But how can you vote for something you don't believe in? Any party, if you don't believe in that party, how can you vote for any party? It's just like a false vote, isn't it? That's the way I believe in things.
You need to mute your mic and wait to be called on, please.
Sorry.
Yes. Anyway, I will shut up. Let you discuss. But I'm really passionate about voting. I'm really passionate about speaking up. And I truly believe that people let themselves be bullied into believing that it doesn't matter. It does matter. It does matter. Like in how many people are in US? If everyone casts a vote, it does matter. And sometimes
I totally agree. I totally agree. You can't the power of a vote. If your constitution says what India says and Australia says and America says and Britain says, and you take advantage of your opportunity to vote, you will get the government you want if there are a number of you together to believe that. But the thing is, a lot of people don't vote in a lot of places, and you're right, that is on them. It is their responsibility. They have to own that stuff. And the same thing should be said for all the countries, but every country that has a system that says you're allowed to vote if you're 18 years old and you meet these other, a citizen and the other criteria. Any country that says that, and it has like a parliamentary democracy or a presidential democracy, any of the forms, those are liberal democracies. They are by definition.
Let me put it this way. I will make a comparison, and then I'm sorry. I'm awful today. I'm sorry. So let us say we are in a family, right? And you're a narcissistic person and more dictatorial than others. And even though I do have a vote, you don't let me go to vote. I want to, or you don't let me vote the way I want, like bullying me to do something I don't want, right? So imagine this. It's harder to imagine this when you look at the country, but they do have this, unfortunately, in India, right? They do have this system which does not allow everyone to say what they want to say.
Do they? What is the proof of that system? Prove that to me that a large portion of India doesn't vote because they have a system in place that says that they can't.
I will send you some videos about easier things than voting, right? Easier things than voting, like choosing a sport, doing sports instead of getting married. For example, as a woman, being a woman there is not the same thing as being a man. And I'm not talking about castes now. I'm talking about not all of them, but some of them, right? So it's not, when you come from a place of power, it's harder for you to understand how it is for someone who comes from a place without a power, right? Because you don't never encountered that problem. So I will send you some links on this. It's interesting.
Oh, I agree. I
Yeah.
agree. It's totally interesting. And if they're, repression of voting is a problem even in liberal democracies everywhere. It just happens for different reasons, is all I'm saying. And none of them is exclusively better than others. I mean, if your democracy is not a vibrant, if you don't have a high participation rate, if you don't if you have gerrymandering, if you have systems that exclude people from voting or make it inconvenient for them to voting, or don't actually encourage them to vote, all those things are problems, and they happen throughout all the liberal democracies, and we need to remain vigilant to improve those things. And the interesting thing to me is how incredibly important you see your vote coming from the perspective you do, because to be honest, Romania has a short period since the end of the Second World War where you guys have had a vibrant liberal democracy, and it's the sort of thing that that people who are closer and newer to it tend to value it more. Part of the reason a lot of Americans and a lot of Britons don't vote is because they've had it really, really well for a long time. America and Britain, your parents always were of the understanding that their children were going to be better off than they were for generation after generation since the Second World War. But that's changing now, and people are realizing that the system's not always working for them, but they've also been fed information over their generations that their voice doesn't really matter, that things happen, that the people, all politicians are bad and they never do anything in my interest, and the negativity that goes into things, people's votes, keeping people from voting, seems to be huge in comparison to the mentality that you have, that voting is incredibly important and you should be willing to go out and pursue your vote, even if it means standing in the rain for 10 hours. There's not a lot of people in the older Western democracies that actually think like that.
That's not true. That's not true. There are people who have passed out in line in the heat, waiting to vote over 12 hours in some state in the United States of America, just in the most recent elections.
Agreed.
It happens all the time. It happens all the time. They will sit there and they will wait, and they will wait for their choice.
Agreed, Prince. But your voting rates, the participation in your rates in America, are some of the lowest in the liberal democracies.
But that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is they have the right to do it. They're choosing not to. That's a problem that needs to be fixed inside. and that has nothing to do with something being wrong, as opposed to a place where you have mandatory voting, which does not exactly seem fair to me.
So you're saying there's nothing wrong if 75% of the 50% of the population decides never to vote. You're saying that means that they think everything's great, or do they think that their vote doesn't matter?
I think that is their personal choice, and they have to live with whatever the consequences are, whether they like it or not. And we need to get back to talking about Ukraine, because this is getting insane.
Yeah, fair enough. But what the and the way to get it back there is essentially what we're talking about.
I've tried to bring it back all night, and you keep going off. But that's okay. Let's go.
So back in Ukraine, this is the kind of thing, right? That Ukraine is going for. Ukraine is trying to, as a relatively young liberal democracy, trying to throw off all the corruption. They're trying to get everybody voting. They're trying to build the kind of thing we're arguing about whose is not working, why it's not working. Ukraine is trying to join back in this club by getting Russia out of its country and letting it go on its merry way. So it can be one of us arguing about all this stuff, that because we have the time and the capability to do so. And the problem that the world sees when they look at Ukraine is they're still arguing about Ukraine, a lot of people, as if it is still 1991 and the place is all corrupt. The thing that people don't realize about Ukraine is what a relatively vibrant liberal democracy it is becoming by throwing off its corruption, as we've seen in a lot of things recently. You pointed out a number to us over the last couple of weeks, Prince, and the manner in which it's modifying its legislation so that it becomes more and more of a representative liberal democracy, which is what we're all striving for. So I'll go back. I'm going to go off the lazy fella, and then back to Knight and Day, and then Louisville. But as Prince said, guys, we need to move back solely onto trying to talk about things going on in Ukraine or things that affect Ukraine. Lazy fella, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm a fella from India. So I wanted to clarify a few things. First of all, the voting right is a constitutional right in India, and almost anyone who can access the government can apply for a voter card. So it's not decided by caste at all. There is no role of caste in getting to be able to vote in India. But the thing is, quite often the politicians who fight these elections, they will win on the base of caste politics. So this is the thing that I think India is quite liberal in terms of voting rights. But the point is, now we are moving towards Hindu majoritarian kind of thing, where the government is actively supporting one majority and suppressing the others. So, and press freedom in India has also gone quite to around 150th in the world. So it's not about the voting right; it's more about the theocratic direction that country is taking. Thank you.
That is a superb clarification, Lazy. Now we can't dwell on this, but this is the reason why I think I appreciate India as a liberal democracy, because right now, as Lazy Fella says, the Modi government is swinging to the right in a way that is a very theocratic, the same way that I don't like what's happening in Turkey, right? Liberal democracies swing and roundabout all the time in relation to their views on things and the bent of the government, like you were talking about Italy before. But the key is they all maintain within inside of them the core of being representative democracies based on voting, as Lazy Fella has just said. Thank you very much, Lazy Fella, for clarifying that. Night and Day.
Hello. Just a quick one, because I don't agree with what Gunny said about the UK government. Our government is corrupt, basically. It's proper corrupt. I'm 47 now, and I've never voted in my life, but I've always followed politics. I mean, my daughter is actually at university studying politics through me, actually going through politics all my life. But the reason why I've never voted is because I've not trusted any government what's come through. So I can't vote for something that I don't believe in. So that's my view on that. But back to Russia and that. So China's built their own space station, or they are building their own space station. And Russia was part of our space station, but I couldn't believe that Russia actually built the actual bit what kept the space station up in space. They built the actual boosters what keep space station up in space. So NASA has to rebuild it, haven't they? Did you know about that?
Yeah, I think the International Space Station's probably reached its end of its life, and there's a plan for changing it over. Obviously, the Chinese don't want to participate, and they're going to build their own. I think there's going to be multiple platforms. I think that's right. Thanks, Night and Day. Louisville? Oh, carry on, Night and Day, if you have more to say. Sorry, Louisville. Were you done, Night and Day?
Not really, but I'm all right. Go on, carry on.
Okay, thanks, mate. Sorry, Louisville, what have you got to finish off on this?
Oh, I was going to talk about NATO partners sending the tanks to Ukraine. That's a sign of me. That's a sign to me of them winning the war. Because the only reason why U.S. send tanks is capture or defend. That's pretty much the last vehicle you would send to war. First, you would send the ships, but Russian Navy got destroyed easily. And then you send the planes, and that was taken down. The helicopters, they was taken down by the mechanized infantry. But yeah, I think us sending tanks and everything, even and the number of tanks is kind of low. And I think that just get them training because they're not going to send a whole bunch of them if they're not trained on it, But that's a sign that they winning. And I think you need more long range. I think helicopters will help. But I think the main thing should be mechanized. The main thing should be mechanized infantry. Huh?
The problem with helicopters, mate, is that the air defense environment is just far too thick for a helicopter to have any survivability. If you're talking about attack helicopters, the helicopters that are there now are having to do everything they can not to be shot down, and they're very limited in their use at present. But mechanized equipment, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm saying most of Russia's. I don't mean to compliment them, but they do have good helicopters. And they was taken down. So for us to send tanks, that obviously means that they don't have no helicopters to counter it. And I think the reason for the number being low, like I said, is just the trains. So we should just go for long range. And you can't even do long range because that would escalate things. And that was the reason why we was holding back on a lot of stuff. But yeah, more HIMARS and then mechanized.
Thank you. I'm obviously both of those are on the way. The HIMARS, of course, are there already. The real question is, are they going to be allowed to have and use the long-range missiles that go with those, the ATACMS missiles? But I haven't heard a decision on that, nor I guess would I expect to. I think they'll probably keep that secret, and then the announcement of whether or not Ukraine is using ATACMS will be announced by ATACMS landing somewhere, I would guess. Day?
Yeah, there's a valid point though. It's you're talking about the F-18s and the F-35s. I mean, there'd be no point sending them F-35s because it takes too long to train them up to do it, wouldn't it? But they'd have a better way of doing it with the F-18, don't they? You know what I mean? So I just don't understand why we don't send them. But I went to school with my friend, and he's actually one of the trainers for the Royal Air Force. Like, but he retired 2 years ago. I mean, I'm 47, so he retired when he was 45. But he's literally gone back now, and he's training some of the Ukraine pilots up.
So he's back in the UK training UK pilots now.
Yeah, I mean, he retired because, I mean, we have at school reunions, and he had to come in, and he was like talking to me. He's like, he literally retired at 45 because, I mean, he's a fighter pilot. You know what I mean? He's been to, like, did all that, but he ended up being like one of the head like teachers basically at the for the Eurofighter, and but he retired, but he's gone back into work, and they're over here training some of their fighter pilots.
That's interesting. It'd be very interesting to see which platform they're going to train them up on and get in. I hope it's one of them. I hope they're also keeping that secret because you're right. Ukraine absolutely positively, from the people that have expertise here at MriyaReport, have evaluated. They absolutely positively need to have the F-16 or an equivalent fighter platform to be able to prosecute and counteroffensive in the way that they would hope to do to minimize casualties. And the only way to do it is to have that piece of the puzzle filled.
It's the next step, and it's got to be the next step to get them the planes on it, really, because you know what I mean. It's like being on the ground, mobile on the ground, but they need something in the air, don't they? You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to have something that can threaten the fighters on the Russian side. They've got to have something that could threaten and potentially shoot down MiG-31s and the Tupolev bombers that they're using to launch their air-launched cruise missiles. The interdiction of those assets will be the thing that ends the war. Because the problem is, even if Ukraine is successful in driving the army out of the Russian army out of its territory, Russia will still have the capacity to attack it with long-range cruise missiles and air-launched cruise missiles, and so they've got to be able to interdict those. Yeah,
I just thought. I tell you what, one thing what actually made me laugh was when that bridge got blown up, because Putin went across that bridge in the HGV, didn't he, when he just built it, and then all of a sudden it just got blown up, didn't it?
Yeah, and the passenger, the roadway surface is now back in service. I think they've opened that, but they're currently now working on the overhead railway portion of the Kerch Bridge, and I don't know when the expected time of completion of that is, but when that comes back into service, I wouldn't be surprised to see it attacked relatively soon after that again. Because that's the means by which Russia can most easily provide large volumes of armaments and particularly fuel to the entire south of their front.
What I don't agree with that, the BBC News actually have been reporting quite heavily this week about saying that we've had SAS troops over there, like, you know what I mean? But if that is true, then why is it publicized on the?
Well, you've
did you hear that over there? Have you heard about that?
They're not, though. Yeah, I mean, look, there's no way that the BBC is announcing where British SAS troops are in the open, let alone anywhere in the world, let alone Ukraine.
Well, nobody knows where they are. I mean, I actually worked on the barracks actually about must be 15 years ago. We did put all the new roofs on the place, but actually when they come back, that to think we actually got warned to stay in not to go out at night in the pubs, because they was actually there in Hereford. Hereford, that is in England. So every time that they were coming home, and to get actually in the barracks, you get to go through it takes like an hour every morning to actually get through the actual place. But yeah, when they were home, you got told to like stay in your hotel rooms basically, because you're weird actually. But yeah, it's just they're that secretive out there. Nobody knows who did what, do they? So I can't understand why the BBC were actually like, and it actually got like every bit of news you seen. It's like it roll over, and it's like, why are you doing that? It's like they're stirring up the pot out there. You know what I mean? It's weird.
Fair enough. Thanks. Remember to put your mic back on mute when you're done talking, Day. Prince, do you have any news to share, or do you want to raise a new topic?
Well, one of the things that I was looking at earlier was this rumor that the United States is giving ATACMS, however you would like to say it, to Morocco. But in reality, that's not what's happening. What's happening is Morocco is buying ATACMS from Lockheed Martin, just like a bunch of other countries do. And reality is that Ukraine could order ATACMS also, but it doesn't want to, because it would take over a year for them to arrive. So when you're talking about the long-range weapons such as the ATACMS, Ukraine could get them, but it would take over a year once they ordered them. So to Ukraine, until Lockheed Martin begins the production of the successor missile to the ATACMS, the Prism, Ukraine can order and switch production lots with Poland or Romania or Taiwan or Iran for quicker delivery, or Ukraine will have to wait 2 years to get the Prism to start full service. So reality also is that, what it will take is for the United States to decide to send ATACMS or to give permission for others to buy ATACMS and get them to Ukraine.
Yeah, or button. So what they need to do, the United States would have to do. I guess it's interesting you're saying that they can ring up Lockheed Martin and get in the queue, right, with everybody else, or the United States can either take them out of its own stock, or through the Defense Procurement Act, move production of those up the line a lot, or get someone else to supply them out of stock. Much like the last donation of aid from the United States was $2.1 billion of purchases directed from the United States government to the manufacturer, with delivery directly to Ukraine, or the shells and everything that were taken out of stock and they'll hand over.
Yeah, that's it's I think when it comes to ATACMS, there are more complicated things in there as far as, what is the US stock of them, how many of them are made every year. And that's all stuff that I don't know off the top of my head always. But it's one of those things that I think is a lot more complicated and a whole lot more simple all at the same time. It's just hard to understand the entire context without being part of the entire process yourself. And I bet you our bearded Brit may have something to say about this as he comes up, because I see him coming.
I do too, and maybe he will be. But you do know something I don't know, Prince. What is this Prism thing of which you speak?
Something that Thomas Steiner mentioned in the tweet that he put out about it. It is. I don't know a whole lot about it, other than to say that I do know that it is the next generation, basically the the replacement for ATACMs. Months ago, I saw a graphic, an image of the HIMARS ammunitions and their age and their distance and the projections for the newer models, the newer missiles that would be coming out. And I do remember that the prisms were on there, and they're actually spelled, where is it? PRSM, prism. So they will be, it is the successor to the ATACMs or the ATACMs or however you would like to pronounce them. And I'm sure that it is improved and has a longer range and all of that. But I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to look at it. It's a precision strike missile. If I look on the Lockheed Martin site really quick here.
No,
Yeah.
I'll look it up. It's just I hadn't actually heard of it before.
Yeah. I knew that actually the Gimlers, and I believe the Gimlers and the I believe the Gimlers and the ATACMs are both coming to end of life and being replaced by new things. And I'm not finding just a quick fact sheet that I would want to see. So yeah, so it's a newer missile that's going to be coming out, and yeah, so it's going to be another 2 years or so before they start full scale production of those.
Interesting. I'll have to look up to see what those capabilities are. Should we go to night day? What more have you got on the?
Hello.
It must be more. Must be. There you go.
I'm still pretty new to this. I pressed the wrong button. You pretty much took the my question into what I was going to say. Then about 4 months ago, I seen something about Saudi Arabia. How they've they built it come on the news like it was like a dome protecting the country, but as soon as a rocket comes from somewhere else, it integrates it straight away. But I thought it was like coming from Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia promised it to the Ukraine. Have you heard anything about that?
I have not heard of any arms. Go ahead.
I believe that you were talking about the Iron Dome system.
That's right. I think it's because he pretty much showed a dome, like where's a dome over Ukraine, and any missiles what coming in.
Here's the issue here.
Right.
Here's the issue here. The Iron Dome system is something that is that protects Israel, and Israel is a very small country, and it doesn't even protect all of Israel. It protects the main population areas of Israel. There are plenty of areas in Israel where it doesn't protect because it doesn't need to. It just needs to protect those big populations. But that is a very small area. And if you gave Ukraine the Iron Dome, it would protect part of Kyiv, I believe is what I've heard. It wouldn't even protect all of it. So yeah, so it's a very ineffective system for Ukraine to put into place. Ukraine is approximately the size of Texas, and it is going to need a wide variety of many different air defense systems, both short range and long range, in order to protect her from border to border in all directions. And that's going to take time. That's going to take some major time to be able to protect them. And even then, they're probably, I don't know what they're going to decide. It's going to be up to them and working with their international partners who have more experience and the technology to do these kinds of things, for what they're going to decide to implement and how to implement it. So that's going to be a whole big puzzle. The Iron Dome system is just not appropriate for what Ukraine needs. It covers a small area, and that's just the reality. And I know that information because I've heard it so many times on this space over the last year with people clarifying why the Iron Dome wouldn't work, because I've heard that from so many people. You know, send them the Iron Dome. Well, the Iron Dome sounds like a beautiful and wonderful thing. This net that sort of, you know, goes up. Oh, it looks like a net, but it's not. It's individual missile launchers that, you know, protect this area. And boy, that would be nice, but it would take, I don't know how many. I'm throwing numbers out there, hundreds or thousands of Iron Domes to be able to protect what needs to be protected in Ukraine. Does that sound okay to you? That's that as an answer.
It does. It does. Well, if you're asking me, but I hope that satisfies Night and Day's question. But you're correct to everything, as you say. We've talked about that a number of times on the space, and the capabilities are as you described. And you know, the other thing is, I don't believe it would be probably beneficial for Israel to be seen as a big major supplier of a massive technology system like that. I think Israel is providing a support behind the scenes and some direct stuff that is known about, but probably doesn't want to take priority as being one of the big suppliers, especially when the system, as you say, isn't. It's not that it doesn't work; it's just not appropriate for the area in which it would be covering.
All right, Louisville, let's go to you. How are you?
Good evening. Yeah, so what you call it, the Iron Dome is just basically a radar with a missile launch pad, and it could cover a city. But the thing is, the U.S. Patriot is actually better than the Iron Dome, and they need more higher altitude anti-air rather than um, low altitude. So yeah, basically what I'm saying, like they need to stop the missiles instead of like basically stopping the low flying drone. Well, they need both. They actually do need both. But the U.S. Patriot, yeah, they can actually use both the Dome and the Patriot. But the U.S. is anyway, they have something better than that. I think the Iron Beam is like is the future. Iron Dome is kind of like it's not as great as the U.S. Patriot.
Right, yeah, and I haven't ever seen a comparison of the capabilities. Thanks, Louisville.
Why don't we just let Ukraine into NATO?
Well, okay, so the reason they won't let Ukraine into NATO Night and Day is they're not eligible, right? This was one of the reasons that Russia said, one of the bullshit reasons they said they invaded Ukraine because they wanted to keep it from joining NATO. But the problem is the NATO charter says that no country which currently has foreign occupiers on its soil or is invaded currently at war is eligible to join NATO. So the key is, since 2014, when Russia has been occupying areas of Ukraine, it has negated the capability for Ukraine to join NATO by itself. And then it complained about Ukraine trying to join NATO, so they were going to invade it. It's just the bullshit propaganda that they propose. In order to join NATO, you have to be you have to pass the tests of being a representative government and a lot of some philosophical things. But one of the technical things you have to be is not currently at war, because NATO exists to prevent war from happening and stop wars from occurring, not start wars. That's the key. That that Russia and the other authoritarians around the world don't seem to grasp, that it's part of the charter to stop wars from starting and to stop and to assist each other in a way that makes deterrence of new wars starting appropriate, which is the reason why every country that is adjacent to Russia that has been under Russia's sphere of control in the history of the Soviet Union has all wanted to join NATO or join NATO already. That's the important thing. So Ukraine will probably join NATO once
after the war, though. After the war, Jesus,
yeah, after the war. Hey, good morning. I think it's morning. Good morning, Chris. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Will. Good morning, Prince. Good morning, everybody. I'm just trying to talk quietly for a change, so I don't wake up the house. We're all good.
Did you say wake up the house or wake up the hounds?
Oh, both. At the moment, I've got Fluffy Cat on me. Yeah, she's so you might hear her in a minute, particularly if I stroke her tail and that, then she'll attack me. I was just going to say, actually, yeah, the not being allowed in NATO or being allowed in NATO, that I find that a very annoying subject. And yeah, we obviously should have let them into NATO, and we should let them into NATO. And it's like dumb rules that we can't. But there you are. That's that. But what I was going to say, Will, was on the subject of missiles, and that is, as I think you know, I'm a big fan of basically helping the Ukraine industry grow. And I'd actually rather us be helping Ukraine to develop its own weapons than trying to work out ways of supplying weapons to them. Obviously, I want them to have the weapons they need when they need them. But Prince made a, I think what may be an interesting point is that, if they really wanted ATACMS, I think probably somebody would get them to them. We're not sure really what the situation is, are we? Whether Ukraine is sat there like really, really wanting them and not getting them, or whether actually they're like, okay, we're cool at the minute with what we've got. But people don't know, Will, I think, or some people don't understand, the depth and the extent of Ukraine's, missile and rocket knowledge, and the fact that actually Ukraine is behind the design and the development of the from.
And also, Chris, even during this war period, Ukraine has developed the Neptune missile that they used to sink the Moskva, and this new Shilka, which is essentially their version of a missile like the ATACMS, isn't it? Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and thank you, and that's, I was just going to say, or as part of this, I was going to say about the Grim and Grom, I think is the way that you pronounce it, program, which is like their one of their missile programs, and that missile program has basically the thing that has prevented that from progressing in the past has not been their technical ability, it's just been money. They've basically tried to complete, and some people would say they actually have completed it now. Well, so probably if people look up Grim and Grom, HRIM and GROM, they've got a couple of names for it. I think there's another one as well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They are in fact developing their own missile programs and they have the ability to do that. And I think that's the best thing, actually, is that then they have control over their destiny, don't they?
Yeah, and I mean they actually, Ukraine was was the center of excellence for a whole bunch of things under the Soviet Union. I think, wasn't the Moskva even built in the Mykolaiv shipyards? I think, so all the shipbuilding, the missile technology. It started out funny, but it's actually incredibly true. There's a fella, one of the fellas, the dog fellas on Twitter. You should search for him. I think his name's Orwell fella. He's a Ukrainian living in America, and he has this entire thread of Russia didn't invent that, because there's a lot of things Russia makes claim to under the Soviet Union that isn't Russian at all. It's all Ukrainian. Ukraine was the center of excellence for a whole bunch of technical things, and so. But it's hilarious. It is a really good piss take. If you have the opportunity, search out. I think his name's Orwell fella. I'll see if I can find his actual link. But he has a whole list of these things Russia didn't invent that they claim to. That is hilarious. He just took questions. Russia didn't invent that, and he debunks all of them.
That's some bomb. That's some bomb. That's another one.
Right. Chris.
Yeah, no, you're right there. There will actually, not only did Russia not invent them, but Ukraine did invent them. There, so I don't know if he's got that list. He's got the Russia didn't invent this, but Ukraine did list. Right?
Yeah, it's exactly that. The guy's name it's NAFO with the NAFO. NAFO Orwell. NAFO Orwell. He lives in America. He lives in Texas, actually, Highland Park, Texas, and the thread he put together, I'll find it and find the name of it for people, because it started out just funny, but it is a compendium of things that Russia claims as its own, which are in fact Ukrainian or other nations like Georgian or whatever that were actually the inspired. He said basically Russia didn't invent anything. I'm not sure anybody has yet stumped him and presented anything to him that Russia did in fact invent. Chris, back to you, and then over to Night and Day.
Yeah, no, there's loads of things like that. As I say, the nuclear ballistic missile program, which you can look it up. What has become Satan basically started in Ukraine, and some of the Ukrainian missile, development, manufacturing facilities, and that were, of course, first on the list of some of Russia's missiles and that, and drones and whatnot. But there's loads of fascinating things, like for example, Sikorsky, which is of course basically the Sea King, or the manufacturer, the original manufacturer, if you like, of the Sea King program. Sikorsky came from Ukraine, from Kiev, in fact, and then, but of course, the company itself was developed in America, but that's because Sikorsky went from Ukraine to America.
Yeah, he saw a better life for himself, and Sikorsky is still one of the major manufacturers of helicopters that give me a ride back and forth to oil and gas platforms periodically.
Oh, there you go. That's interesting. I'm doing some cybersecurity work in the oil and gas industry. Well, we must chat about it sometime. Yeah,
indeed. Perhaps in Crimea over a cocktail at the beach. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that's for sure. I definitely am looking forward to. I don't know whose hands the oil and gas platforms that are in the Black Sea are in at the minute. Do you?
I don't think they're currently in anybody's hands, but they're definitely Ukrainian platforms. But they're demanned and probably not usable at this point. They've probably been mined and something else. Yeah, not sure at all. But there are a few out there that are have been demanned since the war began. Night and Day.
Can I just say this has been fascinating? This actually, I was actually skipping through things. I've only been on here for 5 minutes, and the stuff I've learned today has been brilliant. Actually, it's actually been brilliant. But can I just say about the Ukrainian people? It's like, I'll go back to Stalin. It's like he actually starved them people because they were getting too clever for themselves, weren't it? They were actually getting too independent in the 1930s, and that's why he did what he did.
So
because
That's called the Holodomor.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because Ukraine was getting uppity or anything like that. It's basically, you should search out a guy named Gamil Galayev, Kamil Kamil Galayev, Galaeev. He's a Russian, and he has produced the best examination on Twitter that I've read of the whole history of Holodomor. And the truth is, Stalin needed something to trade on the international market in order to build factories and industry within Russia. And he went to the Americans for that expertise in places like Waukesha, Wisconsin, and other places where they made tractors and they made bridges and they made all these sorts of things that Russia needed. But they needed something in hard currency. So Russia, Soviet Union, took all the grain from Ukraine in order to make sure that they could sell it on the international market to produce money to pay the Americans to build things like the tractor factory in Stalingrad, where I've been to, and it's exactly the same as the equipment that you would find around the old historical museums in America from Waukesha, Wisconsin. So it was a cynical thing to do. He knew he was killing millions of people in Ukraine, but he didn't care. He didn't care, because no Russian leader throughout the history of the country has ever cared about its own people, or the people in the satellite countries of the Soviet Union, or their enemies. They literally just don't care, and it's a demonstrable history of that. Yeah. Thanks for pointing out the Holodomor, Night and Day.
No,
Well, I thought I just came upon something here. It's a pretty reliable source that I thought I would really quick read out for you. I am no mockers, and I will not give the numbers because mockers gives the numbers. And if it comes out, I will also not give out the MOD report because mockers gives out the MOD report. But I have found a summary of the morning report that I think might be good. And it's, see here. The armed forces destroyed one electronic warfare station and repelled about 60 Russian attacks. The main thing from the morning summary of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine continues. Units of the missile forces and artillery hit one control point, 3 areas of concentration of enemy manpower, weapons, military equipment, as well as 1 station of enemy radio electronic warfare. 56 enemy attacks were repelled. Over the past day, the Air Force of the Defense Forces have struck 5 areas of concentration of personnel and military equipment of the occupiers. The fiercest battles continue for Bakhmut and Mariinka. In the temporary occupied Novokhovka district of the Kherson region, cases of oil draining from electronic transformers have been noted, which in turn has led to blackouts. So, yeah, there's your little brief summary of the big summary. But I had actually highlighted in a different area to point out this whole really sort of crappy draining of oil from electric transformers. I'm wondering what they need that oil for. But before we try to ponder that, I'm going to go to Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Prince. I was just going to point out for the Welsh half of my family that it was Gareth Jones, a Welsh journalist, that exposed the horrors of the Holodomor, and there's a good film about that, which I'm just trying. It's called Mr. Jones, I think, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
that's a superb film, really is.
Yeah, so that was sort of for Night and Day, Prince and Will. You know, if he if he's never watched that film, it's worth a watch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about a Welsh journalist that was on the ground during the time and did the only, well, I mean, essentially as live as you could get journalism of documenting the Holodomor as it folded and pulled it out, and the difficulties he had in getting his stories picked up. And
sorry, I apologise. Can you say that again? I've just got a pen. If you can say that again, I can write it down. Sorry about that.
It's just Mr. Jones, I think. I think it's just called Mr. Jones, isn't it? The film, Will Prince.
Yeah,
yes,
it is.
I believe it is.
Yeah, and it's about Gareth Jones, a Welsh journalist, night and day.
And it only shows from 2019. Mr. Jones is a 2019 film, and James Norton is in it.
Yeah, I'll be watching that. Thank you.
It is a really good movie. There are some rather disturbing things in it. But after following this war for over a year, they aren't as disturbing as they might have been at one point in my life. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. We wouldn't be surprised to know, Will and Prince, would we, that he gets mysteriously taken out, does Gareth Jones, at the end, yeah, by somebody. I wonder who that could be.
Be quiet. I'm going to watch the film.
Well, it's, the Ministry of Suspicious Deaths in Russia has a Wikipedia page, and I haven't looked at it for a little while, but there is a sort of almost a spreadsheet on there that has listed all of the suspicious, curious deaths within the last year. There was an article last week about things such as that, and their criteria differed, so I wasn't able to compare the two lists, but I knew that they were very similar, and they both had around 40 people on them. So yeah. Real quick before I go on, the other thing I was going to point out that is sort of an update on the what is happening in Ukraine at the moment, as people are waking up and info is coming out. The Russian military has doubled the number of ships in the Black Sea that are carriers of caliber type missiles. In the Black Sea, the naval group has been increased to 12 ships, including the doubling of the number of submarine missile carriers. 2 submarines are equipped with 8 caliber type missiles. So I think it probably goes a little bit more in depth than that, but that is the summary that I have. Usually I'll find one, and I still may come across it, that has the total number of calibers available in the Black Sea for them to shoot off. So go ahead. I think Day was first, and then Chris. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick one. I was at work about 3 weeks ago, and a massive police convoy come past, and then this lorry come past, and you could tell it had like they must have been like nuclear warheads on it, because there must have been 40 like police cars armored, and they all went past. So they are moving stuff about. But do you know, like big dictatorships? Has anyone seen like 1979, the way what's he called now? Saddam Hussein took over Iraq in 1979. That's worth looking at as well,
I don't think I have. I don't know about Will or Chris or anybody else.
It's absolutely it's frightening to see if you want to look at it, but it's 1979, and just type in how Saddam Hussein took over Iraq, and he goes into the parliament. Just have a look at it. I'm not going into detail, but it's fascinating. Actually, do you reckon like between the way he did it, it's worse than Stalin and Hitler put together? The way he did stuff. It's twisted the way that bloke was like. But yeah, again, it's another dictatorship, isn't it? And I'll leave you to that one.
Go ahead, Chris.
All right, Prince. Yeah, I've not seen that film Night and Day, but I will go and have a look at it. Sounds interesting. What I was going to say, Prince, is that this statement of ships being increased in the Black Sea keeps coming up, right? But to my knowledge, Turkey is not letting any Russian ships through the Turkish Straits. It's sort of interesting. It keeps coming up, right? So the last time it came up, I checked it and I went, oh, okay. So what you mean is that not that there's more ships gone into the Black Sea through the Turkish Straits, but that somehow they've managed to deploy more ships from the Russian ports in the Black Sea.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay. So
yeah.
Yeah, so you agree? Is that's what you think has happened? Is that they've somehow managed to find some more ships that they can deploy?
Well, they have a certain number of ships in that area, and every day the number that are actually out to sea can vary. And so probably yesterday there weren't 12 ships. There were probably 8 ships or something along those lines. I'm not absolutely sure. So it increased to 12 today. So that's what they're saying. It's, ships that were in Sevastopol or Novorossiysk or other ports where the ships stay, and they've just increased the number that are actually out in the Black Sea and armed with Caliber cruise missiles. Bearded Dragon may have an answer to this. Go ahead, Bearded Dragon. Bearded Brit, I apologize. I like Bearded Dragon, though. That's a cool name.
Hello, everybody. Aloha. I was wondering if we've got any numbers for today. Or is Mockers on a go slow because it's her birthday?
Mockers is not awake yet. And out of respect for Mockers, especially since it's her birthday, I am not going to read the numbers. So it'll be a little bit over an hour, I think, before Mockers joins us, and we'll read the numbers. I have to double check the schedule, but I think she's scheduled to come around about an hour and 5 minutes from now. So we'll see what happens when she comes, but it's just a thing I have. Mockers reads the numbers, so I'm not going to give them away yet. Sorry, man.
No worries. And thank you, Portland, for sending all your rain to me yesterday. It was bucketing down.
We actually had a nice day today. I really got to call my yard guy. My yard needs to be mowed really bad. Good morning, Colonel Jeff. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Hanging in there. How are the Alps?
The Alps. I'm moving away from the Alps today. I'm going to the airport. Mama Fish is flying in from the States, and she's gonna go hang out with her little grandson. So she's very excited. I'm very excited. The little ones look excited. So it's gonna be a hell-raising 2 weeks.
Well, that'll be a lot of fun. That's definitely something to look forward to. Definitely something to look forward to. I grew up with a guy who moved to Germany and lived in Germany for many years, and his kids were born there and of course raised there, and they're probably around grade 9 or 10 now, and they've just moved back to the States, and I'm telling you, there is a happy grandma in the world. So yeah, it's a happy grandma and a happy aunt who are glad to have those kids closer. So yeah, it's good stuff there.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, schnitzel for all my friends over the next week. Schnitzel for everybody. But hey, I wanted to get back to Ukraine. So the fleets that are out in the Black Sea. So there's a lot of interesting nuances here, right? This is kind of crazy, right? So the first thing is, like, the access to the Black Sea is managed by one country, and that's Turkey, right? And I understand that some of these are ships that actually go into Sevastopol and then go tie up to port and then go back out when warranted. But Turkey has been playing both sides of the fence here, and they're really hard to figure out. Like, at some point they'll let some more Russian ships in, or they'll do something to support Russia. And then I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, I saw a trainload of dozens, I mean, dozens of up-armored Cobra 2 infantry fighting vehicles going to Ukraine. And I don't know what to think of Mr. Erdogan. I think that's somewhat like he's supporting both sides, and I'm not sure how you do that.
Yeah, there've been some really weird stuff there. I've seen things where he's saying that he's not going to let certain things through the Bosphorus anymore, because on Russian ships. But then I hear that it keeps on happening, and so it's like totally both sides of the fence. Will, did you want to say something?
Just basically kind of what you just observed, that and Colonel Jeff, good morning, by the way. That it does seem very strange, and you wonder, because they say that they're going to stop shipments of specific types, but then there's no evidence of them applying that criteria. And the ship that passed through a couple of days ago, I think, from Russia, clearly should have been inspected, because it's highly likely to been carrying plunder from the war, and was let through without any inspection. Yet they they're mostly keeping things from coming in the other direction. But as Colonel Jeff identified, they've also let ships through periodically. I don't know, maybe they're taking them on a case by case basis and somehow applying a criteria we don't understand.
Yeah, it's a little hinky. Little hanky. That's what I say. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, can Colonel Jeff just clarify for me? Colonel Jeff, do you actually think that the Turks are letting Russian warships into the Black Sea? Right, because this is my question. Right, I know that there are freighters going into the Black Sea, but I didn't think they were allowing warships. But I'm not sure if I'm right or wrong on that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I know that they're letting civilian or merchant marine fleet ships through, and I get that. And I think for a time they were letting. I think I want to say that I saw a press statement come out that said that they were stopping warships, but by the same token, they do other things. And my point is not so much that in the individual aspects of whether it's warships now or not, but it's and whether it's warships going in through the isthmus, and whether it's Cobra 2s going to Ukraine. The one thing I will point out though is Turkey is aside from having Erdogan, who's a little bit nationalist, and he's been a little bit of a challenge for the West to manage and deal with. It's a very unique country, and if you look at the borders of it, they're just in a really bad neighborhood, right? Like, everybody around them's fighting. Whether it's Syria or Iraq, and they've got their own fight going on, and no matter how you feel about it, they're going to keep fighting the Kurds, right? And I'm not a big fan of that war. I believe that the Kurdish people deserve some land, and I think that they have a history and heritage. But man, they're being pushed all over the place, or almost like nomadic gypsies at this point, right? So. But yeah, it's just in a really bad neighborhood. So the reason I bring that up is they look at conflicts almost if it's a fait accompli, right? Like, all right, there's just going to be conflict in the world. It's around us on all of our borders. It's just a part of life. And I mean, I've known a couple of Turkish military officers and defense attachés, and I go out with them, and they're, you know, when you'd say, oh my gosh, did you see the news that country X was starting a conflict with country Y? They'd be like, man, yeah, it happens. It's just a very different attitude.
Agreed. Hey,
Go
Jeff,
ahead, Will.
on that point, and Prince was talking about Hungary earlier as well, and their support for Ukraine and their participation in NATO. And I know, you know, Sweden is being held out of NATO in large part still, I believe, because of Turkey's objection. Do you think that the end of this war will open up an opportunity to have some sort of frank and open exchanges with people who are in NATO and in Europe, but don't really seem to play along with all the other children as well as they could, and they've committed to do so? Do you think that will happen?
I'd like to be I'm hopeful, but not optimistic is probably the best answer I can give you. You know, I posted a tweet, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. It was really, I mean, I was reading an article about Orban, right? The President Orban is the ruler of Hungary. And I posted, I'm like, I'm mad at him. I mean, excuse my French, but he's pissing me off. Because I'm currently writing my 5th thriller novel, and the name of the book's called Perilous Neutrality, and it's about a hypothetical war that develops and evolves from a nationalist Hungary onto the non-NATO allied neutral member of Austria, and and it seems like someone gave Mr. Orban a copy of the script or the manuscript before I finish it, because he's doing everything like I started the book on, and it's kind of upsetting me, right? I'm like, I want to be able to sell this book at some point, right? And if he keeps doing everything, it's no longer fiction. I guess I could just change it from fiction to a historical perspective if I just wait a year, and it could be nonfiction. I don't know. I have to figure this out, right?
Yeah, that is the other thing you could do. But isn't he a little bit more after chunks of Ukraine and Romania that he wants? You could just change the focus from Austria to those portions, and then maybe it'll turn out to be nonfiction.
Yeah, so you know, I've looked at the map really close before I started writing the book, and I was trying to figure out, okay, if you were Hungary, what would you really go after, right? And I think he has difficulty getting access to Ukraine, right? And he's stuck by Article 5, right? He can't attack another NATO nation, because if he does, they'll invoke Article 5, and what's he going to do? Is he going to support NATO and then attack himself with his own troops? I mean, it doesn't make sense, right? It's stupid. And plus, you wouldn't want to bring the entire weight of NATO down upon you. The really only option that he has to actually gain any kind of land or actually increase his, you know, in his little empire is Austria, because they are neutral. You can invade it. And now, granted, there'll be a lot of diplomatic, and it's all in the, I mean, I'm writing and thinking through this in the book, right? There's going to be tons of diplomatic issues. There's going to be questions from Germany. Is Germany going to be willing to actually intercede on a bilateral basis with their Germanic brethren into the south? What will Switzerland do? Also another Germanic nation, right? Will Italy support this? I mean, when you start peeling back the layers and look at the relationships of all the different countries going back for, you know, decades, if not centuries, it's a really interesting question. And as a guy who's a warfighter, I love to pull like these things as I'm writing books, right? I really enjoy it. But when I try and talk to Austrians about it, who obviously lost 2 world wars back to back, they really don't have an affinity for their military. They don't like having a military. They love to hang their hat on their neutrality. When you try to talk about concepts in war, they just don't want to. They won't engage with it. It really frustrates me.
Right. But that's I mean, kind of what you're writing in that book, right? Is the what if this went bad, right? What if this allowed to continue and go bad? And that's the kind of conversation that, looking from the outside, I hope is taking place with Orban and with Erdogan, because those countries appear to be moving in a way that is very anti-democratic, and I would hope they could be persuaded from not going that way by somebody showing them the benefits of what they've got now that they're probably taking for granted, and get them to, or I guess we just wait around until Orban loses an election and Erdogan does. I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, so Erdogan's got a tough election coming up, right? I mean, they just had the massive earthquakes, and he was the guy who came in and was elected on the thing that he was going to actually, hold businesses accountable to meet the government requirements and standards. And lo and behold, they get hit by an earthquake, and all we find out that these buildings were all built shoddily and they were horrible. So the Turks aren't very, very happy with him, right? So he's got to figure out, if he wants to get reelected, he's got to figure out something. As for Orban, I mean, Orban just had an election, and he almost won 50% on his own, right? He didn't even need really have to form a coalition. So for some reason, the Hungarians, they really like him. I don't know why, but they really like him, right? And to be fair, I shouldn't say I don't know why. I do know exactly why. Hungary, right, is on the border with Serbia, and I don't want to get into U.S. politics. I'm trying to talk about European politics, right? So please, let's not try and draw parallels here. I don't want to get in trouble again, right? So, but when you're on the border with Serbia and you've got a large influx of refugees that continually flood into Europe, and you're the entry point, right? You're the really one of the main access points. Italy used to be it with their ships and stuff like that, but to be fair, Italy's done a very good job of policing with their navy and not letting the ships come ashore. And Italy has the funds and resources to be able to do that, so good for them. Hungary's like, dude, we're not a big fan of the refugee European Union rules. Like, you guys all want to welcome refugees to Europe, but they come here and then they squat, and they're and it's really not good for our country. So they built I don't want to say a wall, but it was almost like a concertina fence wire. It's got some gravitas to it, right? It's got some meat on the bone. It's thing that doesn't look like it's very easy to pass through without really hurting yourself a lot, right? So, so that's one of the reasons. And then, with all these refugees, they feel like they're losing a little bit of who they are as Hungarians. So you see this national rise movement. And of course, when some people who moderately are just happy about being Hungarian and want to be, we've almost, there used to be a day when, to say that you had nationalism, that was a good thing, right? Like, I'm proud to be an American. Now the zealots somehow continue to suck all the oxygen out of the room. And if you're a nationalist, right, that's bad. and so the nationalists feel empowered. So now they're, and Orban is placating to the place where he thinks he can get the vote. So yeah, it's really interesting. Hungary's just not happy about the European Union policies, and they feel like that they're on the front lines and no one's helping them.
How about we get back to Ukraine and answer the hands of the people who have been waiting for quite a while here. Chris and
I
Gunny
love
have
that
their hand
idea.
up. Thank you, Colonel Jeff. So I think Chris had his hand up first. I apologize, Gunny. I'm sure you came up to talk about
let Gunny go, please. Let Gunny go, because he'll have the answer, Prince.
All right, go ahead, Gunny. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So the warship thing is a little bit complex. So first of all, what we see is tweets from organizations that we don't really know a lot about, that we have to take at face value. When they say X number of caliber cruise missile ships are at sea, where's it coming from? That's my first question. Where's it coming from? Is it coming from Ukrainian Defense Ministry? How old is the information, etc., etc.? Now, we get satellite overheads of ports like Sevastopol, but unfortunately there's a time delay. But we can make some fairly certain conclusions from what we do see. So first of all, the two Krivat class frigates are being moved around the harbour quite a lot. They were not quite what we call dead ship, but and decommissioned, but kind of not really used. They're pretty old bits of kit, and they seem to be getting moved around the harbour quite a lot. And they're certainly going to the ammunitioning jetty. That in itself is very interesting. If they start using those, if they start investing in the time and the effort to get them up to a state where they can go to sea and get a ship's company on board and ammunition them. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing them periodically go to an ammunition jetty. Why they're doing it that way and not just doing it in a one-off, we don't know. But it would indicate to us that they've got some kind of intent for those ships. And there's a couple of things that they might be thinking of. Now, the other ships sail and return to harbour. And we can't really tell what the operating pattern is. So you will see the Rapushas, the assault ships, going to an ammunition jetty or a fueling jetty, and then they will go and do something. Sometimes it looks like they just cruise around outside. We catch brief glimpses of them on satellite overheads, and we can't really tell what they might be doing. It might be officer of the watch maneuvers. They might be actually conducting warfare drills, air defense exercises, anti-unmanned surface vessel exercises, that kind of thing. And then on the next overhead, we'll see them back alongside. What we do is we have a look at these satellite photographs when they're alongside. Don't look at the ships. Look at the jetty. What's happening on the jetty? That's a key indicator. If you have a look at jetties on Google Maps and Norfolk Naval Base, Mayport, Portsmouth, UK, Devonport, you can see what ships are just alongside and probably just in a self-maintenance period, and what ships are undergoing more comprehensive work or maybe are pre-preparing for deploying somewhere, something like that. All hinges on the number of vehicles on the jetty, the obvious activity. So those are the kind of things that we look for. Personally, I suspect they are still very weather dependent on launching Calibre for some reason. Sometimes the weather gets too bad and ships will return to harbour, where we think they probably intended on carrying some kind of shootout. Do the kilos have a problem launching Calibre from underwater in bad weather? Well, that would indicate that there's a training problem and that they can't maintain depth shallow whilst conducting the shoot. It's actually quite complicated, but what happens is if you suddenly eject quite a heavy bit of kit out of the submarine, you have to compensate for that. You know, depth keeping. So maybe they do not like launching in bad weather. Maybe they go to sea and then they just wait for a break in the weather. So you always have to have a look at the weather conditions, see what it's like out in the Black Sea. And these reports, you know, they might say 10 ships are at sea. Well, if 4 of them are Rapushas and 2 of them are on some kind of logistics run to the east of Crimea and 2 are pooling around outside Sevastopol, who cares? Right? They're not an overt threat. They're up to whatever they're doing, but they're not going to be conducting missile shoots on anyone. So you really have to look at the components of what we would call a surface action group. Is it frigates? Is it Calibre carrying corvettes? Are the minesweepers out? The Natyrs? Is that Tarantul missile patrol craft out? That's the kind of thing that you really need to know. And obviously their positions as well, in order to decide whether they're going to conduct some kind of missile barrage against Ukraine in concert with uncrewed vehicles and shore-based missiles. Yeah, I keep hearing this. No, the Turkish are not letting warships through. We'd know. You don't sneak a frigate through the Dardanelles, even in nighttime, without someone with a camera picking up, and certainly NATO intelligence, who are keeping a very close eye on their Mediterranean group component, would be screaming blue bloody murder if a Russian frigate came through the Straits and got into the Black Sea, right? Because that would essentially mean that the Montreux Convention has been thrown out the window, and then you would have the possibility of NATO countries saying, well, I tell you what, call for cats, we would deploy some vessels to protect the coast of Romania, stuff like that. Or even we would deploy some mine countermeasures vessels, and we will assist in keeping the grain corridor clear. So that's not really happening. As with all things coming out of the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense and Ukrainian sources, do not believe everything that you are told. Right? You've been told by the member of the Ukrainian Parliament that Russian frigate was on fire, right? And he was talking out his backside. So Just look for some reliable sources. Are they out? There's an RQ4 doing a very long patrol at the moment over Romania, not over the Black Sea. That itself is interesting. We don't usually see, or we haven't been seeing RQ4s flying over NATO territory. Normally they've been on the Black Sea patrol route. Not seeing that at the moment doesn't mean that they're not there. It just means that they're not on flight radar and they're not on ADBS exchange, things like that. Although I suspect there's been a change in the operating restrictions on UAVs in the Black Sea after that incident with the MQ-9. Probably we're being a little bit more conservative about where we put them. Certainly when they were up, they were flying a little bit more south. I think there's probably one up or something similar like that, but we're just not saying it. But what we are advertising is the fact that we're now flying Global Hawks over Romania instead, and that might be a bit of a sop, much as you won't like it, to the Russians to say, hey, you know, don't get out your prams. We've decided to pull assets back. You know, that's just going to be the way of things, probably for a bit of deconfliction. But there will be other assets up. Certainly, we saw a U2 Akrotiri Sovereign Air Base last week, I think. And whilst we can probably safely say they've always been flying, that was sort of advertised that a U2 was in the region. So yeah, we will just have to wait and see. If we see an EP3 up today, up in the pocket, northern Romania, yeah, that would suggest that there's some kind of fleet surveillance going on. Normally a P8 or a P8. P8s tend to fly in that little pocket area. That's normally an indication that a substantial number of ships are at sea. But hey, as we're speaking, everything might be back alongside. We just don't know what's going on, and there's very little rhyme or reason.
Gunny? Hey,
Yes,
it's
mate.
Fish. Hey, did you see the intel report out of the U2 that just came out from the other day?
No, I didn't. I saw one at Akrotiri, and I saw one at Akrotiri probably about a month ago. And what is there one out? Is there?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't go into a lot of depth, but it just said that they still hadn't found what they're looking for. Come on, that's a good one, man.
That's Yehuda level.
And just Goody, that report that I read was sort of a summary of Operational Command South.
Yeah, again, I just caution everyone, you know, we're all part of the disinformation war here, and everything could be alongside by now. You just don't know. The thing is, a ship at sea can be a ship 1 mile out of Sevastopol doing figure of eights, doing trials because they had a machinery breakdown the week before, and they just want to put the ship through her paces. So that's where confusion can come from. A ship at sea can be one just doing radar picket duty, sort of 15 miles northwest of Sevastopol. So the only real way that we definitely know that they are at sea, or an indicator would be for me a P8 or an EP3 up today, maybe an RC-135 very much to the south. If that's still happening after this alleged incident with the Russian aircraft supposedly trying to shoot down an RAF RC-135, which I'm still not buying, then we might get an indicator that something is up. But as I say, always look for the weather. Have a look for the NATO assets that are up. Certain ones like the EP3 and the P8 would normally tell me that something might be going on in the Western Black Sea. And also, I don't know if you noticed, Colonel Jeff, but there's an E3 forward deployed into Romania, isn't there? And we never see that up. So I personally think NATO is starting to advertise a lot less what they're doing.
Yeah, Gunny, you always bring us a a very good perspective on things. And when it comes to anything having to do with the Black Sea or anything like that, it's always you that I would rather hear from than just about anybody else. I have very fond and deep memories that sometimes cause nightmares. I'm just kidding about the nightmares of the time around the sinking of the Moskva and how valuable the input that you had for us during that time was. So I always appreciate you, Gunny. So let's see what Chris has to say now.
Yeah, thanks, Gunny, for confirming, basically what I thought, right, which is that there's no Russian ships being allowed into the Black Sea. Yeah, like you say, if there are any ships allowed into the Black Sea, there's going to be a big kickoff. So thanks for that. But it's just sort of interesting the way that these announcements keep coming out, where they try and make it sound like there are more ships in the Black Sea, but there are not. I'm actually guessing, Gunny, that we pretty well know exactly how many ships the Russians have in the Black Sea, and by the satellite images, intermittent though they may be, we pretty well know where they are. Maybe not every minute of every hour, but we pretty well know where they are. But that, which then brings me on to the point about Turkey. Having sat on the Hermes off Istanbul for a long time, when the Russians went into Afghanistan, I have a bit of a picture of this and that. The Turks are indeed rather flaky. I don't know what term Gunny would use, but they are rather flaky. But because they're doing lots of things, positive and negative. But then we are talking about the remnants of the Ottoman Empire here, who used to control, most of, if not all of, the Black Sea at one point. I mean, on the one hand, I don't know all the different hands here, but I do know that they're actually building frigates for Ukraine. That's one thing they're doing. I also do know, obviously, that that there is a joint venture basically with the Bayraktar. So certainly with Ukraine and that, there's a lot of very positive stuff going on. But they do like to play the game for sure. And I do find them rather annoying. Gunny's got something to say now.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're terrible. They're not even shy about it. They're the girl at the bar with the two strapping lads, and she's just playing one off against the other. It's phenomenally irritating. but they're also there was a Turkish E7, one of the new wedge tails. How they managed to get hold of one before we did, I don't know. But there was one of them, and that was doing some Kaliningrad stuff yesterday in concert with an E3. I don't know if there was a defense exercise programmed in, or whether there was something else of interest happening. But again, we don't know. Have they got a boat in the Black Sea doing monitoring surface ships? Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. They've got submarines. They know how to use them to some degree. So maybe they're just doing some covert boat-like stuff, aren't they? And providing information that way. Yeah, they're building that sort of light frigate, large corvette for the Ukrainians. I think they'd be better off buying our Type 26-31 program. Fingers crossed. They might look at that post-war. But yeah, they irritate me immensely. Or rather, their leader irritates me immensely. He's definitely playing off one side against the other. He's not alone in that. Look at the French, look at the Germans. There are lots of countries that do that, and I suppose we just call it real sort of politic, wouldn't we? But just back to the Russian ships. I said last year, didn't I? This is going to be a perennial pain in the ass for the Ukrainians until they get some kind of option, maritime strike option, to have a go at them. Me and Colonel Jeff discussed this in some length a little while ago. But even a failed strike will force them to move east. Will it stop them launching caliber? No. I'm not sure this fascination they have with closing the coast and then conducting shoots, because they can do it from quite a distance. I suspect they're just trying to minimize the warning that places like Odessa is an AAW, an air defense kind of hotspot, and they might be just trying to, minimize the amount of time Ukrainian air defense commander in that region, the sector or whatever, has to respond to it. But the Krivaks, they might indicate something else entirely. If they're pulling them out and they are investing all that effort to get them going, then the question's got to be why, because there's no surface threat in the Black Sea. There's no ASW threat in the Black Sea. Currently, there's no maritime sort of air strike threat, although that will probably change. So the question you've got to ask yourself is, what do they want with those Krivaks?
Maybe they're preparing them to get them out of Dodge.
Yeah, it could be, but they are old ships. I mean, this is 1970s stuff. It's I would be more inclined. Do you know what I do? If I thought abandoning Sevastopol was on the cards, I would use them as block ships, and I would block the entrance to the harbour. That would really screw up things for a few months. I think that would be a far better investment. 2 Krivaks across the entrance to the harbour, blow them in place, blow holes in the hull, make salvage even more difficult. You close the harbour for quite a period of time. That would be more. But of course, they've got lots of merchant ships in there they could use that for. But it comes back to what's on the back of a Krivak? 2 gun turrets. Why would gun turrets be useful? Naval gunfire support. Where would you want that capability if you had to have it? Isthmus to Crimea, because that's where one of 2 primary routes is into the peninsula.
How long would it take them, Gunny, to actually spin up a ship ready to move out of port, do you think?
Oh, I mean, if it was us, if you were pulling a ship out and you wanted to competently run, because of course it's not just the ability to fire the gun, they're going to need to look after themselves. Months and months. You would first of all, you'd bring the ship up to operational standard. You'd crew up, then you would do PBT embossed and stuff like that, and then you'd be ready for deployment. So they're not going to be able to do it in any way competently. You're going to have a lot of kids on there who don't know bow from stern, and probably not that many competent officers. But I mean, could you do it? Yeah. If all they have to do is sit off the coast and pump 76 mil into targets ashore, that's not going to take a lot of effort. But I'd want all my radars up. I'd want that SAN-4 surface-to-air missile capability. And of course, they could use the SSN-14 missiles on the front end in a very limited improvised land attack role, because that's not what it's for. It's an anti-submarine weapon, but I don't know. I'd have to have a look. Chris, do you remember what an SSN-14 range was? I thought it was about 15, 20 miles at the most, but could you use it? Yeah, you could do. We fired Sea Slug into the airfield in 1982. So yeah, they could use it for that as well, and then just use these platforms as sort of improvised naval gunfire support as the Ukrainians were working down the coastline.
I was just going to say, if scuttling isn't an option to block the port, then using it as some form of forward defence just offshore somewhere, perhaps, again to support whatever's going on the land.
Yeah, I mean, bang the air defense sort of bubble further out. It might indicate that they've really got problems with the airborne early warning, and they want to use these ships as radar pickets, but the radar is not particularly good on them. And then you would obviously you'd have to include them into that air defense network. So you'd have to have, you know, up and running tactical data link, that kind of thing. The ability to talk to aircraft if you put a combat air patrol overhead. So you'd want your fighter, at least 1 or 2 fighter controllers, all that. I don't know, mate. It's very, very odd. I can tell you, if they start manoeuvring any kind of ship up towards the harbour entrance, then they think the game's up. And that will be something to look for if the Ukrainians start even approaching Crimea and working through the defences along those 2 primary routes. If that happens and they start moving ships up that look like they're block ships, they're all but throwing their hands up.
The radar capabilities on those ships, are they just active or passive? I was just thinking, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an ability to sniff the EMS somewhere to build that sort of network coverage, even if it is encrypted.
I'll get back to you on that. They used to carry HeadNet Charlie, which is a very old, really old system, talking sort of R992Q, something like that. They've got an ESM suite on them, so they did have, and they had active jammers on board as well. But they're not small things, these, and they've got a big ships company. I mean, they got not rudimentary. They used to have all right air defense. I wouldn't want to be on one if someone fired a sea skimmer at me, because I think SAN 4 has a minimum ceiling of something like 100 feet or something like that. So if you've got something coming in at you at 30 feet, you're in trouble. But they've got close-in weapon systems. Got the old AK-630 rotary guns, chaff and flares, all that kind of thing. But use them for I mean, you could use them as a SIGINT platform. But I don't know. I'd like to see them at sea. It could be deception to make everyone think that they're crewing them up. They could just be randomly moving them around, doing cold moves around the harbour just to confuse everyone. But if they go to sea, they offer nothing, as far as I'm concerned, apart from fast firing guns on the back end. And if they want fast firing guns at sea, and then you look at all the beach defences and all the defensive lines being put up across that isthmus, then that says to me they're going to try and do naval gunfire support. And that has got its own inherent difficulties within itself. That's quite a complex thing to do. That's why we have, I assume we still have a dedicated Royal Marine, Royal Navy spotting teams that are used for that. And could they do it successfully? Probably not. Would I want to be on one 2 miles off the coast with Ukrainians kind of chomping at the bit off to my northwest? And could the Ukrainians start moving batteries from the sort of Odessa area further up as the line moves east? Oh, yeah, then you might be in trouble. And that might tie in with this Kimber and Spit thing. Ukrainians have been really, you know, it's gone pretty quiet. We know it's still fairly kinetic there. What's the fascination with that Spit? Well, one of the things it could do, you could start putting surface missile batteries on there.
All right, let's go back to our hands. I think it was Chris, ID 10T, and then Day. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Gunny. Very interesting line of thinking. All of that is, and was it SSN 14 that you were asking about? Because I was just trying to do some looking in that. Those missiles are like between 10 and 90 kilometers, apparently. So yeah, but I like all of that thinking. I shall ponder on all of that. But the other thing I was just going to say, going back to Turkey, I'm not up to speed on it, but again, on the positive side of Turkey, whilst they're a pain in the arse, they have lots of actual NATO bases there, don't they, with lots of NATO stuff on them, US stuff as well, so like, as you say, Gunny, Erdogan is a pain. And I think, well, to my mind, it was a shame, that he managed to get in power and the coup failed, I think. But anyway, that's as it is. And that, but Turkey is very, very interesting. I largely think that they are pro-Ukraine. And sort of pro-NATO.
Yeah, I'd just reference. Yeah, you're right. 10 to 90 kilometers. And the air search radar's half plate. They took headnet Charlie off it, I think, and put half plate on. I mean, you don't know. The assumption or the given figures are a range of about 300 kilometers. That's not bad, really. 300-kilometer range for a medium range air search radar. So you could go back to radar picket kind of thing there. Maybe they want to really push out that air defense bubble because they're worried that the Ukrainians might start contesting the airspace over the Black Sea, and therefore they want to put some pickets out and some kind of at least some kind of rudimentary fighter control capability. But yeah, don't know. Again, push them forward. I suppose the argument goes that they're theoretically they're expendable, but with a half-trained or unfamiliar ship's company on board, no, I'd do something else there.
I absolutely agree with that. You were talking about, their training levels and all the rest of it some time ago, very graphically, when you were talking about, fire drills and all that sort of stuff and that the other day, and I was listening to that and that. But yeah, I truly do not believe that they can have properly worked up ships, if you like, and they're going to be shitting themselves, aren't they, if they get anywhere near where the Ukrainians could launch missiles from.
Yeah, if you want more holes, then you want them for a reason. They're not going to be conducting missile strikes on Odessa with a Krivac. 100 kilometers is just too dodgy. I would be sleeping on the upper deck with 2 life jackets, and one of them would be on and inflated if they were going to plan that. Therefore, yeah, push the air defense network out in anticipation of something happening over the Black Sea, maybe hoping that they could detect Atacam's Storm Shadow, something like that, or seriously thinking somehow we need to give some naval gunfire support capability if the Ukrainians make it as far as, Route 1 and Route 2 in. I don't know, maximum range of 76 is 10 kilometers, something like that. I mean, that'd be enough. It's not a big gun, but if it works, it's water cooled, fairly rapid firing. It'd be a bit of a pain. But naval gunfire support, as we know, Chris, it's can be quite dangerous, can't it?
Yeah, I was just thinking, Gunny, terrible shame that Ukraine had to give the Russians so many ships back when they did. That was all rather disappointing. Ukraine could have had quite a big navy, couldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, post-war, what they go for, I don't know. If they join NATO, they want to take part in NATO exercises, so they want something fairly substantial. Hopefully, as I said, maybe the money will be in there for them to come into the Type 26, Type 31, Type 32 programs. Or, we had a discussion about this ages ago, didn't we? LCS by some of the American LCSs. Yeah, it's been a bit of a failure, putting it mildly. But the Ukrainians won't be running these things into the ground. And it would give them some really good capability in the Black Sea. But I still think P8's FBA fighter bomber attack, investment in some more shore-based anti-ship missiles, and maybe one or two bigger platforms to take part in NATO exercises in the Mediterranean. But you know, the Black Sea is not a place for a major fleet, is it? So I would be more inclined, and this pains me. I'm going to have to say it, and it hurts. Invest in the Air Force.
So I think next up, now I've been waiting to say this forever and welcome you to the site, because it reads to me like no bullshit idiot. But I suppose I ought to call you ID10T, but I love that your name is no bullshit idiot. What? Please proceed.
Well, thank you, sir. Will, Colonel, Gunny, great to see you again. I wanted to give some supporting statements in regards to something that Gunny was alluding to, and that is fleet tracking, especially in a confined area such as the Black Sea. State level intelligence has multiple avenues to track these surface vessels, and I emphasize surface vessels. We have satellites that can not only see the radar emissions when they are active and not passive, which is primarily the means by Russian radar systems, as well as our active satellites that use synthetic aperture radar. These fleets are tracked, so numbers and locations are absolutely known, and there's only a minimal amount of time delay before an update comes out. In interesting news story, the Drive has put out an article and has recently said that the Ukrainians are modifying their Neptune anti-ship missiles and waiting for some electrical pixie parts from the West to modify these to not only stretch their legs a bit out to an assumed 360 kilometer, but to be applicable for land targets from a Neptune missile. That's all.
Interesting. ID10 or Gunny or anybody. I also note that the Avenger system, which is not new or anything, it's but I noticed that I see a photograph of that in country now. And does anybody have a comment on what that system, which is basically just a Humvee with Stinger systems and a 50 caliber on it, but what that system, the little point systems, and the other major systems that are very possibly now in place, the likely effect of those on another one of these massive monthly missile strikes is going to be. ID10, you can go first.
Well, an Avenger.
Excuse me, Will, wait a second. Before you
Sorry?
even ask that question, before you even ask that question, Bearded Brit still had his hand up.
Oh, sorry. Still going on with the other topic. I just curious about that when I had ID10 there. Go ahead, Bearded. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. And no, I was just going to come back to Gunny and Chris there. If these ships in Sebastopol have a naval gunfire support capability and some form of air defense, that radar that can go out to 300 Ks, assuming that when the Ukrainians do what they're going to do, we're going to see some form of seed activity to take out Russian air defense. I'm just wondering if this is potentially there could be this literal air defense which would support Russia's defense of Crimea. That's all I was going to say.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting there, but I wanted to make sure that we'd closed out a topic and got all those hands before we went on to a new one. So I think you wanted to start it.
Totally.
I think you wanted to start it with ID10T, right?
Well, I just have a question on, and I think all the hands that came up after I asked that. I know, I note that a number of air assets have anti-air defense assets have been now in place or provided to Ukraine since the last monthly missile attack. Essentially, I call it the monthly missile attack because the estimate is that it takes about a month for Moscow to build up a supply of these missiles, about a monthly production, and then they have seem to pick a day and launch a whole bunch at the one time to try to overwhelm the air defenses. Any prediction on the capabilities that have been added that we know or suspect are now available for use? Is that likely to have a significant impact on the next one of these major missile attacks? Or is it just going to be, very similar? They're doing a good job of shooting them down, but what's the likelihood of success this next time with the new systems that are available? Now we'll go to ID10 first, then Gunny, and then I think Ray.
So I should start with some level settings and explaining air defense. And Colonel Jeff could probably expand on this. But the strength of an air defense system is its layers. This is how the West acts anyway. And that you have various different systems that have their domain of operation. Ballistic missiles, you have SM-6, SM-3s, you have Patriots for something that's lower, and everything kind of overlaps a little bit, so there's a lot of gray lines. But the strength of an air defense system is in regards to layering it. Now, that's for level setting in Ukraine. Do they have enough to really layer it in an integrated air defense system? Not really. Working on it. They have to focus on critical areas and concentrate air defense systems around certain vulnerabilities that they feel are high risk and that can be defended. The Avenger in itself, that's a short range and something that can be expedited to an area and deployed in an ad hoc situation where it's not integrated into an air defense system. So one, it's readily deployable expeditiously, and Stingers are cheap and plentiful. So it's up to Ukrainian forces to find out how to deploy this, how they want to deploy this, whether they're going to have this in an area to defend against small drones or missiles that might be a high threat where the Stinger fits the criteria where they want to defend within that domain, or if they're going to forward deploy this in some way that will protect a force that is closer to the front. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly valuable, but in a much shorter range, but in a faster deployable method.
Thanks. And I mean, that system, that Avenger particularly, looks like something that might be another thing that's very good to use against the Shahid drones, or maybe the slower cruise missiles, but certainly isn't something that's going to, you're not going to interdict an Iskander or a Kinzhal with a Stinger, I would imagine. Is that right?
I would generally agree with that, yes.
Possible, but highly unlikely, I think. Gunny, you're next.
Yeah, so we had a bit of an interesting discussion about this offline a little while ago. There's a twofold problem. They're under attack by, threefold. They're under attack by very high velocity missiles, but very few of those, KH-22, Kinzhal, that kind of thing, subsonic cruise missiles, and the UAVs. And the UAV's job is essentially to confuse the air picture and force the Ukrainians to expend munitions on destroying them, because it's got a warhead and it might land on some UCAVs, things like that. And the problem's going to get substantial, and imagine dozens upon dozens upon dozens of targets. And what you have to do is you have to prioritize, really, because you're not going to kill everything. So you've got to prioritize. Now, you can set filters on radars to disregard tracks below a certain speed, and that will give you, it's one of the ways that it will give you a bit of target discrimination. What I think they really need, and what's, you know, a little, it's quite interesting, it's a bit depressing. They need BOFAs. They need stuff. There's around the pom-pom guns, because what you have is a lot of extremely cheap, sometimes it's turning into a race between who can produce the most targets and exhaust the other side's, or really deplete the other side's air defense stocks. Use a missile to kill a UAV, great. Are you going to stop that family dying? But you've just spent, you know, something like a CAM missile or an AMRAAM or something like that on some polystyrene, some cardboard, a little bit of metal sheeting, and a bit of explosive. Far cheaper to kill it with a gun. A battery of 40-60, 40-70 BOFAs with radar control, backup thermals, good optical system, point defense for a critical mass target. Something important, that's going to be far, far cheaper. Now, there aren't enough BOFAs guns or systems similar in the world, probably to protect Kyiv, let alone every single major city. So I think the Ukrainians are going to be, if a UCAV threat it continues to increase, they're going to have to decide what's vital, what's going to shorten the war, what targets are essential, and what they simply can't protect to one degree or another. That's a brutal way of doing it. You know, there's just no way around this. They're not going to get CRAM, the flatbed phalanx system, probably because I don't know. Maybe they're in theatre anyway, and they're just protecting really high value targets that we don't know about. But I think Western countries seem to be a little bit, the ones that have them, seem to be a little bit worried about release for some reason. For the UK, it might be the fact that we repurpose them to go on board ships because we're rotating mounts around ships. That could explain why we don't want to give ours up. But personally, I would go for good old-fashioned 4 to 6 gun batteries. If it was something like S57, something like that, give it an updated radar system, give it a good bolt-on thermal camera for night and bad weather shooting, upgrade the optics a little bit, and do traditional old World War II style barrage firing. And then you just bring the guns onto target, and then you just bang, 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 and then keep killing the UCAVs. Won't be particularly great against missiles, but if you give it a good radar, you know, there are 40-70 BOFAs guns out there with pretty good radar. I think the Swedish have, yeah, I think so. I think they were one of the ones who did a really good upgrade on it. There are some fabulous gun systems out there, but they're just too expensive, and you're not going to get them for a very long time. And some NATO countries are going to be a little bit wary about giving up that kind of asset, I think. So, yeah, are people out shopping globally now for 40-60, 40-70? Yeah, I think so. That's the way I would go. And then I would keep the Gepards, the Avengers, and the Shilkas that they've got hold of. I would use them to protect the mobile spearheads that are going to be conducting a land battle, because they are going to get attacked by Russian fast air and rotary wing, and they will need some mobile capability. I think I'm right in saying bearded, that's going to be able to keep up with the spearheads and protect them. And of course, things like Gepard and Shilka especially, you've got a kind of a ground fire role in those as well. Gepard comes with armor piercing ammunition, something like 60, and a 4-barrel Shilka is going to absolutely destroy a building where some Mobics are hiding. You know, it's a bit of a terrifying gun system. So that's what I would go for. Is it doable? We will see. But my estimation to protect Kyiv with gun batteries, you're talking between sort of 40 to 60 gun batteries.
And there's
Gunsy.
also a system from America called the Chaparral, right? That's a similar thing. It's not a Bofors gun, but it is a 30 millimeter auto can. Well, I mean, it's a Gatling gun mounted on a light vehicle. You're talking about that thing? No exploding rounds or anything.
That was years ago, mate. That was Sidewinder. That was the old tracked thing with a 4 AIM 9D or something like that.
But that's the kind of thing you're talking about, right? You don't need exploding bullets and all these things. You just basically
even something
need
like
to throw,
Sergeant
make
York.
sure you can.
Yeah, you need a rapid firing gun system, preferably radar controlled. If not, with a good thermal system for night and bad weather, a good day system, and if you're going to be using it in an urbanized area, it's got to have ammunition that is self-destruct. You don't want something that's going to be pumping out HE frag rounds and then they're going to be landing on someone's head. Although, to be honest, most guns do that above sort of 20 millimeter maybe. Would the ROK be happy releasing what's it called, M163, which is a phalanx gun with a ranging radar on an old M113? I don't know. That depends very much on what the threat north of them looks like. But that would be something like that would be very good if the ROK would release some. But again, I'd be tempted to use that for the units conducting the ground battle. Again, because it's very good for close and air defense of spearheads, and it's got you don't want a phalanx firing at you on the ground. It'd be really, really emotional. So yeah, we're going to see. I'd love to know what they're shopping for globally, or whether they've got some kind of backup plan. I mean, the only other way that you're going to do this is to have a very, very substantial combat air patrol or a barrier cap, or kill the launchers. I mean, that's the best way, isn't it? How do you deal with a missile threat? What's the best way? Kill it before it's in the air. And then you're back to, well, maybe killing frigates at sea would be a way of negating just a proportion of the threat. Because if it's dead, it can't launch at you. And that's always our preferred option.
If I can respond to Gunny in the use of the Avenger systems and the CVRT, use it Starstreak, something like that. That was given by the British some time ago. If the Ukrainians can corral air defense platoons into a battle group stroke BTG task organization to give them that mobile air defense bubble, which they can protect vulnerable points or areas of concern that they've got, you are taking that air defense right down to the local level, which won't be within the air defense network, but will give that localized protection. And depending upon the tempo and what they are expecting the Russians to throw at them from air to ground, I think it's vitally important that you have that localized air defense capability with the Avenger and the CVRT stuff within the area of operations for those particular battle groups.
And if I may, I think that's the value of the Avenger, because they're mobile, and actually the turret is stabilized. So in a pinch, it can fire in the move, which is not Gepard can't even do that. But going back to the original question of whether they can contribute to the air defense, I think it's already been mentioned that they would be effective against the cruise missiles and the Shahed's drones. But I don't think we should belittle its ability to be networked, because in the U.S. Army, that's how they work. There would be there would be an air search radar that's also mobile, and they're linked with I think with SyncGAR's digital radios. So given that the Ukrainians have been at least promised, if not already supplied, with some of these new French air defense radars, 3D radars that are also mobile. And of course, being NATO standard, they would be able to indicate targets to the Avengers. And how that's going to be better than what they have right now is, I think we've all seen some of the man pads, even intercepting some of the cruise missiles. That's very fortuitous. It's very difficult to get your missile ready when something suddenly just passes overhead. But if you have target indication and an Avenger is very well equipped that way, then definitely they'll have a much better chance of intercepting even some of the faster cruise missiles, subsonic, obviously. But going back to Gunny's point about the gun-based system, there are on the market, certainly secondhand market, Skyguard and the 35 millimeter guns, which are integrated. I think you're going to have a hard time finding radars to direct even some of the old secondhand 40 mic with L70s. The Swedes do have Bofi, but I'm not sure of any if many of those are still in service, because I think they went to Trinity, which was a better radar directed gun. But it's been so long, I'm not sure if very many of those are available. So actually, a good radar directed gun, which uses the same ammunition as the Gepards, would be Skyguard. Germany certainly has promised to provide the upgraded version, some with the Millennium guns. So I think they've got two of those Skynecks, but that's only two. But for what Gunny is suggesting, probably best to try and scour the international market, secondhand market, or ask some of the NATO allies, which still have some of these systems operational, to provide them to Ukraine, because they're going to be very effective, and there would be commonality, and if you can twist the Swiss's arm to release their own, they've actually got a few in storage. So just my 2 cents.
Thanks very much, Ray. Excellent addition to that information. Chris, you go ahead, and I want to welcome Doman up.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Well, I was just going to say, ID10 was basically just talking about something that I referred to earlier on, where I was saying about, the Ukrainians have the ability to improve their missiles, their own indigenous, if you like, missiles. All they need is a little bit of help with money and some technology as well. And so it's absolutely no surprise to me to hear that they are going to, if they haven't already, extended the range of Neptunes. And I think the other thing that I'd like to say as well is, Gunny's absolutely right in terms of all of these, like short range artillery type systems and that, which is great. But I believe firmly that in Ukraine is being built up an extremely comprehensive and layered missile defense system. So we're probably on the SHORAD and HIMARS bit at the minute, but I think we'll get to the THAAD one day. In addition to that, the Ukrainians are using at least 3 sort of like, battlefield management systems or air defense management systems and that. They've got the GISARTA system. They're using Palantir, and they've also developed their own one, and because the Ukrainians do things this way, I actually think, that the Ukrainians will have developed, if they've not already developed, one of the most comprehensive, what should we call it, warfare management systems in the world. And they've already been shown that they can produce something that does that for a much lower price and much higher functionality than America already has. So watch this space.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, all. Good morning, Mockers. Happy birthday, Mockers.
Happy birthday, Mockers. Morning, Doman.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just eating a cherry tomato. Didn't want to chew in your ear. But yes, thank you very much. It's my birthday. Yeah, there you go. That's as excited as I'm getting.
Very good. Let's go to ID.
Right. Yeah, just going to put some sprinkles on top of this Avenger before I'm out of here. But there are multiple versions, and it appears as though Ukraine might be getting a taste of some of those multiple versions. I'm seeing that we have sent APKWS over there, and APKWS is a laser-guided version of a cheap 70mm Hydra rocket. And this has been successfully tested with 100% hit rate, respectively, via SAIC against drones. So that's a new development in as far as taking a cheap Hydra dummy rocket and putting a laser guidance system on there. So you can also infer, respectively, that there are laser guidance systems there. Well, the same laser guidance that is used for the APKWS on an Avenger is the same laser guidance that you also use for a Hellfire missile. So having these laser designators opens up new windows of opportunity for future weapons, such as Hellfire. Now, in regards to the 30mm, I saw some pictures that was the GAU-8 from the A10. I'm not buying it. Probably a different 30mm, probably the same 30mm that perhaps an Apache would use, or another anti-aircraft round. Hard to put the 30mm from an A10 on the back of a truck. Be a big truck. But yeah, and I'm with Gunny on, would love to hear some Bofors 40mm going over there. With that, I'm out.
Yeah, and why not that one early con that the Brits captured in the Falklands? Ray?
Yeah, I thought there was another system that was truck mounted, which with a 4-round 70mm rocket. That's the application for anti-drone. But when you talk about 30mm guns, the Marines have a dedicated anti-small drone system that uses the same gun as the Apache that fires the DIFA and the Aiden shells. So that's lower velocity, but Americans like to do things the most sophisticated way, and they've developed a proximity fuse for a 30mm shell. So that's what's going to be the preferred U.S. Marine Corps anti-small drone system with sort of very high definition air search radar and IR optics, and firing a proximity fused shell for the 30mm gun. I would imagine that something like that would also be very helpful to the Ukrainians, but I'm not sure if production for the Marine Corps has been completed and whether any would be made available. We have all heard that there were gun systems for anti-small drones, which had been supplied. I think the British supplied some, and I think the US also. I hope it's not just a 50 caliber machine gun on RWS, but something a little more sophisticated with a higher hit probability would certainly be welcomed. As we have all seen how important these smaller drones are over the battlefield.
Okay, do you want to go ahead, or should I pipe in about these anti-drone defenses a bit?
Go ahead, keep the conversation going.
Okay.
I'm just here to add later.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Oh, can I just say one thing though?
It's your birthday.
Yes, yesterday I absolutely cut the head off IT10 because I'd been listening to the same conversation since before I went to bed, and although he was offering some very good information, I'd absolutely had enough, and so had half of my DMs. So just a little apologise to him for leaping all over him yesterday, and now carry on.
That's very kind. Thank you, Mockers. So I just want to add a bit to these. Those APKWS. People need to brand these things better. Gustav. What is this? Come on, call them something fun and exciting that people can remember. I know that the military gives its own designation afterwards, but nobody else is going to want to buy your stuff. Yeah, there we go. Just call it something cool. Doesn't even need to be super cool. Just something that's an actual word. It's the SR whatever, 77, whatever it was, Blackbird. Blackbirds are kind of lame for birds. They're not eagles, falcons. Those are the cool birds. Blackbirds, not that cool. Yet still, fits it really well. Anyway, all I wanted to say is there's lots of these gun-based systems that are in Ukraine. There's never going to be enough. There's not nearly enough. But those Bofors anti-aircraft guns, there's lots of those. Come on, all of those, please. You're not using them. Actually, you probably are soon for the impending drone threat everywhere else. But I dug up something really cool a couple of days ago, which is that Slovenia sent 200. Basically, I think they're Bofors knockoffs from the immediately post Second World War, 20mm guns, made by Zastava Kragujevac in the 1950s. But hey, it's gonna be just fine against stuff that flies slowly and doesn't maneuver a whole lot, and it stuff like that helps. Go look at what's at the back of the storage shed, please. Because all of that's going to help, as well as obviously these laser guided indicated rockets are going to be super cool, obviously. But for places that aren't going to have these, just stuff that's gathering dust, the dark end of the barn could actually be kind of useful. If there's ammo for it, it might well be kind of useful. Just to pipe in with some other stuff a little bit. Ray, please.
Yeah, I agree. People should be looking in the attic and whatever long-term storage for some of these older guns, particularly those that have the Officine Galileo lead computing gun sights. They make the guns just that much more accurate. But I think you're going to run into problems of ammunition. A lot of these guns were retired, and the first thing that would go would be the ammo. That's they're not stable. They're disposed of. So I think the big problem would be finding ammunition and getting these guns supplied. And getting back to these APKWS, it's actually APKWS2. And I can't understand why, but this was a program. It's called the Affordable Precision Kill Weapon System, and it was the second model that the British Aerospace won the contract for. But unfortunately, for reasons, I guess, beyond many of us, usually the very imaginative British Aerospace in marketing just never dreamt up a cool name for the rocket. And with that, I'll say happy birthday, Mockers, and I'll say good night.
Oh, thank you very much, Ray. You want to see my DMs? They're an absolute bin fire right now. I'm going to assume some of those are birthday greetings. Thank you, everybody who sent me a DM. I will get round to them at some point. Doman, guess what?
What?
Just
It's your
before
birthday.
It's my birthday, yes. But just before I ask Will about mobilisation, I would like to just go through some numbers, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the numbers are not huge today. We have to settle with what we've got, I'm afraid, folks. That's just how it goes. Be good and enjoy what you're given. But still ongoing. So, on the 15th of April, of course, all day, the numbers are as follows. 460 liquidated personnel, 3 tanks, 4 armoured personnel vehicles, and 1 artillery system, just the one, Mrs. Wembley. 6 vehicles and fuel tanks, but 3 more special equipment. 3 more. I mean, flipping heck, they're cracking on with them. We're up to 324 now, Doman.
Very good. Yeah. What's the next thing they need to catch up to? Yeah, there's nothing really in sight. MLRS, I guess, but there's a long way to that. They've, they were languishing way below helicopters and fixed-wing craft, and they just overtook them like nothing.
Now, I have a little story about jammers and jamming. It comes from my transcripts that I receive every so often of conversations from the front, and I will bring you that in a short while. But first, Will, is mobilisation going well in Russia?
Or is it constipated?
It was significantly constipated because people kept escaping mobilization, because you may have seen video of people like the mobilization guys coming around to people's houses and in their CCTV and knocking on the door and nobody was home and things like that. So the Russian government has signed yesterday, Putin signed an order yesterday allowing them to now use email. You can get mobilized by email. And when the server sees that you have received that email, some form of red receipt thing, you're now no longer able to claim that you didn't get your mobilization orders. And as soon as you get the mobilization orders, you're required to report, and you're put on a list that you're not allowed to leave the country as soon as you've received the order. So, yeah, and it's all going to come through electronic mail. So it should make the next mobilization significantly more efficient, but probably, I would imagine, not going to be real popular with the subject of those orders.
I found it very amusing how they switched it to electronic. Because now I figured something out, Will. I figured out who's definitely not going to get mobilized.
Who's that?
The guy who doesn't use the internet.
If hobos, right? If you had no fixed address where they could deliver some,
I mean
the
Putin.
old way or email.
I mean Putin, Will, famously doesn't use the internet. He was ahead of the curve. He knew what was coming. You know, if only people had followed his lead, if all of the Russians had followed his lead, they couldn't get mobilized now. It's their own fault. Okay, I guess it was more amusing before I said it.
I'm so sorry. I was looking at my DMs. So I didn't listen at all because I'm like that. So it's probably a fabulous joke, Dome, and I just didn't hear it. Does that make you feel better? Shall we go to John?
John.
Hey guys, good morning. I just want to add something on that. The wife of a colleague of mine, she's from Moscow. She just went there, let's say 1 or 2 weeks ago. And she was saying that the atmosphere in Moscow is a bit surreal, where there's basically no man in the street and military absolutely everywhere. Is basically surrounded by military. Basically, if they see you moving somewhere, they just come and conscript you. So basically, nobody shows himself in the street.
That's it's very interesting because that would be the last place where you'd think that would happen. Now it could be right because she lives out in the West somewhere. She might have had a different feel about it all. Could color her experience, but I'm always glad to hear such reports there, John.
Yeah, I think she's very debated because on one hand, she absolutely hates this war. On the other hand, she has 4 brothers, one of which was during military service in like one of his training brigades, and he was in the border with Ukraine on February last year. Just unfortunately, they didn't give him a jacket. Guess what happened? He got pneumonia and being in the hospital for a long time, and somehow just got lucky. But also her other brothers received conscription letters last year, but they never got called, so it was a bit weird. So they received a letter that you will be called, and then nobody showed up.
Sometimes it's good to get pneumonia. Right? Sometimes it's good to get pneumonia. Right?
I mean,
Sounds
I
like
think the guy would have never thought like, wow, I'm so lucky I got like this very bad pneumonia.
Bearded?
Hello, Dolman. Mockers, I was just thinking about those numbers you just read out. For the whole of the front, how low are those numbers? It'd be interesting to see if this stays at this level for the next couple of days, and I'm wondering if there might be a C word coming for the Russians.
Are you saying a calm before the storm?
Well, I think whatever they thought was an offensive has petered out. Just it's only one data point of one day, but I'm saying it'll be just interesting to see what the tally will be over the next couple of days to take on that culminating word, and the ball gets batted back over to the Ukrainians then.
What it also
I do love your soundtrack, by the way, Bearded.
Well, what it also
Thank
suggests, I think, is that the Russians haven't been pushing as much, right? Because maybe they're reorganizing, maybe they're kind of falling back and re-equipping and reorganizing and going more on the defensive. The largest numbers we see is when, obviously either side does very, very concerted operations at a large scale. That's when we see the largest, for obvious reasons, right? But what it suggests to me, especially the artillery numbers are quite low, is that Russians haven't been shooting as much possibly yesterday. And I'd love to see a comparison of the general staff. What is it? Places that were shelled report, if that makes sense. Because if that dropped off, then that would also explain why there were less. There's less counter battery fire that was successful yesterday.
Yeah, I think you raise a good point there. Is this a transitionary phase? The Wanger guy, I think I read somewhere, was talking about taking a defensive posture. I wonder if this is a transition phase in preparation for what's to come.
Daniel?
I want to say yesterday confirmation from Ukraine 143 radars and electronic warfare capabilities. 143.
Wait, 133 radars where? What?
From them, they confirmed in special equipment 143 were electronic warfare and radars destroyed.
Gotcha. Okay. So you're saying of the 324 special equipments, 133 or so are EW and radar, and then the rest are engineering. Okay, so that's good. That's a good data point. Well,
so to a point that Bearded just raised, and you have talked about previously, if they're coming to a point of culmination, I'll also note that Prigozhin said yesterday that he believes it's time to declare victory, and say all that their aims have been met. So this is what you've been predicting for a long time, that Putin may decide to try to end the war. Like if they do finish capturing Bakhmut, say, boom, we've done everything we planned to do, and declare victory, and I guess try to get to negotiations at that point.
so it's a little bit different than what I've been saying, right? So this is what I keep warning against. Just two things I've been saying. So there's this, which I've been warning against. Russians saying, okay, we realized we reached the local maximum in how much land we control. Let's consolidate. This is now Russia. We're pretending not to be at war anymore, and this is it. And kind of dare Ukrainians to keep the war going. Which obviously, at every point when they've tried to do this thus far, I think people like Prigozhin kind of launch this idea out into the ether and then say, oh, well, no, they won't stop, so we can't. This is something that I was warning about, after the feint had been concluded, because I thought, maybe at this point Russians will realize, oh, this is the most we're ever going to get, and they'll try to push Ukrainians into basically getting a ceasefire or something, and then be able to consolidate, and not so much push Ukrainians, but push others to push Ukrainians. Obviously, that didn't happen, which is a good thing. So this is just one more attempt at this. This isn't the first time they're doing this. This is just one more suggestion that, hey, why don't we just all stay where we are? Whatever we now have, this is the new situation. This is kind of what they want. The other that I'm kind of predicting is, once they get to almost zero, they declare a victory and they just pack up and go home. There's two slightly different ones. But that's obviously the one that Ukrainians will accept, right? Because they don't want to pursue them into Voronezh or whatever. Who cares about that? Those lands. So, Marcus?
Yes, I've got a little story about jamming. From these
what kind? Strawberry, plum, apricot. Apricot's my favorite.
Well, yeah, indeed. No, it's not fruit, unfortunately. But well, I'll just go with the first one for now. But Russia versus Ukraine and the role of software-defined radios kind of sums it up, apparently. There are still homemade rigs running and learning. This particular guy has expanded his homemade rig to make up for communications gaps as well. And a sat phone is an integral part of that. We run across EW systems and they are always the prime target. This means artillery or drones, or our own very special brand of small ground attack. It is not unusual to find them outposted where they're susceptible to small unit attacks. You just have to make sure that you've got a bug out plan. So basically that confirms what we were saying the other day, Doman, that EW are indeed a prime target. As soon as they find them, they do everything they can to take them out. And that'll be why there's so many radars been blown up recently.
And because it just makes such a big difference to the fight rate. Bearded, how expensive is it? The cheapest, full truck sized electronic warfare radar equipment-y thing? Is that like tens of thousands of pounds, hundreds of thousands of pounds, millions of pounds for the cheapest one?
I think you've got to be talking 7 figures in some way, shape or form. But understanding those numbers which were just given out there, I mean, yes, the high value target list is being used at the moment quite well by the Ukrainians, by the look of it.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to suggest is the stocks of these things by the Russians are far from infinite, right? They are actually very much finite, and they are, on the one hand, really important force multipliers. On the other hand, they're kind of difficult for them to get more of, make more of. They're very complicated things. They're either very new and require very, very specific parts that they need to get from elsewhere, and that might not be easy, or they're quite old and they're well out of production with nobody around who still know how to, solder things together just right so it works. So replacement is kind of out of not an option for them, and they are incredibly important if you want to see and hear what's going on. So it's a big deal losing these.
Yeah, and also I'm just recalling a publication called The Pink Pillow. Anybody who's been on a G2S2 course knows about the Pink Pillow, which is the notional Orbats for what was Soviet forces or opposing forces in the post-Soviet age. But it is pretty much based upon Russian-Soviet formations, and I'm sure EW battalions were at divisional or corps level. And again, those being brought forward to create that sort of information network is very interesting. And any further information on what those types of systems were and how they'd fit into what would be the Russian divisional and corps organizational charts would be interesting to see, as well as their locations, of course.
And I have an MOD report for you, gentlemen, that is heavy on mobilisation talk. We'll go ahead with it, shall we, while I'm here. The British Defence Intelligence Update for the 15th of April. So, on the 11th of April 23, the Russian Duma adopted a law establishing a unified registry of individuals eligible for military service. The key implication of the measure is that in future the authorities will be able to serve call-up papers electronically rather than by letter, removing the one obstacle which has previously allowed some to dodge the draft. With individuals' call-up data now digitally linked to state-provided online services, it is unlikely the authorities will punish draft dodgers. It is likely that authorities will punish draft dodgers by automatically limiting employment rights and restricting their foreign travel. The measures are reported to be coming into force later in the year. They do not specifically indicate a major new wave of enforced mobilization. Blech. Russia is for now prioritising a drive to recruit extra volunteer troops. However, the measure is highly likely to be part of a longer-term approach to provide personnel, as Russia does anticipate a lengthy conflict in Ukraine. So there we go. They're basically saying, oh dear, guys, you're going to get mobilised. Bad times. So basically, yeah, the mobilisation is big talk and big concerns in Russia at the moment. Now, we were talking about EW before, and I said I had this thingamabobber to read out, and I will take you on a little journey. So, here is a day in the life of somebody on the front. So, just between you and me, we went out to test Redacted. The lane we were going to work got filled with Russians, however, trying to flank west, and there was an awful lot of jamming in play. Redacted some more. The Russians are jamming the hell out of a lot in this area now. Not sure if that means they've added volume capability or they just have a plan. It's hard for me to see them doing much here in the forest unless they ramp up with better and more troops and use them well with armour. We're not going to see it. They don't seem to like the mud a lot. To be honest, it's put a dampener on my side as well. It slows us down, but we keep going. It's just harder to get in close with any kind of evac unless it is air and stays in hover mode. So, evacuation by helicopter, which we've not seen any of, but certainly that's interesting. So, I got myself some maritime assault shoes. They have a drawback. The tongues slide down if your feet are wet, and if you take them off, it pulls the sole pad out. I know it's not a huge deal, but damn, it's annoying. They're made to be replaced, so everything's not glued in. Been in after the assault about 6 hours. We've got the mud hosed off, eaten an MRE, took a nap, and I'm now reading a book. It was the battleship Bismarck, a design in operational history, in case you needed to know. So, while we were out, we had to burrow down in the mud for about 3 hours before we could get a clear to extricate. Every one of us come back in looking like we've been on vacation in El Tumuto. I think he means basically that they look like mud monsters. Except all the pine trees make the mud stink. Anyway, I could get through the noise with my sat phone today and my little go-to-hell antenna, so we did have a bit of comms. I was able to find a sweet spot in the direction of the satellite that had a weak waterfall pulse. Sat phones are really good at passing through the noise because they have to be. We set up a Redacted some time ago, anticipating the jamming issues. But we kind of showed that having a directional antenna, even not one tuned for the purpose, is invaluable. I used one of those cheap solar blankets to shield the phone. That also helped. They're trying to do wide area jamming. It's not so efficient in the forest. Thus, the pulse jamming, it allows them to turn their equipment on and off to keep it from getting located so easily. Here, jamming seems to be one of the few things that Russians are good at. Is this a higher level of jamming than previously? Or is it only being noticed because you're working now on new frequencies? We've heard, this is a question, sorry, to the guy. We've heard that JDAMs provided to the Ukrainians have been missing targets due to GPS jamming issues. Can you tell us more? Oh no, it's a higher level for sure. I keep track as best I can, so it is elevated. JDAM can switch to inertial for targeting if GPS signal is fouled, so I don't think that's a massive problem. Do you think the Russians are masking to interfere with the planned Ukrainian offensive? Maybe. My guess is to hide their movements. We'll see how that works, eh? And then they start talking about watches. So after that, they talk about the guy had a big splinter up his nose, and then it's all about watches.
I'm sorry, a splinter up his nose.
Yes, what happened was at one point recently, something got blown up near him, and a piece of tree smacked him in the face. And he got most of it out, but apparently a splinter went right up his nose and got stuck in the soft tissue there. And it took him about 2 weeks for it to come out. So, yeah, nice. These are the things you have to deal with, apparently, when you're in war. Splinters up the nose.
Bloody hell, that's an unexpected one.
Yeah, this guy actually, he talks about sort of the very day-to-day stuff as well. So you get sort of the minutiae of, you know, what he's thinking, what he's, you know, having to put up with, whether his toes are sore, things like that. And I quite like that level of detail. I quite like to sort of, you know, I'm nosy. That's what it is. And so, yeah. It gives me an insight into what they're actually dealing with, and the fact that they all came back looking like mud monsters. You know, we know it's very muddy at the moment, and it's just the sort of thing that they're having to do. They get back and they have to hose everything down, including their guns. You know, they have to make sure that their feet are clean and dry. Just important stuff that you don't necessarily hear the details of, but this particular guy talks a lot about sort of like, you know, very personal, detailed stuff that he has to do to make sure that everything's correct. I particularly liked the last one where he was gearing up to go out, and how they literally shake everything and jump up and down to make sure nothing rattles. You know, seems like slightly ridiculous, but when you're in enemy territory behind the lines, you really don't want something rattling on your body, do you? So yeah, I like the insights. I like the detail.
And it's important, right? It's what not just them, but many others still are experiencing and going through, and this is what they also need to contend with. The easier contending with it is, the more, you know, the better prepared they can be, the better able, both physically and psychologically, they can be to get rid of Russians. Aaron.
Happy birthday, knockers. Do the Ukrainians have any other EW other than those sort of EW guns, or is there any donations or any EW coming other than those EW guns to Ukraine in packages?
Nobody's going to be terribly detailed about that. So unless stuff is seen in videos and images that are widely distributed, it also won't be really discussed. However, I can tell you that a couple months ago, maybe January, maybe February, there was a very large, in one of those US presidential draw-down packages. It was just counter-battery radars. It was possibly triple digits of counter-battery radars. And I had a hunch that is something that they put to good use very quickly. And then the other thing is what Bearden and I spoke about. What was it, yesterday, 2 days ago? The other thing was, I reckon the increase in Ukrainian staking out the special equipment, especially the acceleration of Ukrainians taking out these sort of jammers and radars and the like, I reckon, comes at least in part from Ukrainians being now able to engage some things that they previously weren't able to engage. Does that make sense? So,
a lot of sense.
Right. So one would surmise that they either have ways to avoid what Russians doing, or have an ability to drown out whatever Russians are doing, so that they can do what they're doing, which is great. The methods of it, we'll I'm sure we'll learn in 15 years' time when they're all outdated. It's just my summary of it. But yeah, shall we ask some other people, everybody else in the panel? Any thoughts on that? What might be going on?
Was that question to me, sweetheart?
Yeah, it was to you, to Chris, to Bearded, to Daniel, to John, everyone else. There might be something there.
Well, we mustn't forget the fifth column as well. If these are special vehicles, then they're going to stand out like a set of dog's gonads. So geolocating and having something that can reach out that far to engage could be a possibility.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, right? There's still plenty of Ukrainian civilians behind lines. In some areas, they're completely without any communications. In some other areas, they can get stuff out. And, if, let's say hypothetically, somebody is in Melitopol, sees some weird trucks rolling through that look kind of expensive and complicated, say, hey, weird trucks heading north from Melitopol. Might want to check it out. And then Ukrainians might do a couple of extra drone overflights, spot some weird trucks, be like, yeah, we know what that is, as soon as they set up. No, these things usually unfold a bit, right? They have a bit of a process between parking and being useful, to get all of the little bits and pieces folded out. Then we can probably more easily get to them as well. That's a good point.
Yeah, high value targets vis-a-vis time sensitive targets, always good to watch where they're going if you can get eyes on.
And especially if you can outrun them, right? If you can, especially the jammers, if you can get to them before they start doing anything, then that's particularly effective, I guess.
Well, from a morale point of view, let them go through all that work of getting it established and then hit the button.
In those, I forget what you called it, pink book, something like that. What did it? What fuel did you get? How important did the Soviets or Russians consider their radar capabilities, electronic warfare? Was there a lot of this stuff in it, like a surprising amount, or not, maybe less than you would be expecting?
The Pink Pillow was a fictional publication which gave Western forces a notional enemy that was loosely based upon Soviet Russian forces. So there's a lot of doctrine as to how they would advance and maneuver and the like, and you'd see these electronic warfare battalions being on the main body of an advance, or protecting what they consider to be vital things. So there's a lot of specialized equipment. Once you get beyond the the fighting elements, that is going to be trying to follow up. Obviously, in this case, we haven't seen that sort of maneuver happen. But again, having those equipments, they're going to try and deploy them for a reason, be it to counter whatever we're doing, provide themselves some defense, or to protect something else. Yeah, it's called the pink pillow because when you're on the course, you fall asleep with it most nights. Otherwise, you just don't pass the exam.
Oh, that's tremendous. I tried googling for it. It's very difficult to find. All I find are actual pillows which are pink. It's a part of the plan, right? Make it really difficult to find. Make it to just drown it out with everything else.
Guys, I've got to say thank you so much for all the birthday wishes. I've got so many of them, it's ridiculous. But thank you so much. I've never been so popular. Doman, I have heard this morning that there has been an announcement that there were 2 powerful explosions in temporarily occupied Mariupol. That was according to Petro Andriushchenko, the mayor's advisor. Yeah, I'm not going to get his name right.
Andriushchenko.
Thank you. I'm only on coffee number 1, so pronunciation's going to escape me at the moment.
So yesterday Melitopol, today Mariupol. They're just doing that to confuse you, don't they?
Well, both places are infested with rats, so, you know, target any rats you find, I suppose.
Yeah, true, definitely. No, let's see where it will be tomorrow. Back to Melitopol, to Berdyansk, somewhere else. Who knows? Hard to predict. I'm just curious, Marcus. Do we have a thing up for Peter for today yet? We do, right?
I know what Peter is going to be talking to us about today. Let's just have a little look and see if there's a tweet.
I don't see it.
No. Well, in that case, I can tell you that today's Stories of Freedom, and you're going to have to bear with me a second because it's a few messages back, I'll be honest. So Peter will be talking to us today about a new story of freedom, and I'll just find it. Sorry.
The past 2
Here we
weeks.
go. Here we go. I found it. Found it. Ha ha ha. Today's Stories of Freedom, the Czech Legion, the legendary quest by Czech and Slovak soldiers to fight their way out of Russia and return home, featuring a war train. So there you go. There's your little teaser trailer.
So I'm very excited for this. Do you know why I'm really excited for this?
Do you have personal connections?
No, but I suggested it in well, not that I know anyway. But I suggested it back in December, maybe November, that we should do this, or rather, that Peter should do this particular story, because it's a story that I have long been fascinated by, but also because it's a less than well known story. A period of history that had long fascinated me, and I won't say that I understand it perfectly or anything, but it's certainly something I was very very interested in for a long time before. Is the collection of wars that are usually described with the moniker of the Russian Civil War, but it's far more complicated. It's far more complicated than that, right? It isn't just one war. It was a bunch of wars happening all at the same time. You can't say one side, the other side, and then they fought. No. There were just concurrent wars happening all across what used to be the Russian Empire, and it's very interesting. And this is a particularly complicated component of it, because you had these mostly Czech and Slovak soldiers, not entirely, but mostly Czech and Slovak soldiers, who were soldiers in the Austro-Hungarian army, who were captured by the Imperial Russian army, who tried to make them into a Czechoslovak legion to then fight on the side of the Imperial Russian army in the Pan-Slavic way. I'm not giving anything away. Peter's going to go far more in detail. And then the October Revolution happens. And then who are they? Who are they with? Are they with the Soviets? Are they with the White Russians? Are they with the British? Are they with themselves? And they're stuck in Imperial Russia as the Red Army, pushes the pro Tsarist White Russians back and takes over ever greater bits of territory. So fascinating story, and I'm very much looking forward for a proper rendition of it with Peter later today. And this is good. Right now I can talk about it because he's not awake yet, so it's not spoiling anything. But in what is this? 6 hours from now, in 6 hours, we're gonna have a fantastic. Just a fantastic rendition of Stories of Freedom, one that I've really been looking forward to for many for many months now.
Oh, excellent stuff. So yeah, well suggested, and it does sound like a good story actually, of them having to decide what the heck to do and how to get themselves out of Dodge. Yeah, I'm quite interested in hearing that.
Let's see how it goes. Klaus, good morning. Do you breathe any more easily now than you did a few days ago? Now that there's 15 fewer Russian intelligence officers in the country you reside in?
Thank you. It's so much better now. It's truly, I'm able to move freely around again without being followed by some weirdo. So it's I didn't know they were actually keeping track of all these. Don't know exactly what they are doing, but if they have a Russian passport, they should be quite easy to sort of spot. So that's good that they are finally being expelled. What the Norwegian government should also do is not to allow Russian fishing boats to arrive in Norwegian harbors. They have been doing that for many years, and the reason the Norwegian government says they won't do that is Norway and Russia have a fishing agreement in the Barents Sea where they want to preserve the cod so the Russians don't fish all the cod that is up there. But then again, so many listening equipment is on some of these ships. They have finally prohibited Russian ships to go into most of the harbors, but there are still 2 harbors that they can go into, and they should just be cut off this revenue stream. The Russian government. Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. And we've had Jørgen speak to this several times, right? Jørgen is from the the relatively northern reaches of Norway, places where cod is kind of, I won't quite call it lifeblood, but maybe not vastly overstating it, right? And there seems not to really be a point to this anymore. It's almost as though the assumption is, well, if we do this, then they'll step away from the agreement they've not really been respecting already. So we'll see how the government reacts. But I know that some people here have certainly been arguing for them to change that approach. The only thing special about that special relationship between Norway and Russia is how it's repeating mistakes and ignoring the consequences that it brings.
There were a lot of drone spottings, especially in the North Sea around oil installations of unknown origin. And after many of these Russian fishing boats had been disallowed access, these drones flying around have decreased to almost, we don't read about it any longer in the newspaper. So this is, the drone itself may not be collecting that important information, but it's the doubt that it introduces, since we don't know who is operating these drones, what type of information is it collecting. So it's this part of this pressure that Russia keeps up, trying to sow doubt and fear, and maybe we should just I'm pro-Ukrainian. I wish we would give them more weapons, but there's also some that is maybe lesser pro and might be sort of persuaded to maybe we should just leave the conflict as it is now, since it's sort of in a stalemate. So they are trying on many fronts to give an impression that this won't go anywhere soon, and they might hope for a situation like the Korean War that has not still that is still ongoing on paper. So it's kind of annoying to if that we don't take any clearer stance on the fishing boats. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Chris, go ahead, and then I have some excellent news for Bearded Brit. Chris, go ahead.
Hi, Damon. Thank you. Yeah, I was going to. What was I going to say? Yeah, I was just going to say. I've got a question in a minute, but I was just going to let you know that had some fantastic conversations last week with Ukrainian companies and that about the Ukrainian pavilion at the expo in September. Really, really pleased with those. Got some people meeting up at the RSA conference in America actually in a week or so. So which is rather fun. just introducing Ukrainians and Americans and everything like that to one another. I won't be going myself, but anyway, yeah. So I had a great week last week. Now, listen, what I was thinking about, it was just a little post that I saw about Ukraine and Poland working together, and I was like thinking, yeah, this Ukraine, Poland, Baltics, Finland, and shall we put Romania in it as well? It's going to become a real powerhouse. I think. What do you think? Once we've kicked the Russians out, and that in particular, and that it's like going to basically shift the economic balance further east. Do you think, Dermot?
Slowly, right? So this is what always happens. People say, "Oh, look at how much more quickly such and such country is growing," right? Yeah. But that's in part because there's more space to go, right? It's easier to do that. It's easier to grow, and you have more kind of low hanging fruit to pick up to go forward. What I will say is there's a how to best put this, there will for structural reasons, there are going to be speed ups in how quickly that area grows because of one, reconstruction. That's going to be a big deal, right? Reconstruction of Ukraine. And secondly, because of integration of Ukraine into the local economy. And this is something that Chris, Daniel, and I have been speaking here about for 12 months now. You know how it is, Chris, where you don't build roads that don't lead anywhere, right? Or you don't build railways that don't lead anywhere. Well, that's kind of what's been happening in Poland and in Romania. Southeastern Poland, northeastern Romania, they were never connected nearly as well because all of the investment went into connecting these parts with other parts of the EU, right? And those bits just weren't nearly as important for that. Now, imagine that you have this giant mountain chain, Chris, called the Carpathians. It's not a giant mountain chain. It's not as big as the Alps, for example, not as tall as the Alps. But what it does is it splits Romania into two. It makes it very difficult to get stuff from, say, Bucharest up to Transylvania and then onward to Hungary. Now, it's done now, but historically it kind of separated the country a lot. And it still slows things down. If you're trying to get from Bucharest to Warsaw, you're going to need to cross them twice. Or you could just go around them. You can just go around the eastern flank of the Carpathians through Ukraine. Now imagine, Chris, that there was the standard gauge rail line all the way from Bucharest north to Suceava, and then just went on to Chernivtsi and to Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, and onto Przemyśl, Rzeszów, Krakow, Warsaw, Lublin, wherever, right? That will make a huge difference. Imagine that the roads, you could just drive straight through. Imagine when Ukraine will be in the customs union and you'll be able to just drive straight through. That exchange, that connection isn't trivial. Will it be competing straight up with the blue banana? No, of course not. Not soon. But it will certainly be improving the lives of people in those areas. It will be decreasing the push for brain drain. Many things like that, and it will make a real difference. It will make a real difference. And you're right. There is serious growth incoming. Chris.
Yeah, and earlier this morning, Dome, and I think before you came up and that, we were talking about Turkey, which as we know is a bit flaky, depending on which way the wind is blowing, I'm like, okay, who else do we put into this block, if you like, of countries? Yeah. Because I said, I don't know, I just have this like feeling that, Turkey does have actually a lot of very close relationships with Ukraine, doesn't it? Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah. And so I'm like thinking, that they would be wanting to benefit from all this like economic uplift as well, right?
Always.
Yeah. Okay. Well, fine. Okay, we're agreed. I shall let you get on to your next topic if you want to change.
No, I think this is really important. Daniel, if you want to pitch in to this, I'm sure that Chris would love to, get some more backing for his thinking here.
I would.
Why? Why do you interested about this?
Because Chris likes to know what's up next.
Next will be the base 58. Mikhail Kugarincianu expanded to 10,000 soldiers. This will cost $2.1 billion paid by Romania to make a huge base on the Black Sea. Then is the project about bridges above Danube. Bulgaria want 5. We probably want none, so maybe we'll make 2 or 3. Moldova wants also bridges. We have 2. One is almost, doesn't matter to count it. So we need to make bridges over the Prut. Will be interesting if we make larger bridges on the Prut here near me, because if you get the crossing above Danube at Brăila, which is finished, they need to make access roads and things like that. This will connect via highway, only highway, no railway, from Constanța. And if you make a good bridge here at Galați, you can go across southernmost part of Republic of Moldova. And if Ukrainians can make something in Western Odessa Oblast, would be great. And we'll be connected. Now is in work a highway which is going from Buzău. I can say Buzău is a meeting of Moldova and Wallachia, southeastern or part of Carpathians, where the Orientals go to Meridionals, where the Carpathians make the arm. And from Buzău to Bacău will be made at a highway, who will go to Suceava. From there, you'll probably open some new borders and go with highway via Western Ukraine and connect with Eastern Poland. I think this is feasible to make in the next 7 years. Also, connecting Transylvania Highway will allow to cross Carpathians in Old Valley and Jiu Valley. So going from Brasov and from Sibiu southwards toward Craiova, Bucharest, and finally Constanța. So it's not a trivial project. It's complicated. Also, the first time when I see they're interested of railways. The most important thing is to make a good negotiations first with Bulgarians about bridges, so we can fix the Danube. Because without Danube, I don't know, they are stupid. And I think it's better to use Dniester, to use Prut, to use big rivers inside Romania and connect it with Danube, because most of the cities are put it on big rivers, and you don't need big barges to have good traffic. If you look at Switzerland, how they connect with Germany. And for us, I think economical development in Romania was extremely affected by our geography. Yes, there were some political aspects of communist time when they choose not let Soviet Empire any chance to cross easy Moldova and go to Bucharest in 2 hours, like General Lebed said in 1991. But in my opinion, because it's internal pressure and external pressure, this will be over. Also because strategic, military speaking, when Ukrainians win, you don't have so much trouble about the East, because you consider Ukraine your ally, then all the worries are stopped. About Turkey, it sounds weird, but Romania probably have the best relationship with Turkey from all the countries around. Erdogan was well received by both our presidents. They made a lot, I mean a lot of good business with them. And Turkey usually trusts us and care for us. And they never worried about Romanians. Not because we are weak or things like that, just because even with all the Erdogan shenanigans, we act extremely fair with them and they are acting extremely fair with us. But we are a big market for them, for all industrial, agricultural stuff, for example. They sell a lot of buses in Romania, right? They sell a lot of tomatoes, oranges, lemons, much more than Greece, for example. And it's not our fault Greece is not acting smart. And Turkey relationship with Romania and Ukraine, for them is a bit like a hope, because they don't need to be European Union member to develop and expand their economy. The situation is a bit in limbo in Bulgaria, because in Bulgaria nobody is in love with Turkey. They consider Turkey, I see now Bulgarians focus on North Macedonia, but Turkey was considered always by Bulgarians like a virtual enemy, and is not a legacy of Cold War. It's a legacy of Russo-Turkic War from 1877. Yeah, and I think this will be a bit changed by Polish-Romanian alliance. Also, Bulgarians, past 10 years, they act something like looking at Romania, what Romania is doing to do it also. And I hope we cross that bridge where we're less friendly, because different interests, their interest, let's cross the Danube to go north and west. And for us is, let's fix the Danube so we can navigate from Sulina to Germany and use all this huge body of water like the biggest highway. Must be a bit creative on this, and I think can be used something like, you know, co-interested, player co-interested card. Give the Bulgarians the bridges. Any bridges built together. You cannot build just Romania. But give them the bridges, and then pressure them hard to solve this problem with Danube. Anyone understand how important Danube is? I think nobody understands. But look at traffic on Rhine from Germany to Holland. Look how huge.
From Switzerland, Rotterdam.
Yes, from Switzerland, right. And how much stuff is moved? It's a lot of stuff moved via Rhine. And Rhine is a smaller river and shorter. And if you put this together and forget about everyone's favorite problem, even Serbia, even Hungary will understand how essential it is for them. For example, Hungary developed a lot because they had highways, a lot of highways, much before us. And a lot of them, they cross the country. Yes, it's easier to build in a field like Hungary, but you know, most of the development is this. You can connect very easy with Germany. And Danube will make highways to look like a joke. For example, here at my city is 2 kilometers wide, the river, so it's big. You can move maritime vessels here.
There you go, Chris. More than you ever wanted to know.
That was exciting. Thank you, Daniel. If you could just produce me some plans and drawings, please, for all of these developments and whiz it over, that'd be great. I always like to see it when it's like that excited. No, that's absolutely fantastic. And I think you're right, Dominic, what you said, you know, like, I mean, the thing is, there's going to be like this massive reconstruction project, isn't there, in Ukraine, sort of like at the end of the road, because the road doesn't need to go any further, does it? Doesn't need to go into what's that place? Muscovy? I can't remember. Some small place out in the east there, insignificant. Virtually, you know, I mean, is it even in the G20? Has it dropped? Have they dropped out of the G20 yet?
No, alas not.
Okay, they were, but they will, won't they? I mean, what were they? They were 11th when they started. I mean, they've got to be like 16th or something like that, at least, surely.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I've just tagged you in something there, Chris, and something that will interest you. It's called 10T. It's a big deal. It's from last year, and with that, I would like to ask Bearded Brit to have a quick look up in the nest, because you remember a day or two ago we were talking about that tank in Louisiana.
I will take a peek.
So it's been discovered where the tank is headed, because somebody went there with a camera and took a picture of the shipping label, which, as Mockers astutely observed, was put where? Mockers, where did they put the shipping label on the tank?
They slapped it right on the barrel, of course, right on the gun barrel.
It makes sense, right? Because that's the thing that people are going to look at first, I think. When you look at a tank, where do your eyes go at the... long pokey bit, the business end, right? And I think that makes perfect sense. It makes absolutely perfect sense to do it. If it had a handle, maybe that'd be a better place, but you can't, it doesn't have a handle to move it with. And yeah, so it's heading to Maryland, to the Aberdeen Proving Ground. What I don't get, and somebody would enlighten me on this, is why did they ship it to a Gulf port to go to Maryland? It's not as though Maryland doesn't have, I don't know, harbors that can handle big things. And Aberdeen Proving Ground is just to the northeast on the water, just to the northeast of Baltimore, which is a huge port. So who thought, yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna ship it to Texas or Louisiana or something, and then drive it across a quarter of the U.S. Because that makes sense. I know, Beardy, what do you reckon?
Well, from our deliberations yesterday, we thought it might be going somewhere towards a research place. We just had the wrong location, not Fort Knox, but this proving ground. Availability of a ship going west, perhaps. Cost is cheaper to put it on a low loader and drive it for 2,000 miles vis-a-vis the cost of getting a more expensive freight from Europe closer to Boston or somewhere.
I need to ask Freight Monkey for like a list of stuff going out of Gdynia, a list of ships going out of Gdynia to the US, and how often do they go where. But yeah, it's interesting. Now, more interestingly, what do you reckon they're going to be doing to it at Aberdeen Proving Ground?
They're going to be all over it like a tramp on a bag of chips. That's what they're going to be doing. Updating their records, and feeding that into their weapons systems programs and counter armor programs, I suggest.
So not dismember it, but kind of take it apart a bit, see what's actually there, see what isn't actually there, what can be done with it, what its real capabilities, capacities are, what aren't. Right, that's part of it, right?
Yeah, I'm being rather coy. I'd rather just leave it to speculation than go into anything in detail.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot more to be learned from something like what's that? One of those Krasucha electronic warfare systems being captured. That's probably a lot more interesting from that perspective. But nevertheless, there's still things to be learned off of this. Oh, Gani's writing to me. He says probably to conduct live firings. He reckons another will have already been examined in Europe, but this one might be to test the main gun. And Gani, what's APS? I don't know what APS is. Did you know what APS is?
Most probably armored piercing sabot.
Oh yes, right. Okay, yep, makes sense. Interesting. See what its actual capabilities are then, rather than what the Russians claim it is, because quite routinely Russians tend to misstate a little bit the abilities and capabilities of whatever they have, right? It's not great.
Yeah, no doubt. Once they finish poking and prodding it, they might put a few 120 rounds into it just to see the effects.
Yeah, see what you can do with it, and see how the usual American stuff currently fares against it. I just have a hunch, probably pretty well. Just guessing. Also, something else been spotted. This not in Louisiana, but instead in Italy, Udine. And Udine, or Videm, is a town very close to the Slovenian border in Italy. Quite rather an old city, let's say. And at the rail station, they've spotted about 20, maybe about 24 155 millimeter M109L, the Italian version of the M109, self-propelled guns. Now, Italy's already sent quite a number of these to Ukraine previously, and this could well be the next batch going, which is great. So they used to have hundreds of these in service. The Italians did, and then they started selling them off, and I think they sold quite a large batch to Pakistan, and before they could sell the next one, the Americans stepped in and said, no. You can't go selling any more of these to Pakistan, and then they just had them in storage for quite a while before now they found some better use for it, and said better use being, of course, in Ukraine, which is very good. They're far from the best self-propelled guns around. They're nothing quite as good as a Panzerhaubitze or an Archer. One of these new Caesars or anything like that. However, they are still quality self-propelled guns that can shoot at a high rate of fire, and they're going to be very useful once Ukraine starts conducting offensive operations. And they need a lot of covering fire, and they need a lot of down on Russian positions. So the more of these go to Ukraine sooner, the better it is for when they'll really need to put them into use.
Is anybody keeping a running tally on estimated barrels per side? Has Ukraine reached anywhere approaching parity yet?
No. There's a big difference in the quality of the barrels, though, so that helps out somewhat, both the barrels and the munition, right? But no, Russians have way more barrels than Ukrainians have. You're looking at least double, triple, maybe more than that. So it's not even close. I think it is fair to say. The difference being that Ukraine does have an ever greater number of quite nice Western pieces of equipment that are particularly good and precise and so on, and that makes that makes quite a bit of a difference, as well as German-made barrels, American-made barrels are a lot more resistant than Russian ones, so they don't need to be switched out every 300 shots fired. Or lose any semblance of accuracy, and even at the end of life, the German, British, American barrels are still, far more precise than even a brand new Russian barrel tends to be. So the combination of both of those is helpful. Notably, though, quite a lot of the guns that Ukraine did get from its Western partners as well were Soviet calibers, right? There's quite a lot from the Czech Republic, from Poland, from a couple of other countries as well, that were Soviet caliber guns that were sent to Ukraine as well. One thing that we heard, and I'll close out with this, is that the 105 millimeter towed guns, like the M119s and the L119s from Britain, were really useful for the Ukrainians because they're so mobile and they can just hitch it up to just about any vehicle. You don't need a big truck to tow it, and especially when they were moving in on the right bank of Kherson, it was really easy for them to take them with them not quite as easy as mortars, but kind of is the next thing up. And it was really useful for some of the units that were using them. But yeah, nowhere near parity on sheer numbers. Not near parity on numbers of shells used on a daily basis either.
Okay, thank you. The shift away from field guns towards self-propelled guns now, for maneuver operations, protecting the crews under armour. Yeah, all part of that fourth generation, but a notable shift to cruise under armour and mobility on the Ukrainian side.
Kind of the interesting thing is, what does a self-propelled gun really protect against, right? What it's really made to protect against? It's really made to protect against mostly shrapnel. So in other words, it's made to protect against not 100% super precise artillery counter battery fire, right? That's really what it's really made for. The interesting thing here is Russians seem to mostly be conducting counter battery fire because their guns are so imprecise. They seem to mostly be conducting it with these, for example, Lancet drones. And I wonder how much safer you are actually in an SPG versus a towed gun, because in towed guns of late they've been setting up under these sort of wire mesh fencing encampments, and I think that might be frankly protecting them against the actual threat they're facing, almost similarly to how much an SPG is. The big difference, of course, is when you're on an offensive, right? That is when you really want that tracked gun, ideally, to be able to track exactly right behind the tanks and IFVs and so on.
Well, I guess as part of the fourth generation, having counter drone capability on the gun line is a potential option in that regard. Yeah.
How much more would you prefer to have a let's say an M109 versus an M777?
From my experience, as long as they put the rounds where they say they're going to put them and not put them where I am, I'm just happy.
Yeah, it's all about use cases, right? That's probably the way to put it. But at the end of the day, what you need is ammunition, and that seems to be what they're kind of short on in the big picture. What I keep saying is DPICMs would be really helpful, because especially when countering these large infantry assaults of the Russians, you just need so many fewer rounds to make the same effect. Lighter on logistics, lighter on barrel wear. And those areas are already littered with unexploded ordnance of all kinds, right? From grenades to BMP shells to whatever else. It makes relatively little difference when you have, quality American-made or Western-made cluster munitions.
Well, I guess, as part of the planning, they're going to go through their phases, and they're going to identify this particular phase. We are going to fire predominantly X, Y, and Z nature to achieve a breakthrough. Then we're going to go more into loitering and semi-autonomous ammunition for targets of opportunity. That plan will be weaved in to provide the most appropriate support to the combat forces actually at the contact line.
Thank you, Bearded. And Gunny is writing to me that the biggest advantage of an SPG being operating in a CBRN environment, on top of the counter battery shrapnel protection. Yeah, good. Let's lots of hands up. Let's go to Klaus, then to Chris, and then to Aaron. Klaus.
Thank you. regarding equipment, the heavier it gets, the more the Ukrainian army is using Soviet-made like main battle tanks, etc. But how much Western supplied equipment have actually gone into Ukraine? How much is the backbone of the current forces that are fighting at the battlefront using Soviet-made versus Western-made? Is it 50-50 in terms of howitzers, or do we have any? It's of course difficult to give exact numbers, but is it 1/3, 2/3? Thank you.
No, a minority of barrels in Ukraine on the Ukrainian side are Western barrels. Absolutely a minority. So while Ukrainian partners have delivered some 800 guns of both towed and self-propelled to Ukraine, even those were, about 50-50 Soviet calibers versus Western calibers. Now, some of these are, for example, made in the Czech Republic, right? So one could surmise, yeah, that's probably going to be a better quality of manufacture than your average Russian gun, right? Because I'll just say they're better at it. But that doesn't that would be oversimplifying. Not to mention that Ukraine still has lots of old barrels from its own stocks. Maybe fifth would be Western barrels, and remember that includes about 100, 105 millimeter guns there as well. Maybe more than 100. Not just 155. So it's really a mix. It's really a mix, Klaus. But a whole lot of 122 and 152 in there. Yeah, a very considerable majority still. Chris?
Yeah, Damien, I'm just going to say, basically, if you know where the barrels are, where the artillery is, right, and if you know approximately where the shell supply is coming in, which you probably do, you could probably, within a margin of error, work out where the ammo dumps are going to be. And I don't know what that margin of error would be, but I'm guessing, right, that it's almost just maths, I think. But of course, you can then confirm what you guesstimate with satellite and drone and etc. EW information as well. So yeah, I was just thinking about it. That's all. So somebody can tell me I'm wrong if they like, because obviously I'm not an artilleryman or a soldier. But I just think that you could do it pretty closely. And obviously at the minute we're getting booms. I don't know whether those booms are ammo dumps. Does Mockers know?
I'm told they are mainly logistics type places, airports, what's the other one? Train stations, railways. So possibly stores of ammunition, but no, I think they're mainly trying to hit the logistics routes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, right? Yeah, so obviously you go for what you think are the, well, I don't know what they call them, the source nodes, I'm going to call them, right? But the places where the stuff comes in and is dumped first before it's distributed and that. So I don't know how close they've got that, but I'm just thinking with everything, when you pull everything together, pretty close.
Yeah, yes and no. So simply put, Chris, what the Russians have apparently done after first more precise Western artillery and then HIMARS destroyed their ammo dumps close to the front lines, they just keep the same system. They just have the ammo dump further away, the big one, and it's about 100 kilometers away, so outside of Gimler's range. and they just truck stuff from there more or less straight to artillery positions. So even if you know where it is, if you don't have what you need to hit it back there, what have you achieved, right? Great, you know where it is. Whoop-de-doo. And Ukrainians know for some ammo dumps where they are, I'm sure, in places like Crimea or in where else? In Luhansk, around the city of Luhansk, for example. This is all over the internet, where Russians have storage facilities. So yeah, interesting. But it is what it is, and unless you have something to be able to reach out and hit it, knowing doesn't give you nearly as much good as possible. Chris?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think at the minute, you're sort of they're picking off, what they're sure of. I mean, come the day of the shock and awe, there's going to be many ways of taking out those ammo dumps, right? Obviously, we don't have any special forces in there. No, we don't. Oh, well, none of us have any special forces, but the Ukrainians have special forces, and then there's of course partisan activity as well to add to all of this. So yeah, I'm just like I'm just dreaming and visualizing the shock and awe day. That's all.
Yeah, and I would hope that soon, we will see a spate of things much farther back suddenly blowing up, and then we'll know that Ukraine has something that they haven't really been using before, and that something else might be happening real soon. Bearded, what do you reckon?
I was just going to say, knowledge is power, and knowing where there is an artillery dump, and when appropriate and when available, assigning assets to it is an S2 GA2 G2's dream. You just put it to one side. Yeah, we know it's there, and see how you can integrate that in. And yeah, it's not as good as making a big bang, but there's always a time and a place.
Thank you, Bearded. Time and place, and hopefully a lot more entropy all of a sudden. Edward, very good morning.
Very good morning, Doman, and happy birthday, Marcus. I'm also Aries, Marcus, so I had my birthday 2 days ago, actually. So
and a belated happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you.
The only non-humans we allow here are Shiba Inu, said that. So
come again, Doman.
The only non-humans we allow here are Shiba Inus. So you and your fellow Rams will just have to bow on away somewhere else. I'm just kidding.
Got you. Doman. Yesterday, I saw this. Have you discussed this? Shall we say news report from France 24, pushing Russian narratives about the tankers? No.
Okay, we have not touched on it. I am aware of it, but I have not had a chance to read and listen through it. So if you could also inform us in some detail of what exactly it's about, I would absolutely love that.
I've just read a couple of different tweets. Anton Gerashenko said that they took it down from France 24, but France 24 it's a state-owned news outlet, right? It's like SVT in Sweden or BBC in UK and so on, right?
It's not quite the same. So it's meant to be kind of the abroad-facing face of France. But yeah, it's a state-owned, effectively, channel. Yeah, but it's meant to be facing out of France. It's not what the French people at home really watch and listen to as much. Even though it does broadcast in both French and in English and probably some other languages as well. There's different language versions, but it's meant to be foreign facing. It's kind of like what's a good comparison? I think maybe Deutsche Welle in Germany is a good comparison because it's kind of outward facing, or Al Jazeera in Qatar is similar, right? Because Al Jazeera English obviously isn't for the consumption of Qataris, the 400,000 of them that there are, right? But it's meant for the rest of the world. So this is kind of that's kind of what I'd compare it to. But yes, it's I don't know what's its connection to the usual French, the actual SVT BBC equivalent is. Or it's kind of like BBC World. It's kind of like that, Edmund. Sorry, I confuse things now, and please go through sensible things.
No, it's okay, man. It's okay. It's always nice to hear. But even though they put it down, right? It's quite strange, I don't think that our UK citizens here would appreciate if BBC went to or SVT or NRK or any other, went to and made it. Didn't happen, right? And this is in some way this is quite telling about France in some ways to me. Or what is your opinion about that, Thomas?
Oh no, it's awful. But can you tell us exactly what they did? So did they work with the Russians and embed with a Russian unit? Is that what I understood? These French television people doing?
Yeah, they were actually talking to a tank crew, right? So they were in the tank and talking around it, and I actually haven't actually I haven't seen the clip. I just reacted on it and read what Anton Gerashenko said about it, and apparently Anton says that no mentioning about the that Russians have invaded Ukraine, right? No mentioning about that. Just taking their point there, the Russian point. So that's kind of strange to me. Yeah, and for letting it up and then taking it down, Domen, that's also strange, right? It seems, almost like it is kind of bad journalism, shall we say that? Regretting to put something up and then taking it down again.
So can you tell me this? When was this recorded? Was it recorded before or after, what's his name, Ivan Gershkovich got arrested in Ekaterinburg and then immediately taken to Moscow within hours?
I don't know, actually, because there aren't any links on France 24. But according to what I've read, it was published yesterday. And now I can't find it when I'm talking about it. I can come back to them when I watch it. Is that okay?
Yes, please. If you check my my timeline, I retweeted the thread that includes a bunch of links to it a little bit ago from the Moyavensis. So check it out there. I think maybe you can dig through something, which I can't because I can't talk and listen to something completely other both at the same time. But if it's the reason why I asked is if it were recorded after Gershkovich was detained, arrested by the Russians, that's possibly extra bad because like what were they even thinking? Anyway, I will leave it at that. Let's go to UC.
Hello, guys, and from sunny Finland.
it's the
Those are
pollen time.
words you don't usually hear one after another.
Yeah, you don't. But the pollen time has started, so it means that I'm sneezing all the time and feeling like there is stuff in ears and eyes and nose and everything. So my voice can be a little bit dumpy. But I was listening to the artillery discussion and have been listening to this channel quite a lot. And I was just wondering, have you touched the subject of the offensive of Ukraine? If we think about the artillery shells usage, if 2/3 are Russian calibers and 1/3 is Western calibers 155, 155, yeah. Are they stockpiling, or are they having trouble of getting the stockpiles in? Because I was doing just a little bit of math, and I think they would need about 15 to 17,500 shells per day when they start the bigger offensive. And there's a big rattle here in Finland about the fact that, for example, Patria is one of those producers that have their own nitroglycerin and powder production, but it seems that there's not so many gunpowder manufacturers in Europe. So, what do you guys think about this? Is it going to be a problem? Thank you.
So I'll put it like this. So the details of this obviously aren't very publicly discussed, right? So nobody has the actual numbers to hand. There's a theory that says that Ukrainians are probably stockpiling, and the reason why their artillery has been a little bit less active lately is because they have been holding back a little bit and stockpiling a bit, so not using all that they get. So that's one option. The other option is that, especially when it comes to Western caliber munitions, they will be delivered in greater volume just before the offensive in a kind of dedicated for it. Remember a few days ago when I was saying that, hey, looks like South Koreans and Americans might have listened to me and came to an agreement for South Korea to lend 500,000 shells to the US.
Oh yeah, and it seems that even the US is having a little bit trouble of their excess storage.
Yeah, for sure. But what that means is, there might be 500,000 shells that are freed up in the US for the use of Ukraine, right? And 500,000 155 shells, that would go a very long way to being enough for an offensive, right?
Yeah, that will go like for 3 months, 3-4 months, I think, with that division of Western versus Russian caliber.
Well, yeah, but if you just think of it in these terms, if you dump the 500,000 shells just on the offensive, and probably primarily use Western guns and maybe slightly overuse the Western, slightly more precise guns, but ones that don't break down nearly as much and so on, then maybe that's the way to do it. Now, I keep saying I would really like DPICM shells, especially for defensive operations as well for the Ukrainians, because it would require less use of their guns, so less barrel wear. I think that would be very useful, very important. But yeah, it's definitely a component of it. So the Soviet caliber shells, the Russians have very clearly been planning, or at least planning with the full-scale invasion of Ukraine for quite a while beforehand. And I cannot overemphasize this. When the soon after that, their sort of FSB types and GRUE types started blowing up ammo dumps all over Ukraine. So Ukraine had very substantial post-Soviet stocks, right, or Soviet-era stocks of ammunition, and they just started blowing up. A number of them blew up, but also a number of such ammo dumps in Bulgaria, which had immense stocks,
Exactly, and
because
this
of
was
because
my
of
point later. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
because of what the role that Bulgaria had in the Warsaw Pact, right? And also that one ammo dump in the Czech Republic. They were trying to deny Ukraine access to ammunition from friendly countries. What I will say is that Bulgaria is doing still a tremendous job of supplying Ukraine with Soviet caliber ammunition, as the Slovakia. So between Slovakia and Bulgaria, something like a third, I think, of all rounds fired in Ukraine come from either Bulgaria or Slovakia, something like that. I might be off on the number a little bit, but I remember hearing something along these lines not terribly long ago. So yeah, it's really important, but it's also, I would argue, different types of ammunition for different purposes. The 155s a lot more inherently precise. The barrels are a lot better than on the 122s and 152s. So if you're trying to just kind of deny area, use Soviet guns. If you're trying to do something specific, use Western guns to overly simplify. You see?
Oh yes, exactly, and this is what I was thinking myself as well. That Ukrainians are very sophisticated people. I mean, they can put the Russian ones shooting something different than they use the Western ones for, like you said, more precise aiming and shots. So it will be really, really interesting. The Pentagon papers that I was looking at them myself as well, and they were really interesting in many ways. But hopefully the politicians will make those decisions now, because like in Finland, Patria, it's not a big maker, but I mean, they already started working in 3 shifts. So, I mean, that's more than nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, and that makes a difference, right? That step up in every bit of Europe makes a difference. Yeah, no question. Thank you, Jussi. Klaus?
Thank you. Regarding the French report that it was talked about, I think it was taken down again. I read a notice on Reddit or somewhere. So it's not online any longer. But as I read from the comments, it was, yeah, just pro-Russian propaganda. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Klaus. Yeah, I've put up well, I've retweeted, whatever, a thread that has all of the videos and stuff still in it. So if you want to check it out, Klaus, you can go find it there. Edvard, you're back. Have you been able to watch things and look into it, etc.?
I have them, and to be fair, it's it's one of those classic reports. 90 seconds. The guys interview a couple of the guys, and he says, yeah, my father, fought in the Great War, and I'm proud to defend Russia, and blah 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 blah.
Wait, how old is he?
35, I guess, maybe.
And his father fought in the and his father fought in the Great Patriotic War. So let's put it this way. So in 19. Oh, his grandfather.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry,
I was like, what? How did they? Who did they interview?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be impossible though.
It would be possible, sure, right?
Yeah.
Imagine, there's someone was 18 in 1945.
Yeah.
That means they were born in 1927. This guy is like 35. Let's say maybe closer to 40. Maybe he was born in the mid 1980s, right?
Okay.
So the father could have been like 60 at the time. Could happen. Depends on the health, but it is Russia, so kind of unlikely.
Yeah.
Plausible, it's possible. It's not the most likely. Let's say it's not the most probable.
No, absolutely not. And when they they interviewed the guys, and the standard Russian stuff, really. they weren't afraid of the counteroffensive. Everything can be destroyed, and they wanted to leave, but they weren't allowed to leave. Nothing, nothing mentioned about the invasion. Nothing mentioned about anything really. Just that apparently the T-72 Stoneman is a far better tank than Leopard tanks as well, according to this tanker. So that's good to know, right? And
it's way better.
Yeah, way better. It's way easier to handle, according to this Russian tanker as well. So
no, but Edward, what you're missing is look at how many T-72s have already proven themselves in combat in Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
No, leopards haven't. Leopards are just too afraid to even come out and fight.
Yeah.
So clearly the T-72 is better, right? That I think that's Russian logic.
It probably is, yeah. But we're still missing the Armatas, though. And I miss the Armatas,
Yeah, me too.
But hey, we got the T-54.
But finally,
instead,
did you hear the good news? The good news, Mockers. Do you want to tell Edward the good news from Tuva, from last week?
What, the horses?
Yeah, because he wants the Armatas to show up. So what was the good news?
I can't remember the number, but
3,000.
Oh, thank you. The Tuvan people have donated to the war effort, or to Russia at least. Horses, because we're expecting cavalry charge eventually, and now they've got the stuff to do it.
And to me, it's pretty clear what the horses are for, Edward. They're to tow the Armatas into combat.
Absolutely, and that's great news if you're Russian, right? That's great news. Really great news.
No, it's extra good, right? Because it's Tuva, so they use those slightly lower horses. They're not the really tall horses. They're very strong, but they're lower down. And that's good, because this way, when the tank shoots, it shoots over the heads of the horses and not into the heads of the horses.
Yeah, because you to be honest here, you would feel sorry about the horses, right?
I feel sorry about the horses anyway.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, that's a shame, really. But hey, what are you going to do if you're Russian?
I don't know what they had to do with the horses, though, for the horses to not get spooked by the big explodey thing just behind them. Who knows? And I feel kind of bad for them because of that as well.
Yeah.
I have a question here from an astute listener. Why horses and not camels? Well, it's easy, really, isn't it? Have you ever seen how tall a camel is? The Armata is famously low profile. You need something lower down, otherwise you pulverize the camel, and then what you're gonna do? You're stuck. Seriously. Klaus?
Sorry, Doman. And
go ahead.
The camels, they're not that slim, Doman. They have these puckles, or what do you say in English?
Humps.
Yeah, exactly. They're in the way, right? So what can you do with camels, Doman? Come on.
Yeah, extra high up.
Extra high up, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. Yeah. Also, a question: why not giant ponies instead of small horses? Well, what's really the difference? It's just the taxonomical difference, really, isn't it? Same. It's the same species, right? It's just a taxonomical difference based on size and shape, I think. Yeah, Klaus.
I saw a Russian soldier that had actually captured a Leopard, and it had to be a Leopard 2 because Leopard 1s haven't been delivered yet. But they were unable to bring it back, so they put it in a. Placed it in a swamp, so it couldn't be found. So they couldn't prove that they had actually captured and destroyed a Leopard 2. Regarding the recent leaks, we heard maybe the young fellow that was caught photographing wasn't an intentional leak, but we all know that U.S. is spying on everybody, not just foes, but also friends. So there's nothing new there. But I think that it plays very well into the Russian narrative that Ukraine is not is sort of the defensive. So I think it does sort of it will be an advantage for Ukraine when the offensive will start soon, because the Russian soldiers have sort of thought that well, it's not going to be a very major offensive that Ukraine is able to make. So I think Russia will be in for a big surprise, and it's going to hurt a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. I have found out what the difference in a pony and a horse is, and it is just taxonomical, as I suggested. So the difference is size. For most purposes, this is quoting the sprucepets.com. So if it's true, it's true. If it isn't, it's blame Spruce Pets, not me. They say, for most purposes, a pony is under 14.2 hands high if you ride English, and under 14 hands if you're a Western rider. So a hand is 4 inches, so just over 10 centimeters. So a pony is under about 145 centimeters high. But then they say, pony-sized horses. Some breeds of horses are under 14 hands, and they're considered horses. Examples are the miniature horse and the Icelandic horse. And as I say, it's just a taxonomical thing. But yeah, there we go. It doesn't really matter what kind of equine it is. It's the same species, and makes very little difference. Ooh, Yusi says maybe they gathered deaf horses. That's true, but you will know, you see, that when there's something big blows up next to you, even if you don't hear it, you still feel it, elsewhere, like where you with your lungs and stuff, and it doesn't feel very good if you're not expecting it. Dendron.
Yeah, Roman. So, first let me educate you. So, Icelandic horses, they're a hand tall, Viking hands. And then the next one, how many horses did you say that Tuva had donated?
3,000.
So, how many armatas do they have?
I don't know, about 20.
3. So you need about 3,000 horsepower, right, for those?
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. No, I think depending on how fast you want to go, I think 12 horses are probably enough to tow an armata if it's well oiled.
Yeah, and that's very likely to be the case. So yeah, probably.
Who knows? How many horses does it take to tow an armata? Answers in a postcard, please. Klaus?
I wouldn't know how many horses, but we'll probably see when they have the big parade in Moscow on May the 9th.
Oh, those are going to be seahorses. Good. People paying attention. getting very, very crude strokes. Well done. Edvard?
Yeah, I'm gonna split from the horses now with another question to you, Domen. If you heard, there were some rumors on Twitter yesterday about some town, northeast, about 30 kilometers of Polony being liberated. Did you heard about that, Domen?
I did hear something. I don't know what to make of it.
No.
I mean, it's great if it's true, but yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering because Marfopil, or how do you pronounce it? Maybe some rumors, yes, but just heard about it. I was just wondering if you had any comment to that. But all right.
Yeah, no. The deep state maps doesn't show any changes on that bit of the front line for a very long time now. So I wouldn't be too hopeful around Poloche. Wasn't there something close to Orikhiv as well? Let me see. No, not much really. And I generally trust them with control. You know Daniel, the Swedish Daniel. He's just had the best observation in a very long time. He notes that horse-drawn armatas definitely a step backwards. Even Leonardo da Vinci understood that the value is putting horse inside the tank. You can't do that with an armata. I think he's exactly right. I think that's that's a big oversight. You should protect your propulsion system. Okay, so Edvard, then John, who have you been fighting on the internet? There's a Swedish chap. I don't know what's going on. He used to be with Sverigedemokraterna, I think. What up with him? He wants to take people to a church, I hear, something like that.
Yeah. What up with this guy? It's called Mikael Waltersson in Swedish. He is apparently former defense politician and chief of staff of the Sweden Democrats. I don't know if he is in some kind of position right now. Do you know that, Daniel?
No, he's not.
No, he's not. He's
Why?
He's an incredible tanky. Let's put it that way. And I've been fighting. I've been tweeting him a little bit to poke him, so to say, Dom. And haven't received any answers yet to my latest tweets. But he's the kind of guy who refers to that the debating climate is better in India and Latin America, Domen.
Sorry, say again. What climate?
Yeah, he thinks that we're just poking and banning Russia for all of this. The debate climate is better in India and in Latin America, though. With Latin America, I guess he means Nicaragua, right, or some other.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. The man is insane, obviously. And I told him that India, India is interested in one thing, and that is buying cheap Ural, Domen, from Russia, right?
For sure, yeah.
Yeah. And Nicaragua, well, they voted no to the latest or to the UN resolution, right? The 23rd of February this year, demanding Russia to leave Ukraine.
They've been one of the most consistently consistently tanky voters. Let me actually see. Has Nicaragua voted with Russia every single time? No. So twice they abstained. 15 out of the 17 votes they voted with Russia. Then John.
Yeah, our favorite absolute mannen. He's a dick. I will donate some money for that. Worth it. So, I mean, a few data points on that guy. First, he put up that stupid post at the same day of some tragedy in Ukraine. Well, every day is a tragedy, but you know what I'm talking about. That he's not going to stop drinking Absolute. That's stupid. And actually, I'm going to have one now for the occasion, he said. And then he argued. So I complained about that. I mean, I tweeted back to him quickly. And then he said, well, old liberal, what did he say? Old liberal theory is that trade and relation brings prosperity and friendship. So yeah, that didn't work with Russia. It was tried for 3 decades. It didn't turn out very well. So debunked. And then I kept at him quite a bit. I saw he had he suggested people to come and celebrate the Orthodox Easter with him. Could DM him if someone wanted to do it with him. So I posted a nice picture for the occasion with a Patriarch Kirill without bra in when I was listening to Putin's speech, and then he was extremely offended by that, saying that this is too low, you're attacking people's religions, blah blah blah, and then blocked. Then I found some. Well, actually, knowing him being a social democrat, I was sure he don't take. He takes pleasure in people burning the Quran, and obviously he did that actually. So hypocrite. He also he was kicked out, I think, from Sweden Democrats, Sverigedemokraterna, because he's a Nazi, and he was kicked out for that reason from official positions. That means he still has some positions in the background, I think, for some years. And also in his bio, he says he hates cancel culture. But the first thing he does when he gets some resistance, he cancels people on Twitter or blocks. I mean, I don't care about this cancel culture. It's up to each and every one to do it if they want. But anyway, a big dick.
Wait, so his name is Richard. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that's a Swedish name. Now we know. Thank you, then, John. Also, how did you get that picture of Patriarch Kirill? I thought that he would have not gone out in public like that.
No, that's on the biolabs. But
he's a very stylish man, after all, right? Always takes meticulous care of his appearance, his accessories.
Yeah, of course, Nathan.
You see?
Oh yeah, thanks. Sorry to try to advertise, but I hear that there's a few Swedish guys as well, or Norwegian guys in the chat. So what I'm trying to put up with one Australian nice lady is a little bit of a panel with Swedes, Finnish people, and Norwegian people, just to talk about the things here in the Nordics, including the Ukrainian war and radio things and all that. So if you're interested, please just follow me. I don't have that many followers, but just send me a DM or whatever. So we're trying to put up a panel and start talking with the Nordics. Thank you very much.
Are you trying to sneak in on array of surströmming jokes? Because that's not going to go down well.
No, I mean, to be quite honest, I like surströmming. It's not too bad. There are
Exactly.
weirder
It's not too bad.
there are weirder things in Finnish nutrition palette than surströmming, which comes from Sweden. I can tell you for sure. And of course, also Danish is always welcome as well, because it's the
Control the sea axis.
yeah, and it's the old calamari union. The guys from the north. So I think it will be nice to have a discussion between the Nordics about all these things. It will be quite delightful, in my opinion.
We could invite some people from Viborg as well, maybe. Don't know.
Yeah, why not? I mean, ex-Finnish territory. So why not? That would be great.
Can I say something? You said when you said Kalmar Union, it almost sounded like calamari. Do you know what a great irony is?
Please
I
tell me,
don't know.
tell me.
I don't know about Sweden. I don't know about Finnish, but I know that in the other, in the proper Scandinavian languages, the word for squid, octopus, and cuttlefish is the same.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which makes no sense whatsoever for countries surrounded by the sea, and not realizing that the cooking methods would be completely different for each of these. And just call them, it's blackfish, black sprue, or whatever. It's not very sensible, is it? It's very frustrating to some of us.
But I mean, the thing is with this Nordics is that we've got quite sophisticated system when it comes to electricity and all that. We're quite self-sufficient. Sweden is a bit ahead of us in renewable energy and all that stuff. So it will be great to have a panel just to put a little bit of a closed circuit of us Nordics and start talking about things, because Finnish people are really different from Swedish. And then again, Norwegian are a bit different from Swedish, and of course Danish are different as well. So it would be quite nice to have that kind of a discussion and see what comes out of it.
Oh my, Daniel?
Yeah, I don't like that you make remarks on our names of sea animals. I mean, we don't have any of those in the Baltic Sea. If we had, we would probably have like
no, but in the Atlantic is full of
and they would be served fermented, right?
The damn Atlantic's full of them.
Yeah, is it that far up?
Yeah, I mean, let me put it this way: your people used to control everything from Normandy to Sicily to lots of bits in between. How did they not figure out the difference? I'm starting to question these culinary traditions here, Daniel.
I didn't catch that.
I said your peoples, right, used to run everything from, of course, Sweden, Denmark, but also Normandy and Sicily and all sorts of places. So how did they not figure out the differences? And I was really starting to question this whole Nordic culinary tradition.
Well, I don't think they have already set the name before they got down to invade the rest of Europe. So I think, but I mean, it's a genius name because it sort of includes everything. Bläckfisk, it's ink fish. It squirts ink. Yeah. So if it squirts ink, it's a bläckfisk. It's easy. Still, I think if we had them here, they would be truly fermented and vile.
Oh, you can ferment squid. I've had fermented squid.
Yeah, anyway. But just to give some clarity, I mean, calamaric union was made in 14th century, so it's like when the Nordics started doing stuff together, and it was actually named by the town called Calamari.
I still think that you're saying calamari. It's Kalmar, right?
Sorry about my pronunciation. I know that you're quite exact. Yeah, calamari. Yeah, or calamari.
Goodness. And
just ask our Nordic friends. So I've noticed that Perron seems to be almost a feeling of Thor, the god of lightning, and knowing a little bit about Ukrainian history, it seems the Vikings came down that big river and settled a lot of it very early. Is Perron at all a Nordic god, or do you think it's just been sort of changed and so forth in Ukraine? I'll step down. Thanks.
I can kind of help. It's not just, but there's rough equivalents, right? There's a sort of a thunder god in many of the old pantheons, because thunder was really imposing, and therefore, of course, it was somebody high up who would run the thundery bits. And now, in some cases, like the Greek case, the thunder god was the main god because the thunder was the most imposing thing possible. Whereas in other cases, like the Slavic pantheon and the Nordic pantheon, it was a little bit, it was kind of the second guy. But no, it's not the same. But there's rough equivalents. There's rough equivalents, you can say, but it's not that one came from the other necessarily. Edvard?
No, the thunder god in the old Nordics is called Thor, right? Or in Swedish, it's
yes.
Thor. Yeah.
So that's it, right? So Aaron was asking about Piorun because there's a Australian guy on the internet who does lots of videos who's call signs Piorun. But and he was asking if there's any connection direct between Piorun and Thor, because they sound kind of the same. Not the word for it, but the description. And they are, because they're both thunder gods. Daniel?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, and we'll probably have all other Swedes sort of jumping my case now, but the Nordic gods are derived from the old Greek gods. Before the time of the Vikings in the 9th century, there were already people traveling quite far with boats from the Nordic countries. So it wasn't like in the 9th century people decided that now we're going out with boats and we're going to conquer the rest of Europe. It was sort of a gradual thing. So they had been traveling all the way down to North Africa with boats for centuries or even more. So they were most probably influenced by the religions down in the Mediterranean Sea and brought that back and then made their own version. There's a lot of similarities between them. With that, I want to say it's not original. It's very few things that are.
Yeah, that's you can say it's very derivative. However integral part of society it was. Edvard?
But hey, when speaking about Perun, I want to give him a shout out because he's meticulous and very interesting. So if you haven't checked it out, go and check out his YouTube channel. It's good stuff, I think. What do you think, Doma?
I don't know, because I never actually watched any of it. Because I don't have the time to go on YouTube and spend an hour and a half watching something. No, I'm aware of Perun perfectly fine. I just don't have the time to actually go and listen to something for an hour and a half on YouTube. I just don't. That's the problem with it.
I hear you, Doma, but I think it's good. So check it out if you have the time. Doma doesn't have the time, but if you do have the time, check it out.
There's another one called the Red Line, which is also another Australian.
That's a podcast that I'm aware of.
That's also very good.
Yeah, and they did a pretty good episode on the CSTO collapsing. See, that I sometimes do have time for, but actually watching something I don't. Sometimes I do take time. I think for about 30 hours in the last year, take time out to listen to a couple of podcasts. Usually when I was in a plane and there's no internet service. Chris.
Before I found MriyaReport, I used to wait for the latest Perun YouTube desperately. I was always desperately waiting for the next one. I mean, you know, he definitely is worth looking at and listening to. Very interesting.
You see?
Yeah, I mean, high recommendation from me as well. I've been listening to Perun since the start of the war. I drive quite a lot during in my work, so I mean, the way he puts out PowerPoint presentations, I would have never ever thought about myself that I would be so intrigued about over an hour-long PowerPoint presentation. The way he uses humor and being very on point with his facts, and he checks quite a lot of these things, so it's not like propaganda. I highly recommend him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. See, Chris.
Yeah, back then I didn't know Thomas Tyner, Doman. I've only found Thomas Tyner through MriyaReport, but he is a bit Thomas Tyner like, actually. If that gives you some idea.
Yeah, very good. No, I know, you know, a lot of this stuff secondhand. Because people come here and say, "Oh, you know, I heard this, I heard that, I saw this, I saw that. What about this? Could this be right? You know, how is this?" And I get it. It's all a part of it for sure. Yeah. And I'm sure it tends to be pretty good. No real surprise. No real surprise. All right. Legit login. What is it? Legit login name? Go ahead.
Hey guys. So I was looking through some of the leaked documents, and one of them happened to mention, which apparently was a FISA related document. It mentioned that Putin was undergoing chemotherapy in early March, or would be undergoing chemotherapy in early March. And I don't know why that's kind of underplayed in the media right now. That seems extremely significant, especially if it was a FISA-derived piece of intelligence. I didn't know what everybody thought about that.
Yeah, so, okay, I'll put it this way. Putin has been said to be very ill for many years now, since at least 2013, but possibly about 2007 or so. And if he had, honestly, if he had a tenth of the illnesses that he had been credited with, and still been alive, he would have been a medical miracle about 17 times over still. And this is where I'm fundamentally skeptical of all reports that come in that say he's very ill. Even if it is a part of the leaks, and it's not a part of the leaks that have then been, you know, edited, it could well be a piece of counterintelligence. Now, the real question is, what if it is true? What if it's actually true that he's undergoing chemotherapy? What information does it give you? How does it change what you do going forward? How you act with regards to Russia, with regards to the Russian invasion of Ukraine? Should it change the way that the collective West approaches it? Or does it not actually make a difference? And I'm leaning towards the latter. No, if anything, it might make things. It might be a way for and the reason why I think it could be a part of counterintelligence is, yeah, let's deal with this first. The reason why I think it could be a part of a counterintelligence operation is because of how this has been used and how messaging around it has been done in both Russia and in Ukraine and many other cases. It's been sort of used as a way to instill at the same time hopefulness in those who don't like Putin and who don't want Putin to be running stuff, because they think, oh, just a few more months, and then the bad man is gone, right? But at the same time, what that's been doing was actually suppressing dissent. There's a couple of interesting writings on that I read some years ago. I can't remember who it was by, but the thesis that was put forward was, look, if you keep thinking that what can we call it, absolution is near, you don't actually care to try to change that much, right? You don't try as hard to change whatever is there. And I think that's a big component of it. And I think this is why they've been launching these stories about, oh, he's ill, he's that, he's this. Also because they know that they only need to launch them very slightly, and then there will be lots of media outlets that will pick up on it, because it's a very easy clickbaity title article to write. So how does it change what the West does? It doesn't really, because if Putin were to die of natural causes, then it's very likely, exceedingly likely, and I'm sure somebody's going to bring up the Death of Stalin film soon, but it's exceedingly likely that the outcome would be, it all gets kind of hushed up for a bit, a new guy gets installed, who's basically like Putin, very similar indeed, and nothing else happens. And you just continue as everything went before. It's just that the guy who's now in charge isn't called Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, but it's called something else. Maybe Patrushev's son takes it, or somebody, right? Does it really make a difference? No. And this is where I just don't think it's particularly interesting. So I shall now bounce this back off you, legit login name. What difference do you think it actually makes? Let's assume that he is ill. What difference does it make versus him not being very, very ill?
Well, in the context in the document, it was specifically a commander, a Russian commander, was essentially trying to throw an offensive, basically undermine Putin, which seemed kind of extremely relevant. But I don't know who would take over in that instance if Putin. Let's pretend Putin had pancreatic cancer, and in 2 weeks he's dead as a doornail. I don't know who would take over or what would happen. That seems like total chaos to me. But in the context of the document that was leaked, it was essentially saying a Russian commander was essentially trying to throw an offensive when Putin was undergoing chemotherapy and couldn't meddle in the plans. That was the context of that document.
When you say throw an offensive, do you mean like executed poorly, like throwing a basketball game?
Yes, sir. Correct. That's how it was worded in the paragraph. So that's how I took it as well. But yeah, I'm not going to link it because people that actually have clearance shouldn't look at those documents. I don't have clearance. I've never had clearance. I'll just, I'm just a layman. I'm a regular Florida man.
I'm sure it will be in the New York Post within the next week anyway. It's
fine. There have been a couple. If you Google it, there have been a couple reports on this. So I'm not just a crackpot, but no, it exists. It was in those documents that were leaked, but it has definitely not been a focal point. And to me, this is the first time I've seen it. I heard rumors of it a year ago, reading just reports, but this was the first time I saw it from an American source that I thought that was kind of relevant.
No, but you saw it a year ago because I'm presuming that you started paying attention a lot more to, let's say, Russian affairs about a year ago for obvious reasons, right? But anybody who's been tracking this for a long time will have been seeing these reports for a decade. And this is what I meant when I said, if he actually survived the 10th of the illnesses he's had, he's a medical miracle 17 times over. And I was serious because he's had about 75 different cancers now, on top of a whole host of degenerative diseases.
Parkinson's, I think, was the first thing. Was Parkinson's, right? That's the first one I remember. People
Yeah,
claiming
it's a whole list. It's
Yeah.
everything. He's had cancer everywhere, several times over. It's amazing. He's still alive.
Anyway, I just thought it was a interesting point that I saw in the documents that said they were marked FISA. So FISA would be derived from recordings from the foreign intelligence. I forget the acronym, but yes, supposedly very, very sensitive intelligence gathering. And I just thought it was very interesting. It didn't say whether or not it was accurate. It basically said the Russian commanders were under the impression that that was going to happen. So maybe they believed it to be true. Whether or not it was true, I don't think it actually validated that. But that seemed important to me. That seemed very relevant, and I just hadn't really seen, Washington Post hadn't really picked up on that, and neither did the New York Times.
Yeah, now that is interesting. Is it true or not? We don't know, but we're pretty sure that the Russian commanders think it's true, and that now brings a whole host of interesting consequences. Then, John?
Yeah, a few points on that. So first, Doma, I mean, we heard of all these different diseases and near-death experiences. But I mean, the longer we hear about it, the more likely it is as well, right? Because it's getting older, so it's going to happen sooner or later. But then number two, I think it will have big impact if he dies. Okay, it shouldn't have any impact on how Russia is dealt with today, because that should be full speed ahead, nothing else, not depending on this. But if he dies, I think it will have a big impact, because on this space we've been discussing this topic that Putin is in total control. He's keeping his lieutenants fighting each other so he can keep his power. So meaning, if that is true, then it's also true that if he goes, then who will take over? There will be infighting and chaos, which could do nothing but benefit Ukraine, because a lot of focus will be pointed on the internal fighting. So that's my opinion on it.
To an extent, yes, but when you say, "Oh, Putin is in control," it's not him alone, right? It's not like a solo act. It's a system. It's a system of Siloviki, right? It's a system of these intelligence types who together are in control, who together jointly run stuff. So I think that I don't know. I think that's important to note and mention here. And I think it's pretty clear, roughly who will take over. One of those guys, somebody near and around Patrushev, basically. Then, John?
Yeah, no, obviously it's not him alone. There's someone behind him, obviously. But nevertheless, there are people who are upset with this, not because they think it's bad to genocide Ukrainians, but because it's impacting their pocket, right? So this will be kind of a I don't know, quite a trigger point for. It could be a strong trigger for someone trying to take power to end this shit, because they want to try to get back to making loads of money again.
Could be. People kind of used to a certain lifestyle don't like it when they can't sail their yacht in the Mediterranean, because it's apparently it's kind of nice. I have no idea personally, obviously, but and you're right. There's potential. There's space for that, but how likely is it to then actually happen? the other bit we need to kind of work through. I also keep questioning what are the timelines associated with each of those. Some of the timelines are much more short term. Some other timelines are markedly more long term. What do I mean by that? The guy who will replace Putin whenever Putin leaves, assuming there's no a Russian Federation left, how long is he going to be about? He going to be about for 6 weeks, 3 months, a year, 2 years? I keep forgetting what the guy's name is. If we have any Portuguese people, you can come and tell me what was the general who was kind of nominally in charge of the captains after the Carnation Revolution. The guy whom I forget who the other guy was, Salazar's successor, kind of handed the keys over to, because he didn't want to hand them over to just the captain. So they had to bring this old general who was a part of the foreign officer observation contingent in the German siege of Leningrad in the Second World War. I forget what his name is. I'll go look it up if nobody comes and tells me. But you know, he was kind of around for a few weeks, a few times over. He did a coup against himself afterwards. Is he the most kind of representative? Is the guy who's actually gonna, you know, run the place in the long term, or at least for a few years after that? Is it gonna be the same guy as the guy who takes over? Yeah, probably not. So that's the other component that I think needs to be touched upon. You know, how related is the one really to who runs it in the medium long term? Yeah, Daniel.
Was that Estado
Yeah.
Novo?
Estado Novo is the name. No, Estado Novo is not a person. Estado Novo was the name for Salazar's regime, but that wasn't a human.
I have to sort of. We don't know what would come after Putin. It might be someone that uses the demise of Putin, or the death of Putin, to say, sort of blame the wrongdoings on him and say it's better for us to get out of Ukraine. It could be, but at the same time, you could get someone that is more competent and sort of replaces some of the parts of the military leadership that is just there for being loyal and not being competent, and then suddenly maybe they can actually do more progress in Ukraine, and that's something we don't want to. And though it's a little bit like when we're talking about the breakup of Russia, and though I am quite a fan of having Russia been broken up in many pieces, I reluctantly have to agree with you, Doman, that it's really not that good, because we can't affect it. We can't do anything about it. If it happens, what happens, and we can't do something about it. So it's not really something we should strive for and wait for, because the best thing to get Russia out of Ukraine is to arm Ukraine and make them kick Russia out instead. That's the most sort of reliant way to go.
Yeah, exactly. This is the other bit, right? Is there even going to be a Russia, or how many Russians? Thank you, Mr. M. Yes, Caetano was the guy who succeeded Salazar, and then Antonio de Spinola was the general who was the observer at the siege of Leningrad. It's a fascinating story, actually. You know, it wasn't all nice, obviously, but it's a fascinating story. Portugal in the 1970s, and how quickly, you know, how many coups there were, and then how quickly the situation stabilized. Shockingly, not that much longer afterwards. And I think that's as soon as Silva took over, basically. But it was pretty fascinating. Anyway, doesn't really matter. I won't distract everybody with what was going on 49 years ago. And then John, please.
Yeah, but being able to control the fate of Russia. Yeah, like I'd love to see them break up, but then again, what would that mean? But something needs to go. But actually, I think there is a possibility to predict the outcome or steer the outcome. that would be to stop the support of Ukraine and even stop supporting Russia, which is obviously very, very unlikely, but it's something we need to make sure doesn't happen. So we need to keep the pressure.
Yeah, 100%, right. And this is honestly, perhaps for Ukraine, it's more of a danger if somebody like that were to take over, because what does it actually mean? What would it actually lead to, right? What would it lead to concretely? Would there be pressure on from someone outside? I don't think there would be at this point, but it's plausible. Why do you need to beat them so hard? Maybe if you play nice now, maybe we can have this nice regime in Russia. I don't believe that for 1 second to be likely or to be true. So yeah. ID.
So I'm just going to throw some information out there without any real answers, but consider it brain candy for thought. Within U.S. government, at least that part of the West, a fractured Russia is actually very concerning. Where diplomatically you only have to work with a single entity or a centralized entity when there are matters concerning, especially nuclear arsenals. And then in the event that there's a fracturing and it breaks down to the states, that could be very problematic. Now you have various factions and we'll call them ideologies, if you will, that may be dispersed across that land, with each group requiring their customized diplomatic interface. So yeah, no answers, but some brain candy to consider.
Yes. What I'll say to that is, that is part of what I think is actually holding back a lot of Western countries from doing everything to support Ukraine and winning as quickly as possible. Because there's kind of, but won't we be faced likely with a 1990 situation with a number of different people in control of fissile material? And I say fissile material because, again, most of those wouldn't be able to actually, use the ballistic missiles with the whole thing, but there's still stuff inside that they can, dismantle and sell to Iran or something like that, right? That's probably more of the problem. Or another dirty bomb scare. Remember the 90s? Remember the dirty bomb this, dirty bomb that? The R instead of N, let's say. So and now, this time around, the Budapest Memorandum obviously didn't work out very well. There's no one's gonna fall for another one of those again. No, and I'm not saying that that's a good thing. I'm just saying, well, nobody's really gonna fall for one of those again, depending on what the situation is. And yes, Ukraine was in a really bad situation at the time, and we needed whatever they could get. But still, it's complicated. The problem is that I don't think that any particular action by anyone in the West with regards to supplies of stuff to Ukraine makes any particular outcome vastly more or less probable. And this, I think, is the failure in their analysis, right? I agree that it's likely to happen. I don't think that whatever is done to stop Russia and Ukraine, however quickly, however slowly, with yes planes, no planes, lots of tanks, few tanks, 100 Bradleys, 2,000 Bradleys, I don't think any of those decisions, attack them, not attack them, I don't think any of those decisions, or even any compilation of those decisions, make it particularly markedly more probable or less probable for a disintegration of Russia, violently or peacefully, to take place. And I don't think it changes the timeline of it particularly. I don't think it certainly changes any of that very predictably. It might change it, but it doesn't change it in a way that you can now sit back and say, well, if we do this, this is going to follow. or this isn't going to follow. There isn't that level of predictability with it. And I think that that's the real failure in analysis fundamentally. It's not that it's not a danger. Yeah, sure it is, but it's wrong that it's causing paralysis. It's wrong that there's the assumption of, oh, but if we do it just right, we will get it right, and then we will not have these problems, or we won't be blamed for whatever might happen. I think that's the real issue. Another bit of the problem is that, whatever happens, whatever bad will happen, and there will be negative externalities to almost anything that will happen later on in Russia, regardless. Remember though, even if you just let Russia win in Ukraine, which Ukrainians won't let them, but let's say hypothetically, everybody abandoned Ukraine last year, Russia won in Ukraine, would that not have massive negative externalities as well? Yeah, it would. Everything has massive negative externalities when you talk about Russia. No, so just stop caring about those details, because it's not worth it. What's worthwhile doing is making contingency plans for mitigation. And what you should be doing now, if you're, the chief of staff in the Elysee Palace or a similar place, kind of start planning out mitigation scenarios. Decide on what you're going to do in case of A, B, C, D, E, or F scenarios happening. That's the really important thing to do. Mitigation scenarios, detailed ones, so you know what you're doing, so this doesn't catch you short. Agree on these with the Americans, the Brits, the Germans, the Poles, etc. Because that's really important. The Japanese, absolutely. That's really important to have in hand. Be prepared, but let this not dissuade you one bit, because that would be a really bad move. I'll kind of leave it at that. Oh yeah, one other thing. I think psychology of people who run countries is kind of playing into this as well, because they tend to be, quite intelligent people. They also tend to be somewhat of control freaks. They like to think that they have a lot of power and that they should always know what is going to happen. But that's just not how the world works, and it's difficult to explain to people of a certain psychological type, one which would, likely want to run a country, that no, they can't predict, no, they can't control, this is out of their hands, and yes, they will be blamed for it, because that's how democracies work. For example, in every country, leaders in Europe got, in every individual country, leaders got roasted pretty much for whatever happened during the pandemic, or whatever decisions they were taking or not taking. But if you just looked at the graph, in every country, it kind of went through cycles. Every few months, there was a peak in infections, and then a lockdown, and a drop in infection, and a peak in infections. So, except in Finland, because people in Finland social distanced to about 6 meters in normal times anyway, so it was a bit easier. That was a joke. Don't write to me. It was kind of irrelevant, right? Or in every country during the big recession, the financial crisis, there's complaints over, what the government was doing. It was like, yeah, most of this, frankly, in most smaller countries especially, which is kind of the fact of the environment. Same goes for inflation now. No, you see leaders in individual countries, be blamed for high inflation. Well, actually, the secret is, frankly, the Prime Minister of Slovakia can't do that much about the high inflation in Slovakia. He might be able to affect a few percentage points up or down, but the fact that there's double-digit inflation, that's just kind of how the world is right now. The Prime Minister of Slovakia can't do anything about it, but he still gets blamed for it. Just to give some examples, I'm not picking on the Prime Minister of Slovakia. Hagen's doing a perfectly fine job, as far as I'm concerned, or passable anyway. Just to really cover some of those bits. Sorry for the long diatribe. Chris, you have something to add, I trust.
Well, not much, Toma, because you've said it all now, mate. But nearly. But I just think it's a sort of like ridiculous thing to say, really. That I mean, I sort of understand people being worried about it, but the Russians have worked to divide and conquer us. We've worked to divide and weaken or conquer them, and then when it actually happens, people start panicking about it. I just like, it's a bit weird, isn't it? So personally, just for me, I'm not worried about it at all, right? I hope they collapse. I particularly hope they collapse because of internal pressures, because even though they'll blame that on us, actually it'll have come from internally, which I think is what, which is basically what you always say, isn't it? Like, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but let them stew, let it all break apart. But we're not going in there to sort it out, like, basically, or to make it happen. It will happen if it happens, and I think it will happen. And if it does happen, and that, they'll be weaker and easier to handle. And of course, there'll be lots of countries that don't really want to be in Russia, or influenced by Russia or controlled by Russia, who'll be free. That'll be a bonus, won't it?
Yeah, sure. And it's complicated. How does it look like when it looks like? Who do you talk to? A lot of the time, the interest is, and you could observe this when Yugoslavia was disintegrating, part of the interest was in just keeping the country together, just so they know who they're talking to. And there was a big kind of fear in many high political circles across Europe. Oh, but like, who are we gonna be talking to next? Who are these people? And shouldn't the whole place just stay together? Can't we just hold it together? Especially in Britain and France, I think the interest for that was quite high. Chris?
Yeah, but and that's right, isn't it, Dome? Right, it's fear of the unknown, right? And obviously, yeah, it is a little bit scary in that. But we've got to move forward, because somehow we've got to get them to move forward. Somehow we've got to get Germany on them and basically, like, destroy the place and then force it to be rebuilt. So therefore, there is only one other option if we want to move forward, isn't there? It's just got to happen. And like, as you also said, all we can do is try and obviously we are pretty good at this. All we can do is like try and have a plan A, B, C, D, E, and F, and hopefully one of them will work.
Exactly. It's all mitigation preparations are what's key here. You see.
Oh yeah, thanks. Coming back a little bit to the NATO expansion into Finland, and it vaguely goes into this conversation. Now that Finland is in NATO, and when you think about Russia, and when you think about St. Petersburg, and then when you think about the Åland Islands that we have here in Finland, that is actually a demilitarized zone, according to the 19th century done pact with the Warsaw Pact as well. None of those countries.
Okay, so sorry. You can't say this. You can't say 19th century pact with the Warsaw.
Sorry.
That makes no sense. Let's be clear on what.
1853. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Sorry.
56.
56 or 53.
Yeah.
Anyways, and so basically what it means is that the Åland Islands. If you take a peek into the map of Finland, and you can find this. On the far left, going to Sweden, you can see this formation of islands, and they actually have a Russian embassy there still today, controlling that there is no military action or activity in the islands. And okay, this will change in future years, not even if in a year. But then when you think about Sweden coming to as a NATO member as well, then you need to look at the island of Gotland, which is a big thing as well. And why this is quite a big of a thing for NATO and a very bad thing for Russia is because 2/3 of their marine traffic comes from St. Petersburg. And if there is a conflict with NATO, I mean, basically, NATO could strangle Russia immediately with Sweden in the alliance, and Åland being militarized as well. And the funny thing, just to give you an idea about how the thing works here in Finland, is that Åland is autonomous. They have their own flag, but they still belong to Finland. And what the Åland people say is that Finland needs to defend Åland if there is a conflict. But then when we finish, people say to them that, okay, can we prepare something that, we will come over there and ensure your safety? They say, no, you cannot come over here because, the pact from 1856 or 53, you cannot come here. And then there is the Russian embassy that says, no, you finish, fin jävel, you don't come over here. So it will be really, really interesting to see how this plays out when Sweden comes to NATO as well, and if Åland will be militarized. So this was, and when you think about the South and the Gulf of Finland and the East Sea, and then when you put your eyes into the North, now that Finland is in NATO as well, it has a really big part in those naval sea areas for Russia. So they really can feel the pain now. Thank you.
Yeah, so as more countries join NATO, of course, it's worse for Russia, especially around NATO Lake North, right? Let's clarify some stuff about Åland, because I think it's important. First of all, Åland, even though it starts with an O sound, it's the one with the A with the little circle on top. If you've ever done, if you remember high school chemistry, like Arrhenius law or Arrhenius equations or Ångström's, the same thing as that, like an A with a circle on top. That's not the same as Öland, which is a different island, which is next to Sweden, and is actually Swedish, and that they're famous for particularly good wheat. So different places, but that actually has an O with a dash through it, or an O with 2 dots on it. Different places. What Jussi's talking about is Åland that has that starts with an A with a little circle. Let's clear that up first. Secondly, the Treaty of 1956, following the Crimean War, the demilitarization at the time was assured by Russia, right? At the time, Finland was ruled by the Russian Empire. It was a grand duchy within the Russian Empire. Åland Islands were controlled by Imperial Russia. It wasn't so much a treaty as it was Russia saying, yes, and we promise that we Russians are going to keep our military off of this bit of land that we control. The situation with Åland now doesn't have so much to do with its demilitarization following the Crimean War, but 2 things later on. First of all, the 19 someone tell me 1919, 1920, 1921, 22, 23, then about
I think it was
there was a
or...
Thank you, Daniel. There was a treaty kind of between Finland and Sweden, because people in Åland, while it's a Finnish territory, are largely Swedish speaking, about how Åland is going to be treated. And it basically said, Åland is not going to be done the same way as it would be otherwise, and it won't be treated like a normal bit of Finland. It's going to have greater autonomy. They'll be not have to serve in military and so on. It was then later, after the Winter War, in the treaty then, when Finland said, yes, and we're going to demilitarize Åland so we don't have to keep fighting this war, before the Continuation War started. So that's a separate one. So that's why it was demilitarized by Finland. The thing is, the counter-signatory to that wasn't Russia, it was the Soviet Union. Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore, and now that Finland is under the nuclear umbrella, they might well kick the Russian consul out of Mariehamn, the biggest city on Åland, and hopefully they will soon. And yes, the Russians are screwed. On that point, Daniel, please go ahead, and then Daniel, you and I should talk about Gotland and why Russians are really interested in taking over that.
Okay, I'm in a place where I have a lot of people here.
That's
so
okay.
You have to tell me if it's hard to hear me. I just wanted to add a sort of fun tidbit to the history of Åland. It was actually, I think they had a referendum in 1922 where the people of Åland decided that they wanted to be part of Sweden, but that the legal nations, or whatever it's called, legal nations, decided that would decrease the Swedish-speaking minority in Finland would be so small that would sort of have an effect on their position in Finland. So it would better be that Åland stayed with Finland. And actually, Sweden was actually offered Åland in the Crimean War, because the Crimean War was not just fought in the Crimean, it was also fought in the Baltics, and Sweden actually weren't really that neutral. We helped Britain. They had a big navy stationed just north of Gotland at the Gotland. There's still a lot of graves actually from British sailors there. And we were offered Åland since it was Russian at that point, but we declined because that would it was thought to be a little bit more too blatant of a deviation of our neutrality, and it was put us at risk with Russia trying to take it back later on.
And now, Daniel, why do certain elements of the Rosgvardia really want to take Gotland?
Because it's not called Gotland; it's called Gotland. If you live at Gotland, you say Gotland or something like that. Now I really murdered their accent. And there is a lot of sheep there. It's almost goats. It's at the point where you need to have DNA analysis to really distinguish between goats and sheep. So I think the Kadyrov-ites would really not care. It's basically a heaven for them to go to Gotland.
And we here have already, of course, done the analysis on that report from a few years ago of a Russian submarine spotted very close to Gävle Harbor, right?
I actually think it was in the Gävle Harbor.
Oh, it was in the harbor. Well, they were a few months late, right, for the big goat, or a few months early. But either way, they just wanted to be with the big goat.
Yeah, I think they misinterpreted it because that goat is made of straw, so it wouldn't be that fun. But maybe I don't know how Kadyrov-ites are really what they go off on.
Then John?
Yeah, just to educate a little bit more about the geography of Gotland. If you look at the map, there's to the northeast of the main island, there's a small island called Fårö, and that actually means cheap island. So yeah, lots of incentives for people to take it.
Can you repeat that? I didn't really get that.
Fårö.
Yeah.
Sheep island.
Yeah, so we have Goat Island and Sheep Island. You're absolutely right.
Yes, Daniel, we're trying to establish where exactly you are. There's a supposition that you might be being hit over the head with a herring by some children. I think it's probably some sort of an IKEA training center.
I am at the children's basketball tournament, so it's almost right. I'm almost getting hit by children.
Very good. You see.
Yeah, but the idea was that if these two islands are in NATO territory, it will have a serious causes for Russia in case of a conflict. So I think it cannot be downplayed. It will be a stroke point like Malacca is for for China, in my opinion.
Yeah, but also Russia doesn't really matter that much at the end of the day. Also, the Danish Straits already are, so it's a bit overblown. It's something that the Russians will of course scream about on Solovyov's show, and in the UN and various of their propaganda outlets. But that doesn't mean it's actually true. Otherwise they'd be in Warsaw in 3 days, and we're still waiting for that.
Yeah, but there will be some effect on Kaliningrad when that marine traffic will be shut down. So there
Yeah,
will
thank
be.
God.
Yes, exactly. This is what I mean in a sense that when Finnish people are saying right now that there will be nuclear weapons pointed to Finland and all that stuff. So I mean, they've been in Kaliningrad for like ages. So what's the deal? But it will be really difficult for Kaliningrad to survive in a case of conflict. Thank you.
Yeah, that's part of the point here. Absolutely. And so much the better for everybody else. That kind of ends that. It's a good thing, and it's making it a whole lot easier as well for Swedish strategic positioning, as well as obviously Finnish strategic positioning, that they soon will be, or indeed are, respectively, now in NATO. There's very good reason why Helsinki City Hall still has NATO flags flying in front of the city hall. Not a Ministry of Defense, not the government building, but the town hall of the city of Helsinki has NATO flags in front of it. Good reason, very good reason for it. I think there's a big sigh of relief, a collective sigh of relief among many there. They don't have to deal with the Russians anymore because of it. Any minks yet? Then John Daniel, any minks?
No sighting so far.
No sightings, no noises
No sonar, no.
yet. Okay.
Yeah, you don't see minks, you hear them.
Yes, it's one of the more pleasantly sounding scarves and coats.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that it's a sort of a mythical creature, like a griffin or something. You only hear about them, you never see them.
Well, that's the point of beyond visual range, Daniel.
We're starting to see otters here in Finland. I mean, otters are great.
They make sort of the same noise that minks do, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. But otters are bigger and they usually stay in the water. And in Finland, we really have that water. The snow is getting down. I just got a report from my summer house that there is only 1.3 meters of snow anymore. So it might be that before midsummer, I might be get there without having snow up to my knees or whatever.
So you call it your summer house because you can only see it in the summer?
Yeah, exactly.
It's only above the snow blanket in the summer. Yeah,
At the moment. I mean, if I went there now, I couldn't see through the windows because it's only snow.
You're saying, so if you stay there over the winter, you're basically in an igloo.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's like a self-constructing igloo. That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's good isolation for warmth. I mean, you don't need to heat up the place that much.
Yeah, it's good. Good stuff. Mockers, what's in the news today?
What's in the news? Well, I've got a few bits. Bear with me 1 second while I just go back through my bookmarks. Yes. This one, I thought we might all enjoy this together. Fun. Dimitri of War Translated has come up with another Mobic video. This particular chap says they're positioned right next to Vuhledar, and yet they were supposed to be in territorial defence. Would you believe they were lied to? How terrible.
No way, really?
Yeah, I know. And the only thing that they're able to do is simply hide from shelling and pray they're not going to get hit. In addition, they're not paid their daily allowances for some reason. Yeah, they were supposed to be in the rear and not on the front lines, and they're not very happy. And this guy who's making this delightful appeal, he says he thinks that, you know, that they've been fibbed to, because they were meant to be in the green zone, wherever the heck that is. And this is from April the 2nd. And he believes he's probably going to get punished for doing this video, but still feels that it's necessary. So, sucks to be him, doesn't it? Sucks to be him. Yeah, I just thought that was fun. A little bit of truth from the front, shall we say?
It's good to hear this. It's good to understand, you know, what where they're being put and what they're being told. So they're either being told nothing, just stay there, and then if anybody complains, they're told what we heard a couple of days ago from the. Oh yeah, I never checked how the poll ended. Give me a second to see how many people think he was drunk. So
I originally said half a bottle, Doman, but after listening to it again and realising how much these guys drink, he could be on his second bottle by then. Just, you know, they must have built up some sort of tolerance. So but he still sounds pretty shickered to me.
So I have results, and 173 people voted. 22 of them said he's completely sober. 22 of them said he's had a few. So exactly the same number for two of the options, which is less than likely. But the majority is bottles half empty. Well, it's a plurality. It's 43.4% saying bottles half empty. 31.2% that he'll pass out in a few minutes. So the very drunk or pretty drunk is the majority, with a few people saying, yeah, he's a bit tipsy, but nothing too bad, and a few people saying he's sober as. It's drunk as a lord, so it's sober as what, a peasant.
Judge, it's supposed to be sober as a judge.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, and I never quite believed that one. I guess he's the one who has to decide what's true. So.
Then John.
Yeah, Doman, you were missing one state for him. That was that he just came out of passing out. I would have picked that.
Yeah, but if you're that in that situation, right, then either 3 or 4 are both correct, because usually when people are just freshly out of passing out, they're quite likely to go back into it anyway.
Yeah, but then you force me to think. I don't like to think too much.
There's only 4, and there's only 4 options you're allowed. So no, there's only so much I could do. Anyway, yeah. What other news do we have, Mockers? Anything from Kyiv?
What the flamingos that you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh yes, yeah. Exciting news from Kyiv today. Just for the fun of it, I get these news feeds, and some of the stuff is, shall we say, a bit less of what's happening in the war and more like what's happening in the general goings on. So today, yes, you'll be glad to know that Kyiv Zoo has released its flamingos for summer breeding this year. Yeah, exciting stuff, eh? Providing them with green zones that include green spaces and sandy clay beaches for nesting, as well as 10 additional nesting sites. Signs will be placed near the flamingo exhibition for visitors to learn more about this. So there you go. Exciting news from Kyiv today. I'm sure you all enjoyed that. Yeah.
I'm very excited, and in part because flamingos have my favorite collective noun. Collective noun is what you put in front of the animal. For example, it's a pack of wolves, or it's a murder of crows, or it's an unkindness of ravens, or it's a parliament of owls. David, very good morning. Do you know what the collective noun for flamingos is? David's Googling it now.
Yeah.
Chris, do you want to help out? Mockers knows already, and I want somebody British to try to address this, because otherwise it's just not fair. Chris and David both engrossed. Okay, fair enough. It's a flamboyance of flamingos, which I think is just terrific, and very, very apt, very, very appropriate. So soon, hopefully, gives you wishes to have a greater flamboyance of flamingos. Then, John?
Actually, I think David is netscaping it because there's no answer yet.
I do have another sad and sorry tale for you, Doman. This is a video that I watched last night, and I found it quite interesting, actually. And it's a part one, so I'm assuming that there's more parts to it, but I haven't seen them yet. So this video contains 3 Wanga group mercenaries who were captured by K2 Battalion, and the stories are basically that these 3 chaps have been recruited from prisons. I think at least one of them is wearing the 2 coloured bands on his wrist, and they all complain basically that they are very low in the pecking order, obviously, but out of 83 of them, in one group, 2 survived, and these are the 2. And the reason they survived is because they were wounded on the battlefield, and when Ukraine went to remove their own deceased from the battlefield, they picked these 2 guys up, and they keep saying to them, you know, sort of like, what's going on, and, you know, what were you up to, and what happened to you before we found you. And these guys was like basically saying that they've been wounded, they've been told to wait for evacuation, and they've been there a full day. And they actually say that the Ukrainians, in their own words, you rescued us because our own people would not have rescued us. And they say that they're, you know, quite surprised by the humane treatment. The Russians obviously told them that they would be tortured and beaten, and yet they've been given cigarettes and, you know, had their wounds treated, and that they were impressed by the accuracy of their tanks. In the trench system that they were in, there were 15 to 17 men with them, and none of them survived the attack by the tank. So these 2 had been sort of brought out, and they'd met up with another guy who'd been, as they say, rescued the day before from the battlefield. And he's somebody that they know from another group, but they'd been in several prisons with him by the sounds of things. And they have what they call the A soldier, which is a free mercenary, and they are the Kashniki, the K soldiers, because they are identified as prisoners. And they're basically untouchable by anybody else. You can see that they're nervous, but they're not terrified. it looks as though they realise that they're now not going to be beaten or hurt or anything like that. None of them are tied up. They're just sat there talking. So yeah, they're actually saying that, we don't know how we managed to survive, but we only survived because you rescued us. And one of them, who's a bit more talkative, goes on to say, your people have helped me, given me water, evacuated us at night so the Russians didn't kill us. For that, we're very thankful. And that just goes to show, doesn't it, that their own troops would have just killed them rather than carry them off the battlefield. That's what they were expecting. And in their own words, they were rescued by the Ukrainians. I think some of this goes, they've got to sort of try and change the hearts and minds in some way. And I think it's an important part of that process to show that they have humanity and that they're, willing to converse, even though they've been so horribly treated and their country is being terribly invaded. But they said to the guys, the person interviewing them said, look, we just want to ask questions. And if you don't want to answer our questions, that's fine too. And the guys are like, okay. You can see them quite surprised. I think it's a good illustration of the fact that these particular guys were promised lots of things which obviously never happened, been left, just thrown out into the battlefield, left there wounded. Doesn't appear as though there was any real plan to evacuate them. And they feel as though the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian forces, have actually rescued them rather than taking them captive. And I think that's quite important, that they see that definition. I did retweet that somewhere yesterday as well, so I apologise if you can't find it, but it is there on my timeline somewhere.
By contrast,
what's that? Sorry.
By contrast, there was that report that came out through Dignity. .dk a few days ago. If you've not read it, go look through it. Go read the actual full report. I think it's financed by the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but it's done primarily by Ukrainian researchers on the ubiquity of torture in Russian captivity, both for military personnel taken captive, as well as for civilians in occupied territories, civilians removed by the Russians from occupied territories. And the difference between the two, is just absolutely huge. And it shows a real civilizational difference. It shows a real difference in humanity between how the Russians treat their prisoners and how the Ukrainians treat theirs.
Absolutely. And I actually think it's a good thing to show this kind of humanity. I know what they say about taking videos and pictures of prisoners of war, but these guys are, relaxed, talking, telling their story and not being afraid to do so. They're sort of sat together semi-comfortably. Obviously it's not the greatest situation to find themselves in, but you can see that there's no issue. They're given lighters to light their cigarettes. There's no hostility there between them and the soldiers that they're talking to. I've got to say, considering everything, I am surprised at the self-control, shall we say, of the Ukrainian forces.
%100%. Nina, good afternoon. How are you?
Domen, good afternoon. Thank you. I'm fine. Can I change the topic? Domen,
Certainly.
can I? Okay. Well, this is going to be a difficult question, and I don't know if there is anybody who can answer it, because I have been having some arguments with my family members about the Finnish elections and the populist parties and the far right wing party. The True Finns actually was the second biggest party here, and I am concerned about this, but I have seen this Russian influence and information influencing, and during the past 2 years at least. Why? So I'm not surprised that they came like second, and also the coalition party is the first biggest party. Now, Sanna Marin's party have been very much criticized in Finland, which I am very, let's say, angry about, because it's not only that she came to be prime minister when COVID started, and then, it's not only COVID, you have to deal with other things in the parliament too. And then after that came the war, and then of course all this will impact the economy in every country. The we have to pay the price of the war in every country. So some people here don't understand. They are criticizing Sanna Marin's politics, that the economy has gone down and become so bad here in Finland. And I am fed up with this discussion. But do you know which countries in Europe was hit the most or the worst with this war in Ukraine? Let's say
Ukraine.
Economically. No, I'm not talking about Ukraine, of course, but other countries than Ukraine.
Damn it, but there was such an easy answer.
Yeah, okay.
I thought I know
Okay.
this one. I thought this is going to be easy.
Okay, so I'm going to just say bye-bye then.
No. Sorry, Nina. I had to. Obviously. Okay, so I'll put it like this. The Russian invasion of Ukraine actually didn't have as massively negative impacts on the economic situation across Europe than is often made out to be. Now, in some countries that were especially those that were more dependent on gas, on Russian gas, it contributed partially to inflation throughout 2022. And of course, somewhat lowered industrial production, especially of things that were very energy demanding and a bit on the edge. Finland wasn't particularly affected by that bit because Finland used very little gas in the first place. Not just Russian gas, just generally Finland used very little gas. The bulk of the economic issues, let's say, across the world have been kind of preparing themselves since the last crisis. And it was kind of a matter of time when inflation is going to spike. If you read back through kind of from 2013, 2014 onwards, you keep reading people saying, and in the next year and a half to 2 years, we're predicting a high spike in inflation. The next year and a half to 2 years, and the next year and a half, we're predicting a high spike in inflation. And it just never came. And then it started showing up in late 2021. And then people interpreted, it's because of the war. And it wasn't really because of the war. It was because of a high monetary supply following quantitative easing. And it was kind of a matter of time. And some precipitating factor caused it to start coming in late 2021. As to what you say, they're blaming Sanna Marin for this and that. That's true in every country. So when you're paying attention primarily to internal politics of one country, this will seem off. and frankly, you can say it's unfair, but that's literally the case in every single country about the pandemic, about the measures taken against the pandemic, about inflation. No, you probably weren't listening about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, but I said, when I gave the example of Slovakia, the Slovak prime minister can't really affect what inflation is, and yet he gets blamed for it. It's just how it is. That's part of the par for the course. If you're a prime minister of a country during not great economic times, usually it's not your fault. Usually it's generally something bigger that's causing it. But that doesn't mean they won't get blamed for it, and they generally get blamed for it. So that's just how it is. No surprise there. That's perfectly normal in every democracy, because those are the easy political points. And same is done by more or less all parties. No one's clean here, because it's the way politics operates. So it doesn't really make too much of a difference one way or another. Is what I'd say. Is what I'd say to that, Nina. The one bit where it did affect inflation, particularly, is because diesel prices went up. Diesel is very important at all steps, especially for the things that are low density, right? Like food. You need a lot of diesel to make food. You need a lot of diesel to move food around. You need a lot of diesel compared to the value of the food itself to put it on store shelves. So that's why higher diesel prices particularly affect higher fuel costs, particularly affect food inflation more so even than other bits of inflation. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. Nina, does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, and thank you. And also, I am not going to go into this discussion with the people I'm talking to about this, because we all should understand that the war in Ukraine impacts all of us in one way or another. The price we are paying is very small when we are thinking about Ukraine. So if somebody is complaining here about those things, I'm gonna just talk about that. Yeah, thank you. So it doesn't really matter who would have been in charge, or actually it would have been, because if the true Finns would have been, we would have been in much more trouble, because they haven't done anything constructive. They only oppose everything, whatever. During COVID, either the bars should have been closed, and then when they closed, then they should have been open, and then when they opened, they should have been closed. It was constantly this, and we know exactly where this influence is coming from. It's
Can I say, that this is true literally in not literally every country, but in most countries, whoever was in opposition kept saying that all of the measures done are wrong and at the wrong time.
Yes, always everything is wrong. Yeah, so it's just ridiculous. But actually, I was here one day and I had to leave because I didn't have time. And like I say, Gani here, I would have a question for Gani, but I don't know if he's sleeping here or not. But I'm gonna see if he comes up and then ask a question from him. But I can see that Chris has his hand up, so I'm gonna shut up now. Thank you.
Hang about, Nina. I have a hunch he might just hear you and fulfill your wish. So, Gani, if you want to hop up and tell us a little something, please do come up. But yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about the specifics of it, either way. And I would highlight again for everyone that the election was fought entirely, and I mean entirely, on internal domestic topics, and it didn't really have anything to do at an electioneering level with Russia or NATO or the Finnish response to Ukraine, and that shall continue just as it did before, plus minus a few percentage points. And that's really the takeaway. It's not that whomever is running a country can't affect things at all, but the smaller the country, the smaller number of percentage points it affects. In the US, it's a bit more because, big, important country. Chris?
Doman, if you don't mind, I was just going to step back to Mokka's point about the prisoners. So hopefully I don't keep making you swap and step back. But I was just going to say, that you don't have time to watch these. I don't know whether Mox has ever watched them. The Vladimir Zolkin videos, interviews with the Russian prisoners of war. I mean, it would be probably a forlorn hope to think that they'll actually be changed by the way that they're treated by the Ukrainians, but nevertheless, I'll still hold out some hope. Because certainly when they're in there, they seem to have a lot of realizations, shall we say, or something. So as I say, it's a forlorn hope, but like maybe when they go back to Russia, they think, well, do you know what? I was actually treated really nicely and humanely and that by the Ukrainians, and they're not all bad. And maybe I'll say that to people when I get back to Russia. I don't know, just wishful thinking, I guess. But
Thing is, some of them have, like that guy who was on some TV channel, being interviewed after he'd been returned from captivity, and they were like, "So were you tortured and beaten?" And he was like, "No, they treated us really well. They fed us and looked after us and made sure that we were all healthy." And that he totally didn't give the answers that the lady was trying for, and it was quite funny.
oh well, there you are. You see, Mockers, that's an example of what I mean, isn't it? That they go back there and they're actually prepared to stand up and say, "I was treated all right. There are no Nazis there. There is no NATO." This is what usually happens with as I say, I don't know if you've seen the Vladimir Zolkin interviews and that, but certainly I haven't watched any for a while, actually, I have to say, but certainly in the early days, they would always say, "Have you seen any Nazis?" "No." "Okay. Have you seen any NATO?" "No." So is what you're being told true then? Well, no, not really. So why are you here then? I don't know, really. I mean, obviously, to some extent, they would say some of these things, wouldn't they? Because they just don't want to, be
Well,
accused or convicted. But you know what I mean. It does seem to have some effect, Mockers. That's all I can say.
yeah, well, these prisoner guys in the video that I was talking about most recently, they were saying that they were told that they were fighting Polish and French troops, but they've not seen anybody of that nationality in Ukraine as yet. They've not come into contact with any Americans either, which they were told there were loads of Americans heading up companies. And they said that they'd not come across any Nazis either. Funny that.
Well, there you go, isn't it? And I'd like to think that would have an effect on them, but we are talking about Russians here, aren't we? But anyway, yeah, it's just I don't know. I'm clutching at straws. Maybe it'll have some impact on them, Mockers.
I will say to that, it's kind of a problem because they know what's expected of them to actually say, and then they just make stuff up when they come back, right? So they know it's expected of them to say, "Yes, we were fighting against the Poles and the French and the Germans and the Americans and all of NATO, and we valiantly destroyed a number of Leopard tanks before." No, they got a lucky shot in and whatever. It's stuff like they know they know deep inside them what they're expected to say once they're, for example, returned from captivity or else.
I know that, Doman, right? But I'm saying that even despite that, you just sort of think, well, maybe there's a little tiny spark going on in there, maybe,
Yeah, maybe to a degree. Never quite enough, I don't think. Never quite enough. Klaus?
I was thinking when the Ukrainian soldiers are treating Russian captured soldiers with correctly, does it help Ukraine to focus on what is lying ahead? Sort of keep focus on not treating the captured soldiers badly and fall into this violent spiral of just mistreating the prisoners, and then because it takes so much energy out of how what is important here. Does it make sense? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, that's a good point. I spoke of it as a civilizational difference previously, but I think it is also a way, more broadly, collectively, to know that who stands where and how. Yeah. 122. Do you have a thought to this? If you do, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll try to. I hope I'm on topic. As Chris, I think, was saying, you would hope, that this humane treatment changes something. We shouldn't get our hopes up. We can hope it does. But I want to say something. As you were pointing out, Domen, one of the reasons why the sorry, I can't speak. The Geneva Convention says you shouldn't, put prisoner of wars on camera. Say, as you said, they feel that they're expected to say something this way. So you're actually forcing them to say something that might be compromising for them and might actually lead them to getting, executed or something, even though they don't want to say that. It creates a certain expectation from them, which is like, maybe you don't need to tell them, we're expecting you to say this, but the camera and everything else in the situation sort of like, pushes you without you even, getting a directive to say something. So that's why this convention is in place. I don't agree with it always. I think in this where it has its purposes to not follow it. But I do understand why it's there, and I do understand from training why it's important that you should at least try to uphold it to some manner, because I understand how it can affect, a psychology of a prisoner of war being through, just training this situation. And all.
I think we lost him.
We did in the meeting.
No.
Phone call. There we go.
Hello. Yeah. Sorry. And one final thing. I think all these atrocities that we see Russians committing, and they're not treating prisoners. These awful things. I got a theory. I don't know if it's correct or not. It might be a way for Russia to try and provoke Ukrainians into doing things that are not great. Guys, my wife just had to say something. Sorry, I got off the track. Yeah, so they're actually trying to provoke Ukrainians into doing things that are not favorable for them. So they're trying to provoke reactions that will, so the Russians don't have to produce their own propaganda of what the Ukrainians are doing. They can actually steal the atrocities themselves. So I think that's one of the things they're trying to do, with prisoners of war, when they're doing these atrocities. So it's good if the Ukrainians abstain from, not doing anything, because I think it's a deliberate trap and provocation.
Thank you, Aaron?
I tend to agree a little bit with Chris. I just had a theory that, and this was 6-7 months ago, that when the Russian soldiers start to come home and they're drinking in their local pub and they're really drunk and they're telling it exactly how it is with PTSD, or they're telling their mum, or they're breaking down in different areas, that the reality of what's going on will spread through the propaganda just from these guys coming back to Russia? How much and on what degree it can be debatable. And back to, sorry, I need my glasses here, 122A. One theory I had for the atrocities that were happening, there seemed to be, you know, don't mean to be callous, but 3 beheadings, like on a stick, and then a live video beheading. And I know that that the Ukrainians have been dehumanized by the Russians, so that the Russian soldiers feel like that it's acceptable from their hierarchy to do it. But I was sort of questioning in my own head whether there's been some type of FSB or directive to do these things as a message almost to the Russian soldiers. Like, if we're willing to do this to them, imagine what we'll do to you if you surrender or try and stand up against your officers, or look what we've done, and you are therefore complicit in, because you're part of the Russian army, complicit in what has been done. So don't if you surrender, imagine what they're going to do to you. It might be a bit of a long bow, but I'll step down. Thanks.
It's not quite how Russia functions. Right? And even if, you know, this is, I think this is a good encapsulation of the problem that we really have. There's this underlying assumption that Russia's a normal country. Russia functions kind of like, you know, we'd expect ourselves to function in Australia, or America, or Britain, or France, or Germany. Doesn't function like that. The country doesn't function the same way. Society doesn't function the same way. If society were to have functioned the same way, they wouldn't be coming to the excesses that they are coming for in the first place. So I'll kind of leave it at that. It's not quite like that, to say the least. Marcus?
Yes, I'm just going to jump in here and say ta-ra for a few hours, because I'm going to go and have dinner with my mummy. So enjoy yourselves, and I will have a nice dinner. Thank you.
Okay, and again,
Happy
sorry to
birthday
translate.
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Marcus. Happy birthday to you.
She's a jolly good fellow. Sure, that made great radio. Thank you.
Can I say, Twitter Spaces cause any non-solo singing to inherently be a very poor canon, and yeah, we shouldn't do this anymore.
We will do this.
Great. Where were we before the canon?
We were talking about the
yes.
pub culture in Russia, because it does not
Yes,
exist.
speaking of cultural differences, actually, before we go back to the pub culture, when Marcus says dinner, people will say, "Oh, but it's noon. Is she going to be, I don't know, doing up her hair for 6 hours?" No. When she says dinner, she doesn't mean an evening meal. She means a major meal, because different bits of England use that word to mean very different things.
It's English. The word for the big meal is dinner. If you want to segregate it out to what you eat in the evening, you say supper. The rest is not English for all of those who haven't learned proper English.
Depends on where you are.
No, not only. No, that is just a proliferation of bad English.
It depends on location. It depends on social strata. It depends on all manner of things.
Come on.
Yes, it
No, this is just the learned new media English.
Are you trying to impersonate Churchill?
I would never do that. I can't. But I can definitely tell you, because Chris, David, and I are sufficiently old enough to do remember that dinner is dinner and supper is supper.
And breakfast is breakfast.
Yes, Axel, but I'm going to have to disagree with you, mate. Because Domin is right. It does depend
Thank you,
on a lot
Chris.
of things. In fact, right, it does
He's
depend
just
on a lot
making
of
up.
things.
Come
Right.
on, please. He's just making up excuses for people who learned their English after the war.
Listen. Only in the
You're not that old,
only in the
Axel.
Navy, Axel. Only in the Navy is it clear, right? Which is when, right? Breakfast, lunch, tea, dinner,
You
supper.
got 11 C's. Navy.
Yeah, I did. You're right.
All right, Domin. Let's explain why there's no pub culture in Russia.
Excellent, please do.
Because there are very, very few pubs. You could say it's not how the Russians drink. Pubs would require a local culture of independent owners of establishments with licensed alcohol that never existed in Russia. You could only drink at home, quite literally, if you were a peasant or a normal person. And you might, from time to time, at a later stage, find a restaurant. So you drink your hard liquor with food in the evenings. Very few people could afford to go to a restaurant. Therefore, they drank at home. The culture of having a Gasthaus, a beer house, a pub from medieval times never actually proliferated through Russia. The only areas where you did have such things were those areas of different law, meaning such as Magdeburger Recht, where you could have property rights vested in your country. Now, where did that border pretty much go along? Kuban was the furthest. And that is technically Ukraine. It's just empty of Ukrainians.
It's a question of freedom, fundamentally, isn't it, Axel?
Exactly.
Is that the best way to put it?
Yes, 100%. Property rights and freedom.
Want to do?
Yeah, I just want to say something regarding the singing. I think we found a new weapon for Ukraine to win the war. Just send a recording of the space singing and tell the Ukrainians to put it out on the speakers in the trenches to maximum volume, and the Russians will be fleeing within no time.
I told you I can't sing. You know I can't sing. But for mockers, I sing.
I'm not questioning your dedication to mockers and paying homage to her birthday. I'm just saying, in unison with all the other voices, it may have not been the greatest song in the world.
Yeah, weapons of mass audio.
The forced canonization didn't help. Chris?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how bad we sound. It's the thought that counts, chaps. And chapesses. Yeah, so yeah, that's the important thing. It doesn't matter. We should carry on doing it, even though it is awful. What did I want to say? Oh, so there are no pubs in Russia, which I didn't know, actually. So thank you for that, because I've never been to Russia and I never will go to Russia now. But are the pubs in Ukraine? And then just the other point on going back to the prisoners thing, right, is just to say that when I came across Vladimir Zolkin and his mate doing these things, I was like, you're not supposed to be doing this, right? But like then I was like thinking, well, okay, if the Ukrainians are doing it, it's up to them, right? And they're doing it for a reason. And probably that reason is, includes the fact that they understand Russians, because I always credit them with understanding Russians, right? So therefore, if they think it's a good idea, it's a good idea, in my way of thinking, right? You know, I have to say that, I mean, most of them are, to be honest with you, quite boring, and they're so stupid that it's like, you know, it's not even worth listening to. But on the other hand, some are quite interesting as well. I particularly remember in the very early days there were two Muslim Russians and they got in Iman, is it? And they all sat round on the floor, if you like. But they had to have food first. I remember that. The Imam brought in like a feast, an absolute feast. So they were all given food and drink, and then they sat down to have a bit of a conflab with him, you know. And it was actually like quite fascinating. So anyway, if the Ukrainians think it's a good idea, on they go.
So it's not quite that there are no pubs in Russia. It's just that the ones that have been established in the last 30 years. There's no pub culture in Russia. Following, let's say, the purported end of serfdom and the start of industrialization, you know, kind of around the time of the Crimean War, there were establishments that started popping up in cities to some degree, but much lower than, you know, what you're used to in England, Chris. And I mean now, you know, not even before the great pub closure started, but even now. The really critical thing is it's not widespread, certainly not in, you know, kind of rural areas or small towns. People will just drink their hard liquor at home, in a home environment, perhaps, you know, with someone that they invited to their home, but it won't be, you know, an open public space like indeed a pub. There'll be plenty of drinking going on in what was the best way to put it? Sort of bus station, rail station, bars, I guess. That's part of it for sure. Klaus.
When 122 said that we should broadcast our wonderful singing to the Russians, that made me think of a sketch with John Cleese and his co-conspirators when that took place during World War One. And the English had made a joke that was so lethal that people would die laughing from it. So, and they would, when it had to be translated to German, so the German could understand it, the translators could only translate part of it. Otherwise, it would be so lethal for them. So that's just what came to my mind. Thank you.
Yeah, we do remember that, absolutely. Unfortunately, in this case, actually, the instance of singing itself, it is the bad singing and the canon in itself which makes it so meandering, and therefore it's like what the Germans call an Ohrwurm, that song which imprints on your mind and doesn't go away and drives you crazy. The sheer amount of happiness and connectedness and togetherness this imprints and showcases the fact that we're all one team, one crew, is there to instill despair in them.
If I ever had that as an earworm, I don't know what I'd do. Laughing Tommy?
Hello, everybody. I'm here to sort of ruin the mood a bit. There's an emerging Wagner and Russia-related situation in Sudan. I don't know if anybody else is tracking it. But basically, the RSF, which were the paramilitary forces associated with the former dictator who's currently in prison, and who have also been working together with Wagner to extract gold from Sudanese mines and smuggle it towards Russia, have are currently in the process of attempting a coup. Over the last couple of days, there's been some shootouts, and now it's open warfare in Khartoum, which is the capital, and in El Fasher, which is in northern Darfur. So we have sightings of airplanes firing at positions occupied by the RSF. And the situation is evolving, but Sudan is sort of important for Russia because they have been trying to build bases along the Red Sea coast in Eritrea, in Sudan, and this is important development because if they manage to coup the government there, they're going to have yet another country like Mali and Burkina Faso under their control. So that's that. I just wanted to let people know that there's something ongoing, and if you're interested, you can track it.
Thank you, Laughing Tommy. Yes, indeed. And this is a coup following a previous coup that has been running stuff since, 2021, right? So it's yet again a coup. My understanding, my very, very simplistic understanding is that former allies now turned onto each other. So part of the previous coup is now cooing against the other part of the previous coup. Tommy?
Yes, exactly. But the thing is that no matter how dysfunctional the current government is, there were some efforts. At least there was an ongoing process for transferring towards a civilian government and a democracy. But I guess you can figure out what will happen if the paramilitaries gain control under the Russian leadership. So that's another thing. At least there's hope with the current system to some degree. Which is why probably Wagner is knocking it over, or trying to.
Now that makes perfect sense. We should of course keep a collective eye on it, but talk about a confusing situation. I'll note one thing. The only thing I know about, let's say, post Anglo-Egyptian Sudanese military that's specific and not to do with the wars in the south, and that's remotely interesting, is that their navy was established with abundant help from Yugoslavia at the time, 1950s, 1960s. The only interesting fact I have about it. Linda, go ahead. Okay, I can't hear Linda, so I presume she's not speaking. In which case, I'll say, Ryan, good afternoon. How are you, and are you at an undisclosed location?
Good afternoon. Hang on. That was not being gassy.
That's better.
The fan on the car, when you turn it off, makes this weird dying giraffe sound.
It sounded like a cow.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you connected to the car audio, Ryan?
Ryan? I think he has connection issues.
Ryan. I can't make a.
But he definitely.
I was connected to the car audio. I'm disconnected
See?
now. Huh?
There you go. I knew it. Much better now, Ryan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am no longer at an undisclosed location. I got home about 1 a.m. Well, not home. I got to the place where I was staying about 1 a.m. and met the other volunteer who was taking a nap in his car, awaiting my arrival so he could get into the place we're staying because I had the keys. Had a very long day yesterday. Luckily, I have a little slower day today, but I do need to go and meet with some local volunteers here who expressed a need and a problem to me a couple of days ago while we were dropping some things off to them, and I think I can carve out a little bit of free time to assist them in their efforts. So I'll go rendezvous with them this afternoon sometime. I think tomorrow is Orthodox Easter, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm wondering if anything will get done tomorrow. And if not, I might go try to find an Eastern Orthodox church just for the culture.
Just ask them, what they think of Patriarch Kirill before you enter, because, there's two of them.
Yeah. I'll be very careful about which Orthodox church I show my face at.
Excellent. Now, you said you're no longer an undisclosed location, but you haven't actually disclosed your location. Just noting.
Kharkiv Oblast.
That is still strategically ambiguous. I mean, that is just very ambiguous, my friend. You are somewhere east of Strasbourg.
Correct.
Good.
That's just awful.
No, how could you be east of Strasbourg? Huh? Come on, Doman.
I'm in Kharkiv.
Good.
For another day or two.
So how's the situation there? We've heard in recent days that Kharkiv always is constantly, let's say, under threat. That drones are coming through from time to time. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I woke up to an air raid siren this morning. It went off at least a couple of times before noon. I did not hear any explosions today.
And no moped sounds you record while live on space.
Correct. That said, when I was dropping off some items for Sarah Cirillo, what would that have been? 2 days ago? Second thing I did when we arrived in town was go and meet her because she was leaving town, and I dropped off some items to her. The individual we were volunteering with, or the guy that came with us, is by day a financial journalist, and in his spare time he does humanitarian work here. He was shooting video, and Sarah was doing what Sarah does, just basically acknowledging receipt of things and thanking Chris and Renegade Relief for having been here months and months ago in April and May. But while we were shooting that specific video, the air raid sirens went off that day as well, and I did hear a few explosions. I don't know if that was a drone being shot down or a missile, or if it was a controlled demolition of unexploded ordnance. But given how loud the sound was and that it was here in town, I don't think they were neutralizing UXO.
That's the reality. That is the reality of Kharkiv 1 year and a month into the war.
As far as air raid sirens go on it, frankly, I choose not to go scour the internet looking to see what kind of atrocities Russia's committed on any given day. I've seen enough of it, and I just hope we can get this over with sooner rather than later. I really do like watching outbound missiles in the night, driving around in Donetsk. That was
tell us more about what happened yesterday, because you were so excited, right? I mean, before I finally laid my head to rest and did something else, I saw this, and you were putting it out on Line 99. What did you see there, Ryan?
I was driving down the road. We got a late start yesterday, made a drop at an IDP center that is taking in men, women, and hopefully no children, but mostly men and women from Bakhmut. And we unloaded a whole van of stuff at that location. I started to go way further somewhere else to go and meet Rebecca, the nurse, and deliver her a whole bunch of medical supplies that we had staged at the house. We also were supposed to be dropping off some items to the Carpathian Sich, but they were in a complete opposite direction, and I needed to be in two places at one time. So I left the journalist guy at the IDP center because he didn't feel comfortable going where I needed to meet Rebecca. Told him, hey, you stay here and I'll make the Sich people come to you. I went and headed on my way and was completely preoccupied with that, assuming that he was in a great spot. Went and met Rebecca.
So you were
dropped off
really
some.
busy. You were constantly focused.
I was
and
very,
then
very busy.
what?
Yeah. And then after I had to double back a second time to drop off some other stuff to some ZSU and Legion people, not medical supplies, and we were handed some stuff from a Polish individual that he had procured some better armor and some stuff that to come to find out a Ukrainian guy had requested. But we just made the last mile delivery because we were going to be in that area dropping off medical stuff to a stabilization point. I got 20 minutes out of that town, had to turn around and go back, which put me way after dark in Donetsk. The bad news is I don't like driving around in Donetsk after dark. The good news, at least for me, was while I was getting my ass back to where I belonged, as I'm driving down the road, I come up on a right-hand turn, curve in the road, and right as I'm taking the curve, I see this bright white light take off from ground towards the clouds. And as it lit up the sky behind it, I could tell that there was another white smoke trail already off into the distance. I try to not be excitable, but I'll just say, yeah, I was giddy with excitement, knowing that Ukraine is definitely still fighting tooth and nail to repel the Russian invaders. And given the direction I know that it was headed in, I have a pretty good idea of where it landed. Just looking at a map and seeing where Russia's trying to push in and encircle people, I have a feeling that some Russian Mobics ate some tungsten balls last night, and that's what happens when you invade your neighbor.
Things to see in Donetsk after dark. Better than things to do in Denver when you're dead, but still. Having said this,
Actually, can I note? It makes perfect sense. It was bright and tungsten. The two really go together, don't they?
Well, before I sent that message to you all in the Signal chat, I had sent that to some other people that I do ground operations with here. And Chris immediately responded to me and says, you should drive over there and take them some googly eyes for their HIMARS, which I thought was incredibly amusing. But at the same time, I thought that sounds like a horrible freaking idea. I'm not going to drive up on a HIMARS unit after dark when technically I probably shouldn't even be in this oblast. That sounds like a dumb way to die. And then that little song started playing in my head. And I responded to him and told him, I am totally happy with the number of holes currently in my body. I don't need any new ones. I'll pass. Also, I had already distributed all the googly eyes I brought to Verlaine, so I would have showed up empty-handed, and then they really would have been upset.
I was just about to say, because they don't quite like it when they have to talk to people they don't know, right?
Absolutely not. I have not had this experience myself, but Chris and Julia were out on an aid run down around Kherson months ago, and they pulled up on somebody that was doing perimeter security, and it was a Ukrainian guy who was at first a little on edge when they approached, When he realized they were humanitarian volunteers, he said, you have to stay here. You can't go any further. But I just want to let you know you're about to see something really exciting. And as soon as you do, you need to get the hell out of here as fast as you can, because you don't want to be here when what happened receives a response. So they got a front row seat.
Fish, huh?
Exactly. They got a front row seat to the benefits of Western technology and a decent tax base. And then they hightailed their asses out of there as quickly as they could.
Well, as you can see, we changed the title in honor of your experience.
Oh, this is to go on a motivational poster. They saw the evidence of Western technology in a solid tax base.
Yeah, we need a timestamp. Alrighty.
We may not have nationalized healthcare, but we spend it all on the Air Force and anti-air technology. So mess around and find out.
Did you say we spend it on the Air Force? If only, because if we had spent more on proper Air Force training and vetting, we might have less leakage, right?
As the National Guard.
Oh,
yeah.
Come on! Don't say this.
Too soon.
National Guard.
Too
Of course,
soon.
it is too soon. The first three messages in war. The first three messages in war, you ignore.
Loose lips sink ships, and having had a former sister-in-law who worked in Army intelligence as a linguist, I know that young man was trained up and down, frontwards and backwards, and had it beat into his head about what he's supposed to do and what he's not supposed to do. So the fact that he's going to spend all of his best years behind a prison bar or a prison fence doesn't make me lose the slightest bit of sleep. He compromised information, whether it had been doctored or fudged or anything else. The information he shared could cost people their lives here. It potentially did cost people their lives here, not just soldiers, but humanitarian volunteers and civilians. And anybody who is chasing clout on a video game server because they want to impress their friends that they play Minecraft with is the lowest of the low, in my opinion.
Well said. Thank you, Ryan. So what's next? What are you going to deliver after having done Orthodox Easter Sunday?
That is still yet to be determined. I need to go drop off some things here in town later this afternoon at one spot. Then I need to go and meet with some of the people that run and operate Kharkiv Humanitarian Center and see if maybe I can assist them in their efforts to get things out to liberated villages and places outside of Kharkiv where the World Central Kitchen big trucks don't deliver. They've confided in me some information, or they've let me know what problems they're having and how those could be addressed, and I'm going to see if I can do something to assist them in that, because not everybody who is now a volunteer or helping in this war effort had a background in logistics before they got conscripted into humanitarian work or had to join in defense of their nation. And I actually do have a background in logistics, so
Finally, you're making use of what you've actually learned.
Yeah, I thought this was all going to be pointless when I was working 10 years ago, and this is not what I went to school for, but it's weird how paths collide and you can suddenly find your useful or useless set of skills useful. There are growing pains, and I think I totally understand the predicament that they have right now. I think they totally understand it intimately, and I think they've learned exactly what, how things can get complicated quickly. So anything I can do to assist them, I'm going to. I've got a day or two that I can spare, and we're going to have some conversations and see if Renegade can assist them further as well. But I need to talk that through with them, and I don't want to overshare anything. So I'll just zip my trap right now. I did have a really interesting 30 minutes or so while I was waiting to rendezvous with Nurse Becca yesterday. She sent me a location and told me, hey, go to these coordinates and I'll meet you there in 45 minutes. I'm on my way. I pulled up into a town or a village and went to the spot she wanted me to meet at and realized there's a convenience store across the street and I haven't had anything since breakfast. So I'm going to go buy some energy drinks and see what else is in the store available to be stocked. There also happened to be quite a few soldiers rotating in and out of this convenience store, if you can call it that, bodega, whatever. It wasn't a gas station. It was just a store. But I noticed there was quite a bit of traffic, and I was really just curious about who the folks were that were standing there. One of them had a tanker hat on, and he looked like a jockey for like a horse jockey, like real small guy. And I instantly realized, holy shit, those tanks must be pretty confined space because that guy's tiny. And he's wearing one of those funny puffy hats that keeps your head from getting crushed into the top of the tank when you drive over something bumpy too fast. I just haven't seen any tankers around. There's plenty of people wearing military fatigues all over the country, but that was a first for me, seeing a guy who was so fresh out of a tank that he still had his funny little PPE on. They filtered out.
Which PPE was it? Do you know which format? Was it the old Russian tank hat, or was it already the new version, which we normally have? That is the decisive thing.
Unfortunately, it was the old Russian style. It definitely didn't have an Abrams. It didn't come in an Abrams, and it wasn't something you would get if you'd been issued a Leopard. If I had run across any of that, I would have been on here long before now.
Yeah, you'd be living in a completely different level of excitement.
Absolutely. And I probably would have driven as far as I needed to find some googly eyes so I could meet back up with them and put them on an Abrams. Anyway, they went ahead and left. I went in and got some stuff after they had finished their smokes. I was still communicating with people here. As I'm coming out, there was another pickup truck of guys that had pulled up, and a guy that was in the gas station or in the convenience store while I walked back out and got into a pickup, and they were getting ready to pull off, but I could tell just by the equipment that he was carrying on his person that he wasn't your average trench soldier. He was decked out more in what you would consider NATO battle rattle, and looked like he had been doing some urban combat. It quickly dawned on me that I had a little stack of $2 bills left over because I was asked for $2 bills specifically at least 3 different times when I was here in November and December. So I reached in my bag and grabbed 3 $2 bills and went and actually I walked up to the window of their truck as they were driving off and knocked on the passenger window, and they looked like I was a Martian. They were actually so concerned with who the hell I was, even though they were all armed to the teeth and had obviously been in battle, that they cracked their window a little bit because they didn't know, who's this guy in a gray Nike ball cap walking up with a vest on. I obviously wasn't a soldier.
Ryan, how often does a bipedal Shiba Inu knock on your car window and addresses you?
Exactly. So they didn't know who I was. I told them, thank you guys, Slava Ukraini, go get them, boys, and handed them each a $2 bill. And they looked at me like I was a psychopath, which maybe I am. I just wanted them to know that the West supports them. Americans are here and supporting them, or supporting the stabilization points that some of their friends have inevitably ended up at. And I wanted them to know that they're not forgotten. They were shocked when they realized what it was. And I was a little surprised that the car was jam-packed full of people. So I had only grabbed 3 $2 bills. I went back to my car to get a fourth one for the fourth guy. And they start yelling at me like, no, 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 no. And I told them, hang on one second. I went and got another one and come back. One of the guys jumps out of the car and tries to hand me all these patches. And I'm like, no, I don't want your patches. I'm helping you. No, no. And I tried to give them back, and the dude stuck them in my pocket and zipped up my pocket and like pulled my hand away from my pocket. So I got 2 patches from some very thankful, grateful guys. That was not my intention, but I've learned that it's bad manners to refuse people in Ukraine, especially babushkas, if they're trying to feed you soup. So that was great. Rebecca messaged me shortly thereafter and told me, hey, meet me over here. There's a stab point. I need to drop stuff off to them anyway, and we'll take care of that. And then we can get your stuff into my car. I told her, hey, I'm not at the rendezvous point you wanted me to meet you at, but I'm within sight of that spot. I'm just hanging out here at a gas station, handing out $2 bills to any soldiers that looks like they need one. And she told me I was doing the Lord's work, which is exactly the opposite. She's the one doing the Lord's work, and I'm just Nova Posta with body armor, dropping off stuff to her so she can keep up the good work.
Okay, Ryan, what's behind the $2 bill specifically?
On the back of it, I thought
No. What's the story of the $2 bills?
Oh.
Why are $2 bills interesting? Because I don't think I've ever seen a $2 bill.
$2 bills are in circulation in the United States,
but they're rare.
They're not even really that rare. You can go to almost any bank, at least where I live, and request them. They just are more of like a collector's item, or it's kind of like a good luck thing in the States. A lot of people, at least where I'm from, will carry around a $2 bill in their wallet. You don't really spend them. You keep them, or you give them to your grandkids, or it's more like a sentimental thing than fungible money. And they're much more rare outside the US, I think, which is why I was asked for them on 3 different occasions last time around. So I promised the guy down in Carpathia who asked me for the first one that I would send him some when I got back to the States. I tried to mail him some from Oklahoma. 3 weeks later, the package that I tried to mail to him from Oklahoma showed back up on my doorstep with the $2 bills in it. So when I got ready to come over here this time, I just swung by the bank and got 100 of those little guys and figured I would have, something nice to either tip with if I went to a nice meal, or, a thank you gesture. It doesn't cost me much. And if it makes somebody happy or boosts their morale or whatever, it's something to let people here know that they're not forgotten. I actually gave one to a little kid at the Georgian restaurant we had dinner at the other night because he was cuter than shit and running around with one of those Georgian wool hats on, and came over and handed me one to put on my head, which I thought was hilarious. So I motioned him back over and handed him one. This was in the Bucha Irpin area. And the little kid's eyes lit up like a dinner plate. And then I'm sure he went back over to his parents. And as they were leaving the restaurant, he comes back over and in perfect English tells me, thank you very much. Then the Polish journalist that we had been sitting at dinner with that night says, you know, that kid's going to remember that for the rest of his life, right? And that's kind of the point.
Good people do good things, is what my friend Alex Backus recently stated, to make clear to all of those who constantly doubt that we do good things.
Well, and also he's going to have one of the coolest things at Show and Tell on Friday at school of anybody in his class. So
Should we go to Jamie Doman? Doman is still going through his records of as to when in the late 1920s the term dinner was permeating the southern edge of Cornwall and all the way along to Southampton or Southampton, to eradicate the proper, appropriate, sensible timing. But there you go, Jamie. We change
with the times. And actually, do you know what I'm actually complaining about?
Times.
Yeah. Do you know what I'm actually complaining about? Ryan's use of the word bodega. Because unless it's a winery or a wine store, I'm sorry, Ryan. But that is a New Yorker perversion.
Oh, God.
Okay,
well, Doman,
I'm not a fan of Yankees, so I will correct my...
No. He's going to get a patch. He's going to get a patch from us. Bodega Ukraina for Ryan.
If it's a gas station with no gas, it's a bodega. That's how it works.
Doman, he cannot be helped.
I know you spend a lot of time on oil fields, Ryan, but I wouldn't drink that stuff.
Fair. What about Franzia? Will you drink box wine?
There's actually, I think it's called Bibovino or something like that. There's a chain of stores in France that do like premium box wine. It's actually really good. It's all in purple, but it's actually perfectly good wine, just in 2 and 3 liter boxes with the little tap. Pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Once it catches on there,
they do it as a gig, Doman.
Kind of, but it's actually pretty. And I know some people who actually use that quite a lot because it's convenient for them and weighs less packaging wise. And if you kind of drink the same thing day in day out for certain styles, it's perfectly sensible.
Is it true that in the good old days you could come with a bottle which was reusable and it just was you returned the bottle, it was washed and you got it refilled? Yes.
Yeah, of course. There's that. There's you can just bring a demijohn, pleat it into a wicker basket, fill it up at the winery, and take it home. That was the old way. Before there was a systematized way of,
Sí, señor.
Anyway,
let's
we're
go
going down.
Let's go to Jamie.
Yes, we're gonna drown ourselves anyway.
I was just gonna say hi, Ryan. It's good to see you on here and to hear everything you're doing, and you're amazing. And also, bodega, totally acceptable. Then again, I'm from New York, so originally. But yeah. And I have a couple of $2 bills that were given to me for good luck, so it is an American thing.
Well, in Asia, at least in Hong Kong and China, they have Lai Si money and these little red envelopes that they give out at Chinese New Year that typically have money in them, but the point of the gift is not the money inside of the envelope. It's like a wish for good luck and prosperity in the new year. And I actually mailed those down to my friend in Carpathia in a little red envelope that I received years ago from somebody while I happened to be in Asia for Chinese New Year. So I paid it forward.
Very cool. And thanks for checking in last night when you got back. I know everyone here was worried about you.
A lot of people at the checkpoints as I was making my way back here seemed a little worried about me. Worried for different reasons, but when you pull up and you're not ZSU and you're in an area like that and it's obviously past curfew, they're a little suspicious of who the hell you are and what you're doing there. I have not needed anything but my passport for documentation when traveling after curfew yet until last night when they wanted to see my volunteer documents, and thank God Julia had printed me off a little ID card that confirmed I was actually a volunteer and who I was volunteering with here on the ground, and the combination helped me out a lot, probably saved me 30 minutes of questioning from some people that didn't know me from Adam. I was actually kind of concerned because the guy, this was maybe 30 minutes to an hour after the whole after dark light show that I witnessed. And first, the guy at the checkpoint, a little bit older, was a little bit on edge. And of course, we had a language barrier, and I was not traveling with a translator yesterday. So he was a little irritated and seemed kind of like he was in a rush, wanting me to get out of the way and pull over. So I did. And then either TDF or police that were also there at the checkpoint came up to my vehicle, and the guy motions me back. And they have those big, in some of the checkpoints, they have the big concrete pillboxes that they can use kind of as a bomb shelter in case they get shelled or rocket attacked. And when he motioned me to go stand in the concrete bunker with him and was, talking to me kind of quickly, I sensed like this guy seems like he's slightly nervous or concerned. I hope he's not telling me that there's incoming right now and he's motioning me into this bunker so I don't get blown up. Luckily, that wasn't the case. He just wanted to know who I was and where I was headed and why I was heading in the direction I was in. And after the first attempt at our Google Translate conversation, when I told him what he had said to me didn't really make sense, he says something else, and then I realized he just wants to know where I'm headed. I showed him, here's where I'm headed on the map. Here's where I came from. Here's my route for the day. And as soon as he saw where I started, where I ended up, and where I was heading back to, he's like, no, get out of here. Thank you. Have a good evening. Be safe. And I was on the road again.
Wow. I hope you're writing all this down or recording it somehow so you have a record. Or
I have a whole lot of photos to jog my memory. I probably should be writing it down. I'm just not very good at that.
voice memo on
Yeah,
the phone.
I need to get better about that.
All right. I'll hop and let
Probably
you get
commit
back.
yesterday to memory, at least in a voice recording, because so much happened in the course of a few hours that it's really easy to forget a bunch of this stuff. We sit around and talk about crap like this on occasion, and it provokes a memory from Chris or from myself or from somebody else. That's the other interesting part about yesterday was the guy that didn't feel comfortable going with me to meet Becca, who I turned around and dropped back off at the IDP center, told me about 30 minutes after I left to go make that run. I understand his reticence or hesitance to go somewhere that he wasn't planning on, or go to a location that he didn't realize we were going to, and I wasn't about to force him to ride with me. We actually left one of the vehicles at the IDP shelter so we could trim down to one car and just move a little quicker. When he saw on the map where we were going, he's like, whoa, I don't know that I want to do that. So had to turn around and take him back, which, since I needed to be two places anyway, worked out well. About 30 minutes after I left there, he said he heard a really big boom. And then one of the girls working at the IDP shelter let him know that about a kilometer away, or within 10, it was close enough he heard it. She estimated it was 1 to 2 kilometers from them. But it was a rocket attack, so he decided that maybe staying there was not the smartest idea he had made, and he ended up delivering the stuff to the Sitch folks instead of waiting for them to come and pick up from him. And that's a whole nother story in and of itself. But he's got somebody, he made quite a bit of video footage, and I think he is going to be working on some editing of that after the fact. He is a journalist in his day job, but he's not a war correspondent or a journalist that's covering specifically the war stuff. So he's kind of doing this on a freelance basis. He did tell me that once he gets back to Kyiv and gets settled in, and his friend or cousin or whoever's tweaking the video gets a chance to finish it all up, that he would be happy to come on and join us here on the Maria Report and give you all of this stuff from his eyes. And since he's a professional journalist, he's probably a little bit better of a storyteller than I am. But his experience after he decided that he wasn't safe sitting there waiting on me to come back was equally as interesting. And let's just say he got the spicier end of that taco than I did. And I'm a little shocked that he went and did it on his own, but he is domiciled here in Europe. He's lived out of the US for a number of years. He's got quite a few friends here in Ukraine. So he wasn't just completely flying blind. All that said, that was his first time in Donetsk. And I really wish he wouldn't have gone and done that on his own. All that said, he came out completely unscathed. We both did just fine. Everybody got what they needed. We actually managed to pull off all of that stuff in one day instead of it taking us 2. And I filled him up with some fuel and sent him back to the Kyiv region in the other donor vehicle. So he's all safe and sound, and it all worked out for the best. Leave it at that.
So we had bodegas, we have spicy ends of tacos. What's next?
Oh, I'm full of one-liners.
Oh, I know what's next. Because I know that Axel, when he moved to Estonia, he was just waiting for climate change. So he could start Bodega Smuga and then engage in an extensive lawsuit with the Johan winery.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We're going to be planting wine here, sure, because solar radiation will change.
Oh, and also when I arrived back last night, I went to the first gas station that I've ever been in Ukraine that was locked after hours. I knocked on the door. It was probably midnight here in Kharkiv, and I was wearing some black thermals, so I may not have looked completely friendly when I first walked up to the door. I was a little dirty, and the guy, when I knocked on the window or the door, looked at me like I was the Baba Yaga. Of course, I don't speak Russian or Ukrainian, so I had to type in on my phone real quick, "Hey, are you open or closed? I don't need fuel. I just want to buy some food. Can I buy some food?" And he quickly motions me in. So I walk in there, and I think I told him I had just gotten back from, like, "Hey, I just got back from Donetsk. I know it's after curfew. All I want is like some chips and a hot dog." He motions me in, and I guess explained to the lady behind the counter, they're not used to having any traffic this late at night, especially in Kharkiv proper. But he must have told the lady something while she was making my hot dog, because as I'm walking out to the car with a hot dog and a can of Pringles in hand, I was just about to take a bite of my hot dog and realized that the lady had drawn a smiley face on the top of it with the mayonnaise. So luckily I didn't take a bite of it before I took a look at it, because it gave me a big belly laugh. And it was a much needed one after some of the more harrowing stuff I saw yesterday.
Do you want to go into any detail?
As briefly as possible, I will. I won't without talking to Nurse Becca first. I helped her carry some stuff into stabilization point, and initially when we walked in, she told me wait outside because she saw what was. There were patients being attended to, and one of them was much too young, and I wish I'd brought some more burn dressings. He will survive his injuries. He was up and able-bodied, but it hits you in the gut, and it makes me fighting angry to know that there are people on Twitter running around saying that this is all some kind of information op and there's no real war going on. Because I imagine that young man is not the only one who was injured when whatever happened to him happened. And I suspect his friends weren't there with him, leave it at that. And soldiers don't travel alone, especially not injured ones. But he had both a very bad day and a very good day yesterday, because he will live and he will survive, and he didn't appear to have such significant burn injuries that he'll be horribly scarred for the rest of his life. But whatever he endured yesterday will stick with him for the rest of his life, and I have no doubt that it will take an emotional toll. So also, when I know that some punk-ass kid in the United States who was 21 decided to share a bunch of highly confidential information out of a skiff that was put together by the Five Eyes, I know what sharing information like that on a video game server can do in the real world, and the lives that 20-year-old Ukrainian kids live and the lives that punk-ass American kids live, who are given privileged and trusted with privileged information and then have it hammered into their head of why that information needs to remain privileged and trusted, and then turn around and share it on a video game server, really pisses me off.
Let's put it this way. There were 16-year-olds who fudged their details in order to join the US Army to storm the beaches of Normandy. At 21 years of age, you're not a kid in my book. You may be adolescent because you haven't actually properly grown up, maybe. But that's not an excuse. We should talking about people at that age as kids, just because we look down upon them as adolescents or as people who are not quite there yet.
If
you're 18 years of age, in Europe, you can vote.
Absolutely. Let me add on to that. I colloquially refer to anyone under the age of 25 as a kid. We have a friend here in Ukraine who Chris met at a train station in Lviv over a year ago now, that has volunteered on and off with us. whenever he's available, but he's also in college and he got a really good scholarship at a really good university. So I always kick him in the ass and make sure that he's not cutting class to come try to help us. I call him a kid. I called him a baby for a few days because he's still 19 years old, and he insisted to me that he's not a kid over and over again. And I said, "You're 19, you're still a teenager, you're a teenager." "No, I'm not, I'm almost 20. I'm like, "Well, you're technically a teenager, and you might as well enjoy that for the last few days that you can, because you're never going to be a teenager again." But he expressed to me very poignantly that teenagers in Ukraine live a way different life than teenagers all over the rest of the world. Case in point, he was volunteering with a different group here in Ukraine approximately 6 months ago. Shortly before I arrived, I think it happened in November, and the car he was driving in with volunteer in the driver's seat, him in the passenger seat, and I think a Ukrainian soldier in the back seat drove over an anti-armor mine. Luckily, Andrei only suffered some severe lacerations on his scalp and had to have his head shaved and some burns on his arms. I think the driver of that vehicle ended up with a broken and burned arm, and they exited the vehicle as quickly as they could, went to render aid to the guy in the back seat, only to realize that the guy in the back seat had been separated at the neck. He took the majority of a mine blast and it removed his head from his body. So yeah, teenagers in Ukraine have a little bit different experience than some punk kid who's 21 years old in the United States who is entrusted with information of our own national security
Who
and others.
volunteered as a soldier.
Yeah, who volunteered. Yeah, we're an all volunteer military. He signed up for that crap, and then he went and violated the trust that was placed in him. And I have no respect for people like that. I hope he spends the rest of his life behind bars, and I hope somewhere in the next decade he realizes the degree of information he may have compromised and has some little inkling of understanding of how careless that was and how serious this all is. This isn't a fucking video game. Pardon my French.
Would you mind saying this again?
This is not a fucking video game. Pardon my French.
Ah, now I understand.
Some weird French.
Well, you know, I'm an American, so I'm still working on my English.
All right, no passive-aggressive behavior needed. The king will absolve you. You just come back into the fold.
Never. Never, ever, ever.
I'm so delighted that the Five Eyes is a very good cooperation between the nations.
Well, if that kid doesn't want to spend the rest of his life in prison, I'd be happy to bring him over here to Ukraine and drop him off somewhere near Bakhmut. He can walk home.
He does not deserve a hero's death.
I don't think he'd be given one. Not if he's riding with me. But he might understand a little bit better about why the information he was entrusted with should have stayed in the skiff where it belonged.
All right, shall we go to another friendly Five Eyes
Let's.
member?
Do you mean me?
Oh, come on, who else should we be meaning? We could talk
I
about
just wanted
cricket
to
and
say,
the Ashes if you like.
yeah, we could. I just wanted to talk to Ryan and say how great it is to hear your voice. Like, I talked to finance the other day and said I heard Ryan talk, And I said, I'm sure you're probably on DMs and you probably know he's okay. And he was like, yeah, I know what's going on with Ryan. And then I was like, oh yeah, and I was just happy to because I don't know you, but I feel like I know you, yeah. And you've got such a Australian sense of humour. It is so dry. It is one of the driest sense of humours I've heard, which really reminds me of my grandfather. And it's just great to hear your voice, and you're a great co-host. I think it was around February before you went back. It was around my birthday, and I was working outside, and I just hope you're really training and working up and building your muscles for that big wrestling match you've got booked for finance when you come back. Yeah, thanks, mate.
But that's a different weight class, by the way, Aaron.
I've heard, but I think Ryan's pretty quick, and my son does jiu-jitsu, and in the open weight classes, the small guys, as long as they keep moving, often win.
Yep, absolutely. That's the difference between wrestling and jiu-jitsu.
Well, and luckily for me, I was large from the moment I was born. I weighed about 5 kilos, actually a little more than 5 kilos when I was born. And by the time I got to junior high, I was already 6 foot tall and 200 pounds. And I think 205 was the top weight class in high school wrestling. So they put little old me in a ring with 300-pound guys who massively outweighed me and had more muscle mass and other body mass. So I had to learn to hang with the big guys because I wasn't quite small enough to be in the 189 or the 195 class. So I was just big enough that I had to wrestle the real big kids. And between them and my brother, I would say finance is going to have a really bad day if we ever actually make that a thing.
So you had no problem cow tipping?
Absolutely not. And cow tipping is not well, it might be a thing, but I've never done it. Snipe hunting.
It's because it's flat in Oklahoma. You need the cow to be on a hill.
We have more cows than people.
Yeah, but the hills are a bit lacking.
You've never been to eastern Oklahoma. We actually have one mountain in Oklahoma. It's called Mount Scott. It's down within sightline of Fort Sill. I'm sure CJ's seen it. It's a glorified hill, but it's also the oldest mountain range in the United States. If you ever have the misfortune of ending up in Oklahoma, I suggest you check it out.
Well, mostly people come there because of Fort Sill. But there you go. Having said this, you just highlighted one thing. Why are people in Oklahoma so well set up in that regard, and why do the babies weigh 5 kilos? It is the steak.
Proper nourishment. We have ample amounts of corn and beef.
Doman, as I'm driving, I can't read what you're writing. So if you're writing to me as to how to change
Not to you. This is for Ryan. It's okay.
Oh, Doman, before I forget, I was really hoping you were going to be on here last night when I got settled in.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I know you were probably recharging your batteries and the other Doman was doing something work related. But
there's another one?
There are multiples of you. I don't know how else you would be on the space so often.
Nobody told me.
Surely
Ryan, I built 4 of them. One is currently being trained to get better at dinner, supper, and the likes. The other one is recharging. One has been sent on advocacy mission somewhere at an undisclosed location because there's a lot of bridges left. And the last one you're talking to.
Nobody tells me anything.
Whichever Doman it was that advised me to download Maps.me before I came here the first time, months and months and months ago, seems like ages by this point, deserves my thanks and gratitude. I would kiss you on the lips if I could find you, but you might just be
Hide.
ChatGPT. Is that it? Is Doman like the audible version of ChatGPT? Anyway.
Well, when we went to version 3.6, we thought it's a good idea to integrate a bit of your language. Unfortunately, it became fuzzy and mixed up dinner and supper.
If you could coordinate these system updates with these Twitter updates so we would have full functionality instead of having all of these problems every time they decide to revamp the app, that would be great. On a more serious note,
I'll take note of that.
On a more serious note, the crumb trail feature, so I can follow the path that I went on or not get turned around in the dark when internet isn't so great in places of the country, is a lifesaver. It definitely makes me feel more safe when I'm traveling places I haven't been and need to get out the way I came. And the offline maps function is also infinitely useful. So thanks, Doman. I owe you a nice bottle of wine, but I'm not sure I can afford you. This is the problem with having friends who possess good taste.
No, I'm just glad it's coming in use for Ryan. I thought you would find it useful because of reception issues at times and stuff like that. So I'm glad it's something you can take advantage of.
Well, the other beautiful part of Maps.me is that I can record a path I've taken, and if I want to, I can share it with other volunteers or individuals. And you can essentially, instead of telling them, oh, well, here's the Latin long of where you need to go, or, here's the house or the business or whatever, you can you can record a path and then share it with somebody, and they can follow exactly in the footsteps that you went on, and it makes things much, much easier. I've shown it to Chris and told him definitely everybody who's a volunteer here should have this on their phone and make good use of it, even if you're only cross-referencing that with what you find on Google.
It's a backup.
Exactly. Well, and I can run it in the background and it will, keep track of where I've been or things like that. And if I don't like what Google's telling me, I can go cross-check and see if Google's trying to get me into trouble.
And obviously, there's nothing you can completely rely upon because who knows what's been blown up if you go too close to where the Russians either used to be or are at some point, right? So I'm guessing you need to kind of fly on the.
Yeah. Don't ever trust something you get on a map on your phone as keeping you safe. This is a constantly evolving situation, and things change daily and weekly. So sometimes for the better and sometimes for the worse. I should probably hop off of here in a few minutes and go see if I can make contact with some of the folks I talked to day before yesterday and arrange something that will assist them in their efforts. So I'm going to put a cap on myself of 10 or 15 more minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question for Ryan, now's your chance. Request to speak down below, and you can fly right up. Ryan, one thing I'm kind of curious about road quality. You said you went to some places closer to where the fighting is, and closer to where the Russians have been shelling an awful lot more, of course, including in Kharkiv, where shelling is not relenting, as you noted earlier, and been woken up an air raid siren. But how much of the time do you come across, there's a giant hole in the road, you need to be careful going around, and especially night driving? Is it a big problem, or is it mostly usually fine?
Well, that's also one reason why I am a huge fan of Maps.me is if I've driven that road in the daytime and I know what the hazards are, I feel a lot more comfortable driving at higher speeds at night. I joke around about how I'm an instrument rated driver because when there is heavy fog here in Ukraine and I'm traveling on a larger highway like the E40 that I know really well, I'm not at all concerned about driving fairly fast after dark in heavy fog. The two hazards for that are some of the vehicles that filter in and out of the front when they get leave have disabled their taillights entirely. I wish they would just put a switch in so they could interrupt that circuit instead of lights, because somebody's going to get killed when these cars inevitably break down and don't have any freaking rear lights on the back of them. But also, if I'm the lead car, I'm going to be the one that crashes into somebody, and hopefully everybody doesn't crash into the ass end of me. I don't mind driving a little fast as long as I have a map pulled up and I can tell where the curves in the road are, so I don't run myself off the road and into a big pile of mud. Things are decidedly less well maintained in Donetsk, basically because that area has been in a conflict for years and years now. A lot of the roads, like the highway stuff, is usually in pretty good condition just because it has to be used for logistics. There are some atrocious freaking bridges around Donetsk. I'll just leave it pretty generic. And then the roads in a bunch of the municipalities get pretty eaten up this time of year with potholes just because of the freeze thaw issue and all the salt and sand they put on the road. So they're just chewed up, and they need, a functioning economy so they can collect taxes and put money into the infrastructure. And it's hard to improve infrastructure in places that you're fighting brainwashed separatists and Russian Mobics. I wholeheartedly agree with the guy from the Kyiv School of Economics that said there needs to be a concerted effort during reconstruction to place a focus on the areas in the East and not just pour all that reconstruction money and humanitarian aid and all that stuff into Kyiv and Lviv. I understand that those are the lifeblood of the country, and that that's where all the economic activity happens. That's not agricultural, but can't forget about places in the East either. Those are also parts of Ukraine, and they are suffering the lion's share of destruction. So I think they should also receive the lion's share of reconstruction.
I think the key issue there is capital absorption rate, Ryan, that certain areas need first and foremost infrastructure rebuilding, whilst other areas will require substantial investment on different levels. If you, for example, as you explained to people already beforehand, when you drive through Bucha, you will see, for example, the road which people have in mind when they're looking at the example of last year. That road has been completely rebuilt.
Yep,
So
it
many of those
absolutely has.
bridges to Borodyanka and the likes of Ivankiv have all been rebuilt already. So the amount of reconstruction funding in those areas is for different purposes and therefore has a completely different value. So the infrastructure build-out cost in the then liberated territories in the east will be substantially higher in terms of capital expenditure, so to say, and focus, but it has a different value.
Yeah, it's a return on investment thing too. I mean, rebuilding 100 or 500-year-old village that had 100-year-old houses in it is not going to be the first order of importance. You've got to get the roads repaired so you can get the economic activity resumed and you can create a self-sustaining situation and keep the economy up and running or get it back up and running. I totally get that. I'm not saying that we need to replace every brick and window in the east and forget about what's going on in Lviv. But having driven through a couple of villages yesterday that literally don't exist anymore, it's a shocking difference. That's one thing that the other volunteer guy had mentioned. I told him, like, some of the crap you're going to see in the next 24 hours is probably going to stick with you for the rest of your life. There's one particular village that I was thinking of when I said that to him, and he knew exactly which one I was talking about without even having to ask yesterday. I asked him if he noticed when I got back last night, and he knew exactly what I was talking about. And I hope I have some decent video or time-lapse footage of traveling through that specific area. I know the name of the town. I'll have to go look at it on a map. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I've seen satellite imagery of Bakhmut, and this is a microcosm of what's going on in Bakhmut right now. There's not a single building in the town that can sustain life. I know there's one or two people still milling around in that area. God only knows why or how, but it's some of the most sobering stuff I've seen while I was here.
Ryan, when have you last been to Kupiansk?
Give me a sec. Let me look at the map. Actually, we were supposed to go to Kupiansk a few weeks ago when we made a trip up to Kharkiv. There was some stuff we were trying to deliver out to that area, and the Legion unit and the Ukrainian unit that we were taking medical supplies and stuff to, and some care packages from Poland for some Polish volunteers, actually called us when we arrived in Kharkiv the night before and said, "Do not come here. We've had incoming artillery fire, and it's probably not the safest part of the country for you guys to be going into. In fact, how about you just stay in Kharkiv and we'll come meet you tomorrow." So haven't been to Kupiansk officially since the last time I was here, which would have been December.
Wasn't there an evacuation order for Kupiansk, or a suggestion about 3 weeks ago?
That would have been exactly when we were planning to go to that area and deliver humanitarian aid. And we ended up sending it with 2 or 3 different groups of soldiers who were operating in that area. If I'm not mistaken, I think, I know one of them for sure lost his life, and another one was seriously wounded and may have lost his life. So people I only met since I showed up here into February or 1st of March, that we were supporting and helping are no longer with us and have made great sacrifices in defense of civilians and the people of Ukraine. And they weren't all Ukrainian. They were volunteers, though. They were not card-carrying soldiers of some other military. They were just people who maybe had prior military service and couldn't stand to see what was going on any longer, so they came over here to help. Honestly, I wish I could tell you their names because they deserve to be remembered like that, but it's not my place. So
Yeah, when Doman mentioned the evacuation order, the reason why I was asking is essentially that the infrastructure bridge and across into that area evidently has been quite heavily impaired. But my understanding was that the Ukrainian troops had already started repairing and rebuilding certain things and access routes even under fire.
absolutely. There was a bridge we crossed the first time we went there. Actually, that was one reason that volunteers were officially not supposed to be going there, was some idiot volunteer or some idiot journalist decided to post photos of a pontoon bridge that was not supposed to have photos posted of it. And it was a replacement for a more permanent bridge across the Oskill River. And they spent about a month trying to destroy the permanent one, and their aim sucks so terribly that they destroyed a whole village on the west side of that river in an attempt to take out the bridge itself. And one day they finally got lucky and took it out. By the time I crossed it months and months ago, there was a pontoon up. That's kind of what's so insidious about all of this, is that Russia will spend a month trying to break something and destroy everything around it, and then they finally break it, and the Ukrainians will replace it even in an improvised or temporary way within 48 hours. So the Russians spend 30 days to tear something up only so the Ukrainians can fix it in 2. And now, presumably, the Russians will spend another 30 days trying to tear something new up. Whatever, let them waste their ammo. I was more concerned that time around with the kids who were standing in or near that path of traffic, much too close to that particular bridge, having seen the condition of the village around it. And probably those kids lived in that village because I don't know what else they were doing in that area. But that's when you come to this crisis of conscience situation of, do I give these kids a candy bar and promote their extremely dangerous behavior, or reinforce it? Or do I keep the candy bars and not give them to kids who probably don't have a candy bar within 30 miles of them? They got their fucking candy bars, but they also got told to get the hell out of there. Like, go stand on the road 5 miles away. You don't have to stand here at the bottleneck of the bridge.
Best of both worlds.
Yeah. Well, as my dad used to tell me, do as I say, don't do as I do. But I don't know how to translate that into Ukrainian or Russian. Also, back to Oko food. I don't know why in the hell hot dogs are so popular here. They have this blue cheese pizza that has slices of pear on it, and it's freaking amazing.
That sounds like a great combination.
It actually is. I'm not a fan of fruit on pizza, but if it comes from a gas station in Ukraine, it's far superior to the hot dog
Do not
selection.
go there. Do not go there.
How about tomatoes? That's a fruit.
Tomatoes are fine. Pears and
That
blue
is a
cheese are
question for
better.
Axel. If he's okay with that fruit.
Evidently, pomodoro is the basis for it.
It's awfully discriminatory, isn't it? Just one fruit.
There's only one fruit. There's only one path, and there's only one fruit on pizza, which makes any sense.
Pears.
Ryan, we'll have to find a different job for you at the say Crimea barbecue.
If you think I'm eating pizza at a barbecue, you're effing nuts. I'm from Oklahoma. Beef or lamb all the way.
Of course, we're going to eat steak there. What do you think?
Actually, what am I saying? Pork, spare ribs.
But if you want that, I'm sure we can find space on the grill for it. But we'll be making the single biggest batch of T-bone steaks and entrecotes you could imagine, and real great porterhouse ones.
Just, yeah, get me some aged beef, thin cut ribeyes, and I need the temperature on the grill to be at least 600 or 700 degrees Fahrenheit. I'll cook you the best steak you've ever eaten.
The temperature on that grill should never be below 1,000.
That works too.
1,000 what?
Fahrenheit.
Oh goodness, 1,000 Celsius. What are you trying to do? Smelt it?
No, you sear them.
It's searing.
Actually, we bought a gas grill. I used to run a tailgate for an oil company that I worked for. We would buy season tickets and entertain customers and some of our favorite employees. But we bought this gas grill, and gas grills come with that little pressure regulator that hooks up to the propane tank. We quickly cut that off and went into the shop where the guys service the oil field equipment, and they built us our own needle valve so we could regulate the pressure out of the propane tank on our own, which was highly unsafe, but also cooked an amazing steak. After we used that particular grill for approximately 2 football seasons, we realized that the temperature we were cooking the steaks at had also exceeded the allowable limits of the heat-proof paint, and we burned all the paint off of the grill.
Well, Domin, you have to check out the beefer. It's, I mean, it's not the best one in this category, but at least gives you an indication as to how it should be done.
I mean, seems a little bit exaggerated, to be honest.
No, it's the only way to do it right. Trust me. This is beef. Welcome to my country.
So, Axel, you say on a pizza, the only fruit you'd allow is tomatoes.
Domin, I'm currently just buying stuff, but yes. I think
Bell peppers,
tomatoes
chili
is
peppers.
No. You don't understand what I'm saying. It's not garnish. Base fruit. And, sorry, really, seriously. You don't, by the way, originally, you do not necessarily need bell peppers and chili peppers for a pizza, but it's a different thing. You and I have to go to Napoli, my friend. You really have to go to Napoli.
I think they'd love some pears and blue cheese. Right, Ryan?
Absolutely. They don't know what they're missing. They just haven't been to a gas station in Ukraine yet. That's the crazy thing, is this stuff is available everywhere. It's like McDonald's in the United States, only better. much
Well,
better. I don't
you
see
should.
why people have a thing for McDonald's here. Like, go to the freaking gas station and get a pizza.
Well, you should drive up all the way to Estonia. You'll find the same thing. Gas stations have become the ultimate delivery mechanism for all of this, and you'll find a decent amount of exactly that. But people prefer their bloody hot dog.
Ryan, tell us more about the hot dogs.
That's such a conflicting thing for me because, as a general rule, I'm repulsed by hot dogs, and I will settle for a hot dog here on occasion because of the convenience. But if I have 5 minutes to wait for a pizza, I think you should be charged with a crime for ordering a hot dog over a pizza.
No, but tell us more about the hot dogs. How are they? What kind of style?
Well, my summary for them probably isn't appropriate during family hour. It's more of a late night discussion. They're wrapped in it's not an American style hot dog where you open the bun down the side. You like stick it in. It's like a condom for a hot dog. They're ugh. And they sit on those little hot dog rollers like they have in the United States. They're just ugh. Some of them are.
What you mean? It's not a Danish hot dog because that's how it starts. Not American. Thank you. So a Danish sliced open hot dog, which you also have in New York. It is the classic old school Swedish hot dog, which, funny enough, has been prevalent all across the former Soviet occupied zone.
Well, maybe that's a vestige of the Soviet era that needs to die.
Yeah, it's very hard to get rid of it. No, it's simple. By the way, actually, some American company pioneered the machinery to do them quickly by making these wonderful holes into many, many buns.
Well, and they also put them in like a panini heater, so they grill the bun that the hot dog goes in.
Exactly.
And I mean, it's a pretty efficient way of preparing a meal while you're driving down the road. It's just not good. It's like a corn dog without a stick.
No, the problem is the meat quality. Everything about a hot dog is the sausage. And if it's not good enough for, shall we say, a proper, sensible, really meaty sausage, then it ain't good enough for a hot dog.
Exactly. And hot dogs in general are made with mechanically separated meat, which is gross.
Only in the US, my friend. Only in the US, my friend.
There's no sense in eating
Germany,
spare parts.
sausages in Germany are not made like this. You're not allowed to do it like that. I'm sorry, and therefore, as Germany is one of the biggest meat producers in Europe and exports more sausage into every other country in the CEE, including, by the way, funny enough, Ukraine. You wouldn't believe the likelihood that you have bad meat is high with what you just described, Oko. But there are many opportunities for you to do your own hot dog, and that's what we're going to do at the Crimea Beach Party. We'll find a really good Ukrainian butcher somewhere south, probably in Odessa, to do some proper meat, proper sausage, homemade, and those will be the best hot dogs you could ever eat. And if need be, I'll slice some for you open.
This segment has been brought to you by Axel, the Sausage King Ludwig.
Oh, man. Dolman, the meatification and vinification of southeastern Ukraine is way up for grabs.
Sounds about right.
Domin is currently going through the wine atlas and the soil atlas of Ukraine and trying to figure out where to best actually put some sensible vineyards.
You know that the Carpathians have a potential that is yet to be
Here in Sweden, we live under the impression that this wrapped-in hot dog is called a French hot dog in Sweden.
Yeah,
So it's
and you know
not
why?
a Swedish hot dog.
But you know why?
No, why?
What sort of king do you have?
What sort of king?
Yeah, what sort of king?
We have Carl Gustav, the 16th.
No, you have a Bernadotte.
Come again, Axel.
Okay, the baked-in sausage concept is a French concept which was developed at the court of French kings, and the concept of having the cap taken off and therefore having a sausage in a bun is a French concept. Ultimately, yes, true, absolutely, no question. That's why you call it this way.
Yeah, you were thinking about Bernadotte, right? Jean-Baptiste.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I just want to say that, Ryan, that if you come to Sweden, a standard Swedish hot dog is just like an American hot dog, just a little bit smaller, you know. So, just want to say that.
Okay, I've posted a comparison into the nest. Tell me which one looks more appetizing.
The Danish hot dog, of course.
I don't know who's managing the host account, but get rid of this Axel guy. He's a heretic.
Okay, let's go on. War Hot Doggo, go ahead.
Thanks, Windoman. I hope you're all doing fine today. One hint to Ryan, recently, probably 10-15 years ago, one Azerbaijan network have invested in Ukraine in the fuel stations network build up, and they build like everything from scratch in their own style. Sometimes in the big cities, passing by, you may see the fuel stations called Sokar with kind of tulip symbol. That's even more a restaurant than a gas station, because I mean those guys, they know about culinary and cuisine, and like if you once tried their kebabs, not the hot dogs, then probably you will break up your love with pizza, because this is something that is truly amazing. I mean, we are all different in all our like tastes and what we prefer, but those guys, they're really like, I don't know, I feel myself to be in a restaurant from time to time when I'm moving in a big cities and stopping for a second in that network gas stations. But you know, overall the gas stations, as you already imagine, is like partner of Ukrainian victory, because for instance the Oko fuel stations, they partner the volunteers fund of Back and Alive together. They gather funds and they supply the territorial defense forces with pickups equipped with the mortars, and they call it long hands of territorial defense forces. That is the whole the fundraising campaign that these two merged and partnered to supply the territorial defense. So same as in Ukraine, the post service called Nova Poshta is like, you know, the moves that carry the victory day by day. Victory getting closer, because you cannot simply even imagine how many stuff they move all around Ukraine from close to the front lines and to the front lines from the peaceful cities, and even from some European cities. I mean, several days ago, been passing by in Poland, going for some business stuff and arranging some help for Ukraine. Being passing by in Poland, and I see the Nova Poshta, new post office even in Poland, in Warsaw. I was like, guys, it cannot be. I opened the door. Yeah, even people speaking Ukrainian there is like, you know, Nova Post expansion is non-negotiable. Same as these guys from Nova Post carrying the victory on their shoulders together with armed forces of Ukraine, Oko, and all the fuel stations. They're carrying the culinary stuff, which is not that self-clear from the very beginning. Gas station, restaurant, come on. That's about Ukraine. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Yeah, maybe Ryan.
Azeri kebab. Azeri kebab.
I have seen quite a few show cars. Sorry. I've seen the SO cars. I have not been into one, but yes, it very much depends on which gas station you go to or which specific location, not just the brand. Some of them are full-on travel centers with full dining experience and really nice baked goods, and you can even get like a buffet breakfast and some other stuff. And some of them are what used to be a gas station that got blown up or burned, and now they've set up like a mobile trailer so they can transact business, and they've got the pumps repaired, and they try to have as much as you would get at a regular gas station. There's coffee available, but they really are in it to win it, and they're huge supporters of Ukraine. They were de facto invincibility points before invincibility points were a thing. And I'm a huge kebab fan, so if you tell me SOCAR has a good kebab option, then sounds like I'm going to have to try out a SOCAR. I'm a little partial to the UPGs and the OCOs, but some parts of the country you don't find many of those. So I have seen SOCARs, I just haven't stopped in them because I know UPGs and OCOs have some of the things I like to buy.
Wardaga?
Yeah, if you are the kebab fan, SOCAR is a good choice. We are discussing fuel stations like full service dining restaurants overall, and you cannot imagine, like, you know, you as you know, probably Ukrainians are pretty much horizontally connected to each other since 2014, having all of these things. You know, I know someone who knows someone, and you cannot imagine how many things are being decided between different group leaders, platoon leaders, having these kebabs and hot dogs. Exactly, this is how fuel stations becoming not only the fuel stations and restaurants, but also the decision-making points for many horizontally connected units.
Absolutely. And I think when history books and memoirs are written about the things people are enduring here right now, the decision-making points and just people's recollections will inevitably lean towards conversations or meetings that were had at gas stations. I've met with other volunteers, people I never would have known in a million years. I don't share the same country with them. Luckily, I shared the same language with them. That's how we realized that both of us were Westerners here doing volunteer work. And within 24 hours, the guy was offering me warehouse space between the border with Poland and Lviv, so we could move things a little more quickly and have another option to store things if we ran into a bind. And we did take him up on that offer. And if it hadn't been for the ubiquity of people congregating at gas stations during bad weather or when they have to stop for fuel, and just life revolves around gas stations here. It really does. Even when curfew hits and it's after dark, or all the restaurants have closed because they couldn't keep their businesses up and running because the windows were blown out, or even when things shut down, the gas stations are still running. They're necessary, but they're also something that provide you a little slice of normal, even if you're just rotating out of Bakhmut and, trying to get a bite to eat that isn't cooked over a trench candle.
If you remember this beautiful Finnish commercial, Nokia connecting people, that's probably the nice update to put it around. Gas stations connecting people.
They do. It's the truth, as much as it sounds like it's not. I've made connections with people at a gas station, and I've seen soldiers doing the same countless times. Usually, if you're trying to hook up with somebody from across the country, you end up telling them, meet me at this gas station, and you show up there and your friend is standing there having a coffee, smoking a cigarette, waiting on your arrival.
We should probably highlight that wartime still thrives on nicotine.
Indeed, it does. I think it's a nervous habit. It's not the best habit. I have more or less weaned myself of a cigarette addiction, but I will still occasionally smoke one myself. I take that back. I do have a nicotine addiction. I don't have a cigarette addiction any longer. Cigarettes are gross. They taste like they're burned.
You should talk to Gunny about his pipe.
I enjoy good shisha. I enjoy some of the nicer vapes. It might cost me my health when I get older, but I guess it's better than having a whole bunch of tar in my lungs. The thing is, none of us are going to get out of this alive anyway, so we might as well enjoy the time we have, right? And no, I'm not promoting smoking. I'm just being a
We're
real...
not. We're just declaring what is reality.
It's just the truth.
Well, in which case I'll do some, instead of promoting smoking, promoting Nokia, both connecting people and functioning as additional armor, apparently, occasionally.
Yeah. And I take that back, Doman. We do promote smoking on the space, but only if it's Atacam's brand cigarettes.
That, the Russian ammo dump. Mette.
Good morning for me. It's actually like 4 o'clock in the afternoon in Finland, but I was on the space until 6 o'clock in the morning talking winter war. We had a nice discussion here, but I just joined in, and I have to say, I'm from Finland. My nationality is Finnish, but I was actually born in Denmark. Due to my father's, so to say, he was working there for a lot of years. Then we moved to India, and I've grown up in India, sort of. And then when I was out of school, I moved to Sweden for 10 years. So I think I am qualified to do this, hot dog qualification. Big issue about Swedish hot dogs versus Danish hot dogs versus Finnish fast food.
And Danish hot dogs rule.
I have to go with that, because Danish hot dogs, I don't like the color. They are very red, but I love they have this roasted onion, and I have to go with the Danes. But I agree, the Swedes it's all American, sort of. So it's same as in USA. At least what I've had. I've been only to Florida and Los Angeles and Hawaii in the USA, but it's in Sweden they do the same stuff except for Göteborg, where I lived for 3 years. I lived 7 years in Stockholm. In Gothenburg, they have this sea craft, crabs. What you call them? They are. It's like what do you call?
But they exactly they use crab meat and the likes, and this is really good.
Yeah.
And
So it's a very nice delicatessen. I'm unfortunately allergic, but it's like everybody says like the Gothenburg. They have this sea craft crab sauce, but I have to go with the Danish hot dogs when it comes. But nobody knows what we have in Finland. It's this meat lihapiirakka. It's like a meat pie, and you can get 2 sausages in it, and you got this beautiful pickle in it. With the beautiful mustard, and that's when you come from a bar, 5 o'clock in the morning. There's nothing like the Finnish meat thing with the 2 sausages. So just, but I go with the Danish. I'm sorry, Sweden. I'm sorry. I love the Gothenburg seashell thing, but Danish, they have this beautiful sort of crispy onion, and then. Yeah, I'm sort of
What
just
you
woke up.
Meta, what you're
Yeah.
describing is the united foods of Northern and Central and Eastern Europe.
Mhm.
This is what we would call victory food.
Victor food, and you know how it is when you crumble up from this is I'm talking about 90s for my when you go to the nightclubs and you crawl from there like 5 o'clock in the morning, actually in Gothenburg where I was living in just in my 20s, and so we actually used the bicycle like they do in Denmark all the time. So we were like, if you bicycle really fast, then you can bicycle straight. But if you bicycling slow, then you fall. When you had a few drinks and so on. But then you come to this beautiful fast food place, and they have all these sauces. Gothenburg beats Stockholm, and rest of the Swedish, I think, like 100-1. And in Denmark, they are, if you want a hot dog, go to Denmark. But if you want food that knocks you out, then come to Finland and have this meat pie. What we say, but anyway, I sort of haven't read all of the news, but I have some news from the front from somebody I won't give up. Who it is, but in the Bakhmut area. I heard that Advika has sent all the special troops. They are putting it all in, and they are hammering Bakhmut right now. And it might be a decisive weekend. That's how I read from the front lines, that they might retreat to Kasivyar, or they. But what they say in the front, these guys from the front, they say that we also might hammer down the last special forces and kick their ass for good. Russia is sort of, it's make it or break it, and so is Bakhmut now. It's gonna be bloody or something in Bakhmut, but I think that they have this intention of taking the rest of these. There was 95% of the special forces of Russia has died in Ukraine, and now they want to take the out. But we'll see. We'll see. This is the decisive week, and that's what I hear. That's all I know at the moment, and I'm out. But go for the Danish hot dog.
Thank you, Mette. I don't think anybody really knows what the future will bring, except for in the fullness of time, and hopefully well before that, or undoubtedly well before that, the full-scale liberation of Ukraine from this Russian menace. Whatever decisions they end up taking in Bakhmut, in the big picture, let's not forget that it's. Let's put it this way: Russians have probably at this point lost more soldiers dead in Bakhmut than the population of Bakhmut before the war. So at that pace, they're not going to get very far, are they? And that's what really matters. All right, before we continue on the Nordic tour of sausages, Laughing Tommy, go ahead, and then we go to Daniel.
Yeah, so, well, I don't really have a sausage opinion because I don't get to eat a lot of sausage. I eat lean meat because I train. But as far as the situation in Sudan, some news is coming out. Basically, the Rapid Support Force, which are the ones attempting the coup, have been sitting in position since Wednesday, and were repeatedly warned by the army not to attempt this. It seems that, the Rapid Support Force claimed they had taken control of the international airport, of the presidential palace, and the guest house, but this far, there's no evidence of them doing that. On the contrary, it seems that, first of all, the current president was shown to be alive and well and coordinating the military response. Second of all, it seems that the main military air base is still under control of the army because that's where they're sorting fast wind from, and they were shown, fixed-wing aircraft was shown firing dumb missiles into. There have already been videos of both the Rapid Support Forces changing their clothes into civilian clothes and abandoning positions, and there's also been videos of main government forces taking control of positions. As far as I can see, the major positions where the Rapid Support Forces have been able to gain some control are one or two buildings of the national TV. That's why there's basically no national TV activity on their social media, etc., for the last 14 hours. And currently there's a lot of fighting there. There also seems to be heavy fighting around the presidential palace. The army headquarters seems to be doing okay. There's a lot of force presence. They showed video from the main entrance in order to demonstrate that it's under control. The only thing of actual concern that I can see where something valuable might have been gained by the Rapid Support Forces is the military airport where the Egyptian pilots and aircraft were based. There's been not video but photos of about half a dozen pilots that have been taken hostage from the Egyptian Air Force that were stationed there. And also there's been a photo of the RSF on the runway next to planes that display, unless it's Dr. Day, displayed the Egyptian markings. So that's a problem. Now, of course, I don't know if the RSF has the means to get those fighters flying, but since they're MiG-29s, I'm also worried that there might be, shall we say, Wagner instructors, because the Russian media has been pushing the original message with which the RSF claimed control over all those sites was first, the earliest push was internationally was by RIA Novosti. So I'm thinking there's some coordination there, even though the Russian embassy, of course, condemned the violence like all international players did.
So, Tommy, how does it? What does it look like? Does it look like the coup forces actually think like they're going to achieve something, or does this look like maybe a propaganda stunt for their handlers?
Okay, so yeah, sorry, I was just trying to summarize everything that's been happening so that people get a better picture. But all in all, it seems that thus far the coup forces have had very limited success, if any, because all their successes, bar one, are unconfirmed. That's one. And it seems that the security forces that are on the side of the main armed forces are able to contain the situation and have also issued a warning that if this resumes, heavier measures will be taken. There's been scattered reports that some RSF commanders have already not submitted, but was surrendered to the armed forces. So it seems that the RSF coup is not going to be that successful, but the situation remains fluid.
All right, thank you, Lach and Tommy. Let's see where it goes. But I would not be at all surprised that this is a way to for Wagnerites to come in and be like, oh, we're just peacekeepers here, the good guys, or some other similar nonsense. So good to be paying attention to that up ahead. All right, Daniel.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the sausages and hot dogs. At first, I was like, "Oh, you're attacking Swedish food," and then I realized you're absolutely right. A lot of, I mean, we don't really have a sausage culture in Sweden. So, and you're absolutely. And now Denjon's gonna hate me here. Oh, he went away. No, he's gonna reply. The Gothenburg sort of after club food is the best in Sweden. It's you can't really argue with that, Denjon. The räk salad, it's shrimp salad. It's called. It's sort of a sauce. It's not a salad, but it's called a salad because it's a lot of seafood in it, but it's mainly shrimps, I think, and it's really, really good to the sausage. But Gothenburg also have one thing that I haven't seen in any other town in Sweden, and they have a place where they serve crepes in the night. It's open sort of all night, and that's the place to go when you've been out the whole night. Yeah, so I agree with you, Mette.
That sounds like a great idea. Then John?
These are saucy, salty crap. They are really, really nice and well filled.
Okay, so about Göteborg and the fast food scene. Let me just give you an example. They have a Thai restaurant. I learned this here on the space. Actually, not on the space. They have a Thai restaurant. You know what it's called? Anyone?
It's called Vietnamese restaurant.
No, it's called Titanic. I mean, they are, that's the level of Göteborg humor. Actually, they're quite funny. No, I can't talk about the food, but yeah, Göteborg is nice. But Helsingborg is nice. Helsingborg is nicer. So Mette, sorry, you probably never passed there, but I forgive you for that. Don't tell me now that you did.
I just have to say, in Swedish, only for the Swedes, they understand. In Sweden, in Stockholm, you say, det är väl skönt, eller hur? And in Gothenburg, they say, della götterna. And I'll go for the gut. It's their night food. That's just sorry.
Goa gubbar.
Dela inte så chilligt.
Wait, sausage talk's over? Goodness. All right.
Oh,
In which
come on.
case,
Are you trying to get serious now, Domin?
maybe.
We're talking about the logistics of food for the armed forces and the civilians in Ukraine. I think for a Saturday afternoon, prior to going to full-blown battling the Russians and freeing the Czechs, I think that's a good idea, isn't it? An army marches on its stomach.
How about some strawberries, Axel?
You do know this from last year. You do know this. It's the only food I'm allergic to.
Oh, really? No, I don't actually. I didn't. I'm sorry.
Well, Maciej knows and Maciej remembers.
I forgot. I'm sorry. I didn't consider that to be something to commit to memory. Apparently, among the many things.
It's like not trying to remember that a friend of yours is allergic to nuts and therefore could die if you give him a peanut butter sandwich.
No, it's very different. It's much harder to hide the strawberry.
You wouldn't believe how many different juice combinations are using strawberry in order to create a level of acidity and spikiness and spiciness. It is astonishing, and people even try to mix it into cocktails.
That's possible,
Terrible.
but why would that ever come up?
I have no idea.
I don't make cocktails or drink cocktails, so that
And
couldn't possibly come up.
neither should anyone, other than maybe having an old-fashioned on the veranda of the log cabin once or twice in summer.
I just don't really care for them because there's always wine that's better, and if you want something simpler, there's always beer. Then John?
Yeah, you're the expert here, Domin, and I'm sure you know all the different variants. How about strawberry wine? That must be excellent.
I've had strawberry wine. So to be clear, when something is just called wine, it has to be made from grapes. When something is called something wine, then it can be made from other things, and it's a fermented beverage from other fruits. I've had all manner of berry wines. Then John, I've had blackberry wine, blueberry wine, Salal berry wine, raspberry wine, all manner of things. Have you ever had Salal berry wine, then John?
No, but cherry wine I had a lot actually because my
Okay,
grandfather
let
was
me
doing
give you this piece of advice. Never, ever, 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 ever have a Salal berry wine. Oh my God, it's the worst thing I have ever smelt in a glass. I've had some really funky smelling things, but it smells like burning rubber. You think like a pinotage might smell like burning rubber? No, this actually smells like burning rubber. No good at all. Just absolutely awful. Salmon berry wine, however, that's pretty good. Salal berry bad, salmon berry is pretty good. I think we've strayed off. Daniel?
Yeah, let me just finish straying off here. I think strawberry wine is really, it's bogus, because if you ferment strawberries, you get no taste left from it. You have to add strawberries after the fermentation, and then in my book, it's no longer strawberry wine. It's actually wine something with strawberry taste.
Yeah, that's true as well. Doesn't work very well. Whereas blueberries and blackberries work pretty well, especially in the fortified style. They preserve the flavor exceedingly well. Mette?
My experience about strawberry wine is in Sweden as well when I lived there, and it's the midsummer party, and everything is about strawberries. It's about fishes and a lot of snapses. Snapses is this aquavit or something very 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 strong, but after you eat all the strawberries, then you have this strawberry wine. That's what I've experienced, and it's very beautiful with the cake. But it's I think it's more like a liquor actually. But after that, after the strawberries and the strawberry wine, and you've been eating strawberries and taking a lot of snaps, then the Swedish people dance around this big flag, whatever it's called. I'm not sure about the English word. The Swedish can explain it better. But there is this. You have flowers in this like a flag thing, and you dance around and play frogs. That's what you do. You say small groden and little frogs. But after the strawberry wine, everybody goes frog in Sweden. So that's my experience. I like the strawberry wine thing.
I don't even know who to blame for this digression. But actually, on the plus side, we have Nick. Nick's the cocktail making master, so he should know.
I didn't get the question. Hello?
No. So you should know that Axel is very allergic to strawberries. So no strawberry ingredients in cocktails for him, please. Thank you.
I'm actually having strawberry wine at the moment. But if I may, I mean, I was born in Sweden. I'm Finnish, but I was born in Sweden, and I can tell you, I've got loads of relatives in Sweden, and I was actually raised just 20 kilometers away from Russian border. So I'm Swedish, but I was raised just next to Russia. So it's quite funny. I've never understood the Swedes. They live in their own bubble. Puss puss. But anyways, have you ever tasted a Hungarian or Bulgarian plum moonshine? I mean,
It's not necessarily moonshine.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like palinka, but it's quite strong.
Yes, but you see, plenty of it is legal, right? Moonshine implies illegality. But
yes, but I mean, illegal plum moonshine.
No. Hear me out. Depending on the country you're in, there's a limit that sometimes you can distill for domestic purposes perfectly legally up to a certain size of distill, and that includes places like Bulgaria. I'm pretty sure still. And still. But therefore, it's not actually moonshine much of the time. There's very little moonshine. There's plenty of homemade spirits, but there's very little moonshine. And yes, plum schnapps is excellent.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I mean, I got once this bottle of it was actually in a wine bottle, but it was home distilled plum spirit, let's call it that, and it was 68 percentage point in alcohol. So it was quite strong.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Then John?
Yeah, two things. So that's 68%. That's probably what the guy in the elevator was using, the Russian dude. And then actually, I smell a conspiracy here. Finns against the Swedes. They are belittling us now, which is not very nice, actually. Yeah.
Daniel. I mean, what we have been discussing here in Finland is that that we're now in NATO. We will prove your the application to NATO if you give back Thomas Bosberg's and the skiing, because it was Juha Mieto who actually won it, but you guys took it. So if you give it us back, we will back up you guys in the NATO application.
It's a trick, then, John. Don't fall for it. They already handed over the ratification papers immediately as they joined. Daniel.
Yeah, I missed the first part of what Demian said because of connection problems, but all these sort of trashing of Swedish summer traditions, if you really, I mean, first of all, yes, we eat sort of fermented herring at all holidays. It's Eastern, Christmas, midsummer, and we also have meatballs on the whole of those occasions.
And New Year.
And New Year, do we? I missed
No,
that.
actually,
Sorry, I have to start doing that then. No, but if anyone is wondering about this midsummer thing, what is it? There is actually an IKEA commercial made from IKEA in Germany, and they had to retract it, but it's available on YouTube. It's hilarious, and it shows sort of almost accurately how Swedish midsummer celebrations are. So I suggest you look that up.
Oh my, Nick.
I think I'm not allergic to anything. When I was a kid, that strawberries were about the one thing I was allergic to, and if I ate too many of them, I would come out in a very, very, very mild rash. But I'm extremely lucky not to have any allergies. I came up to mention.
Nick, before you go there, that's exactly how I got my allergy, because I loved them so much as a kid that at one point in time, I think I was 10, I ate a whole bowl full of it with cream. A whole bowl, and that triggered it, and since then I have that stupid stuff. Before I loved them, just like you.
So yes, I can say I went out for dinner last night with a friend, and he said he'd bring a friend along, and his friend went along with a girlfriend, and the friend turned out to be from a Brit living in Estonia, with his Estonian but Russian first language girlfriend, but don't worry, solidly pro-Estonia. And this British guy turns out to live about an hour outside Tallinn. I asked him if he'd heard of Axel or Tim, but he hadn't. And he is running. He's helping Ukrainian women knit socks and scarves, which he is selling online. So I won't. I don't know if it's. I won't pimp the site here unless authorized so to do. But it was quite interesting meeting a sort of, meeting a random person, friend of mine, and a friend of my friend, and it turned out that I obviously choose my friends well because their friends are solidly committed to Ukraine. Guy had just been living in Estonia, and when on 24th of February last year, he said, right, going to do something about this, drove all the way down to the Polish border, handed out, well, he said he handed out initially money, cash money, got himself organized. And he showed me some of the pictures he took at the border, and they helped refugees get together. They put together a shuttle service to get them to Estonia. One of the things one of the pictures though that really, really surprised me, he showed me this picture, and it was 3 camper vans arranged on 3 sides of a square, so to form a little sort of courtyard in front of them. And he was standing there with a couple of other people. And he said, we were standing here to avoid the sniper. And apparently, in the early days of the war, of the full-scale invasion, there was at least one incident of a sniper on the Polish side of the border firing at the refugees. I'd never heard about this before, or firing at the people helping them. So yeah, I just thought that was
that is confirmed.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about that at the time, but so they formed a 3 sides of a square with these Winnebagos so that they could have somewhere to set up out of sight of the sniper. And I said, well, was the sniper in Ukraine? He said, no, as far as we know, the sniper was in Poland. And yeah, so well done, Russia. Keep up the good humanitarian work. Yeah. So I thought that was new to me. That was new to me. Everything else he said, I mean, it wasn't. It was new too. It was interesting. It was really a terrific guy. A guy called Andy Patterson. I said I'll pass his name on, and Tim and Axel can look him up in the Estonian phone book if such a thing exists. And I will try and get you in touch, you and Tim in touch with him, Axel. It turns out he's got a lot of socks and a lot of scarves, and he's trying to sell them on partly because he's financed most of them up front. So I told him to have a word with the people at St. Javelin, see if they want to carry them, because St. Javelin I know has non-logo merchandise. For example, I bought some Christmas ornaments off them. But if anyone has any ideas, the guy has a website, but if anyone has any ideas for how to help get Ukrainian hand-knitted socks and scarves higher up the priority list, then Andy would be very grateful. So can I say the website? We're not competing too much with
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay, it's Vilni.design. And Vilni is like Vilnius without the US on it. VILNI.design. And I will tweet that out. And yeah, it's just one of those things. You go out and you meet someone, and he has a Signal account, but he doesn't have a Twitter.
I already found him. I know who he is.
Okay, he doesn't have a Twitter account. He said, why would I want a Twitter account? And I said, aha. So I'm going to try and persuade him to create a Twitter account and come and listen to us and come and talk to us. But I'm not certain if that's how far up his street that is. So I'll work on that. He's in Mallorca for a week. He's sailing around the island. I've invited him to come around to my house for dinner next Friday when my wife is back from a trip. If he comes, I will try and get him on for a few minutes to say hi and show him the delights of the Maria Report. But yeah, one of those happy coincidences.
That's wonderful news.
Yeah, very good. Axel, can you tell us more about the sniper? Because I've not heard of this previously either, and I'm dying to know everything there is to know.
At the beginning of the war, there were a number of, FSB agents and Russian-trained soldiers who seemingly have been in the region trying to interrupt the humanitarian traffic back to Ivano-Frankivsk to leave, trying to wreak havoc, stall the flow of humanitarian aid, disincentivize people, and generally create mischief. And that's what they did. And I think it's more than a dozen of them were picked up very quickly, fortunately.
That is it's particularly shocking, frankly, shooting at people crossing the border. I'm just glad that
this is how you create chaos, right?
I agree. It completely. It's a. You know what? Frankly, it's slightly too good a tactic to ascribe to Russians. I'm not saying it wasn't them. I'm just saying that this is one of the more subtle things they've thought of. Goodness, that's very, very shocking. Aaron, please.
Yeah, it sounds like that gentleman was using a good old-fashioned American defense posture of park the wagons in a circle. But
it's a square.
Okay, but back on the plum, the plum brandy, as I've had it described to me by a good friend who's Serbian. And his family had a house in the country and an apartment in the city, but he had a plum orchard and used to make this plum brandy, and it's just he reckons everyone drinks this plum brandy. He goes, if you work in the supermarket as a cashier, you've got a little bottle and you're just sipping it all day. He goes, just, and he's got a couple of kids now, and he's given up drinking. But when I knew him, he was a decent alcoholic, I'd say. He just drank all day steadily. Never really got drunk, but just drank steadily. And he told me some very funny stories about serving in the Serbian military. He told me how there's a lot of guys in the Serbian military that are really gung-ho. They're very macho. And he was a really relaxed guy, really great sense of humor, and used to work with me. And they all went up in a helicopter. And these gung-ho guys were like, right, yeah, I'm ready for it. They run to the front door, and he saw he just hung back, and he looked at their faces, and he realised that they were making them jump out at like 20 feet high or something, right? And it was all rocky mountains, and he saw the look on their faces and was like, oh God, this can't be good. Anyway, they had to jump out of this helicopter and landed. Luckily, he got to jump out and land on them, and he was okay. And out of all these guys that jumped out of helicopters, there were like dozens of them that broke ankles and did their knees, and then had to try and get back and hike back from this whole mountain. And I don't know who was on the border with someone that they were having issues with. So it wasn't a hot zone, but it wasn't.
Can I stop you there before you delve into a morass of wars in the Balkans that nobody wants to try to disentangle?
I'll stop.
I'll put it like this. There are some things better not breached, and the powder keg that is the Balkans is one of them. No, if you don't know where you're going, best not go, because it's a literal minefield.
Okay, I don't want to walk into a minefield. I'll go around that obstacle. Thanks.
Yeah, but we get the drift. But and yeah, the plum story checks out. That's exactly what a spy would say, because it's the most believable, most typical possible story you can possibly have. You see.
Is it okay if I tell the story just briefly behind the plum story? How did I get my hands on the plum spirits? If it's okay?
They were in a bottle. You reached for it.
A bottle, yeah. There was a bottle, but the thing is, I was working for a global company years ago, and we had this tradition. We had these 13 blogs. We met once every year for a global meeting, and we had this pact that each and every one of us brought something from some spirits from their home country. And we were like basically doing a little bit of a dice throwing, that who gives their broth to the another. So I got the plum spirits, and I think it was from Bulgaria at that point, and I gave some of the stuff that here in Finland is done illegally. Gave to the guy, and the thing was that we had to drink that night when we gathered those 12 blokes. We had to drink a few drinks of those that were brought by each other. So I mean, we did that for years. I mean, even we had a Russian there with us as well. I mean, we had a very good friendship with those guys. So that's the idea behind it. So thank you. Sorry for being strayed.
All right. Yeah, it's a one way of getting your hands and some other body parts and some less than commercial stuff, I guess. Where are we? Right, 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 20 minutes until we get our dear Peter Duran up and running with yet another story of freedom. As I oft to say, my favorite time of the week, Saturday afternoon, stories of freedom with Peter.
But you know
just
why?
such a wonderful, because he has such a great both writing, but crucially narrating, storytelling voice.
And you can listen.
Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't really get to enjoy his excellent storytelling voice, could I have?
It's like a good old podcast.
That's tremendous. The only thing I'd like if they're longer. But today, I'm especially excited because it was my request, Axel, in November, I think. He could please once at some point do the Czech Legion. Yeah, exactly. So I'm very glad that only 5 months later, I have lived to hear the day.
Do I hear a slight complaint?
Only very slight, because I enjoyed all the ones in between as well. But the anticipation was getting to me.
Given the fact that I have not been really doing anything and only been talking to you for the last 2 hours and something, or nearly 3 hours, because it's weekend. It's a weekend, yes. As senior management reminds me, it's a weekend. But having said this, I have not seen anything on Twitter. I've not seen anything on writing. How did Peter Doran and myself pursuing Zoltan go? Do we have any feedback from?
You had a couple of Hungarians giving you feedback, saying that
and they didn't like the language.
Well, they didn't like that, and they said that in 1956 America didn't come help because instead they went to Egypt and Suez, which I don't think is really true, because I don't think the Americans helped out with Suez at all.
Exactly, and there were Americans in Budapest handing out weapons, ammunition, and passports, and they helped thousands and thousands of Hungarians across the border into Austria. But thank you. So whoever wrote this should go fuck themselves.
I'm sure they would heed that advice, and it would be in their nature, so to speak. But more importantly, one of the things that they said was there were also Ukrainians in those tanks. I think really missing the point rather.
Yeah, they as always, you know exactly where these voices came from, right?
Yes, I mean not exactly, but broadly speaking, yes.
No, the story about there have been Ukrainians in these tanks is a story which our dearly beloved, the egghead who went to Moscow just recently and has completely lost every kind of humanity.
Cierto, Peter?
Yeah, exactly. The one who gives St. Peter a bad name. He is the one who came up with that story publicly when once asked and criticized for Hungary not delivering anything. And his excuse was there were also Ukrainians in the tanks which suppressed us. This was around the date of the last anniversary. What a crumpet.
I don't know if that's the right thing to call him. I quite like crumpets.
I was going to say crumpet is a terrible insult.
Mindless. A crumpet.
David.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, MriyaReport. Please retweet and share the space if you're listening. Pop over to MriyaReport.org and make a donation. If you haven't done so already, now is a good time. If you've been motivated by anything you've seen on various social medias and you'd like to take action, you want to do something, you want to help, you want to do something to defeat this imperial monster and to help liberate Ukraine, well, here is your opportunity. Fly over to MriyaReport.org and let your wallet do the talking. Not to sound arrogant, but the disposable income spending power that we have in the West is a tool that we are right to marshal and help free Ukraine. So please, if you're of a mind, dip in, make a donation. I wanted to come up, Axel, and congratulate you for your invitation for people to, I don't know what to say in German. That's probably the wrong case, but I think it's fick dich. That's what they say. I congratulate you. And I think it should be said how strange it is Hungarians are keen to kneel before the Muscovites again? Were their grandparents not sufficiently suppressed? Did their grandparents not get raped and butchered and tortured enough? Have they forgotten the joy of the whip of the Kremlin hand? I genuinely, I'm going to find that thread and I'm going to ask these Hungarians who speak English, how is it that you've managed to get yourself educated and still think it's okay to betray your own blood? Never mind Ukraine, never mind America. I'm asking about Hungarians and Russians. How can they betray their own blood? How can they betray their grandparents and their granduncles and grandaunts who, like you said, either found a rifle and took a shot or didn't and had to escape, or didn't and got passed through the torture chambers that are well renowned in that country? I really do wonder, and if there's a Hungarian listening, I don't really care for your politics, much like you don't care for mine. But I'd like you, please, to come and speak to how it is that a modern day country, such as Hungary, claiming itself to be modern and educated and what they say, an up-and-coming power, right? How can they betray their past? How can they betray their families? Do they forget 1956? Do they forget the torture chambers? People seem so keen to sell out all the time. That is a prerogative of theirs. Unfortunately, this is an occasion where people leap to the opportunity. But I really do wonder at the power of the propaganda that has been spread, that they can not just betray their own idea of a national identity or a national country, but betray their own family, their own blood, their mothers, their grandmothers. What cowards.
Well said. Or as our Hungarian friends would say, köszönöm.
The disconnect is very much palpable. I'd argue that part of the disconnect, and actually, what do you think? I think part of the disconnect is because we think of it as a Hungarian Revolution of '56 in Prague, Spring of '68. I think it's much more a Czechoslovak Spring of '68 and Budapestan Revolution of '56. And much of Hungary doesn't have the same degree of memory because of that.
It's 12 years longer. You're completely correct.
It's also 12 years longer, but I mean, it was much more centered in the city. It wasn't nearly as widespread as it was in Czechoslovakia in '68. That's part of
true,
it. The other,
but true. But for example, in Szombathely, directly in the south at the border, the revolution or the Hungarian Revolution went as far as the mayor of Szombathely, say at that point in time, going out in order to welcome Austrians and trying to get them and corral them to come across the border and help them. Think about that. But
Austrians who until a year before in that
Exactly.
bit of Austria were still a part of the Soviet occupation.
Exactly. And he got people from Burgenland who were anti-Russian, who'd been literally resisting that occupation and that military administration of the Russians, to hand them weapons and the likes. Just saying. So they're always good people.
And on top of that, I'd say, David, I think a lot of it is a consequence of convenience. Orban has thrown his hat in with Putin from about 15 years ago. Even though he was very much different beforehand, he found it convenient one way or another, for one reason or another. That's quite besides the point. Not to mention that the imperial logic is something that he likes subscribing to, despite knowing that he could never actually do it. But it's good. It's good narrative for him, and I think that's the other part. And of course, much of the country following the man they keep electing, despite his Russophilia. Later in life, found Russophilia. David.
Well, thank you very much, Tom. I appreciate it. I do also empathise with the position you hold in the host's chair, having to bat such various and different commentators coming up. So I appreciate it. I was just more so tapping into something I said here, I think it was last weekend, about how we should be loath to allow Russia decamp its mob operation out of Ukraine. and to allow that extra resource then be ginned into the other mob operations they have going in the other European countries, all the other European countries. To a greater or lesser extent, they've achieved capture of the elites. But obviously, Hungary has been completely captured. But we do have a lot of levers. I mean, we do have their commitments to the EU and to NATO. And I think there's a hesitance which is being counted on by the enemy, a hesitance from liberal democracies or free people, free nations, to be seen to be too harsh on the Hungarians, and maybe they're just wayward. And I think that old-fashioned old man thinking really has had its day. We do have the legacy of a certain generation of diplomats who were schooled and coached, and then, you know, Soviet Empire fell, and then they tried to fuddy-duddy. It really got us nowhere. In fact, it's got us to more Russian invasions. So with this curious Hungarian desire to supplicate themselves for an imperial master, maybe we should choose the other option. Maybe we should choose to lean heavy. Not that we would exclude them. I think it's silly to think about throwing them out of NATO or throwing them out of the EU. Much like it's silly to say, oh, we throw Russia out of the UN and we should close up the UN. And it makes no sense. I think we should use the tools that are at our disposal and not be afraid to use them. And that, in my memory of European law, these were all treaties which were signed and agreed by consent and have binding obligations. I'm pretty confident that the Orban regime has not abided to the letter of the competition regulations. I always mention competition regulation because those are the ones with teeth. Pretty sure he's being anti-competitive, and I'm pretty sure he's probably sponsoring state industries at the disadvantage of open commerce. And I'm pretty sure we can neuter him by clipping the money, and not necessarily deigning to play his game of petty international politics. That's not a language we should speak to that man. We should speak to that man in the language of money, because that is why he is where he is. We gave him the money. That's just my own personal thoughts. And you know, write that for all European nations. If you signed up to the EU, well, I'm afraid you don't get to flirt with Russia. That's the deal. You took the money, now you got a total line. If you don't like it, well, we'll take the money back. Please, give us the money back.
Yeah, quite. And sadly, that at the time was not yet a requirement, but now it certainly should be by now. And to be clear, you know, I wasn't excusing anyone. I was trying to explain why.
Oh, I got you.
Right?
Definitely.
No. I know you got it, but for anyone else, if it came across as though I was trying to excuse it, I wasn't. I was genuinely trying to diagnose where the problem is, so we can better get rid of it. With that, Verlaine, good afternoon.
Hi guys, can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can.
Maybe you can also hear Truth sitting next to me. I don't know. Yeah, so greetings from my parents' house. I decided to come here for a day to celebrate Easter. As you know, Easter in Ukraine comes a week after week one. So it's a time of family gathering, and I decided that I can at least try to be a proper part of this family and to come and visit everyone. They haven't seen me in a month and a half. How have you been, guys?
Easter.
Sorry, David, I didn't hear you properly.
I say happy Easter.
Oh,
Happy
thank
Easter.
you so very much.
And well done getting over to the family. It is it's a duty. Well done.
Yeah, I already have a ticket back, and it breaks my heart to tell them the news. Like, they know that I have a right for a really short period of time, but when I tell them when exactly, they're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. Like, I wouldn't say that they don't look at me like I'm crazy at all, because they do. That's my mom's quote. I remember it was like the second week of the full-scale invasion, the first. I don't remember. Everything kind of like is jumbled together. I do remember I tweeted about that. My mom just looked at me. She she was coming back and forth to my room, brought me water sometimes because I kept forgetting to drink it, you know that. And I was running spaces, hosting spaces, doing some other stuff, and my mom just came silently, put a banana close to me, and said, like, "Sweetie, are you the only one? Like, are you the only interpreter? No, are all interpreters are this insane, or you're the only one?" In Ukrainian, it sounded like, типу, "Доню, ти одна така, ні, всі перекладачі такі намахані, чи ти одна така у мене?" It was very sweet.
You're definitely in the top three
Of
the Ukrainian interpreters who are completely nuts.
Why? I think I'm the one who's the most like. I think we need to have a proper competition, so I don't have any kind of rivalry. I think the golden medal is mine, and I don't know who is the runner.
Well, you have Olga. You have Olga in Odessa.
Oh yeah,
And then
yeah.
and then you have the woman who actually interpreted Zelensky's speech to the UN and had a tough time holding it together.
Oh, I remember the German lady. No, wait a second. The German lady?
No, the Ukrainian one.
Ukrainian one. Well, it's tough.
She caught herself.
It's a tough job to interpret anyone in times like this. But yes, I understand what you mean. It's extremely hard. Yeah, and on a side note, in some days you will also get some new translations of some very important things, but this is an NDA stuff. Anyways, I have arrived to this European very well accustomed to me.
We can hear Gertrude.
Yes, I can't do anything. She's just staying with me all the time.
This is wonderful.
Yeah, like she's coming like a stalker. She doesn't want to leave me. Anyways, I have arrived to this very familiar, very dear to me European time zone to share the news of the fundraiser done by MriyaReport and the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade, Unit Rubizh. We actually came together with Starsky. He came to support me because I'm authorized to run the fundraiser, and he's the press officer who is my friend and who was like, he knows how stressful it is for me. He's never done fundraising because that's not part of his job, that's not part of his terms of reference, and he has a lot on his plate. But he was like, I know it's hard, so I'm going to come and support you. So he did. It was midnight in Ukraine, but he still did after a couple interviews, which I was really appreciative of. So we started fundraising for the Rubizh unit because we are forming assault brigades, and we are accepting more people to the battalion, and we need to get them more gear. We need to satisfy some of the needs for the essentials and consumables of the Recce squad, which I'm a part of, like a Recce element. There's like a joke by our CEO: if you want to hide something, put it on the spotlight. Put it under the spotlight. So Mia. Anyways, we have started the fundraiser. I think it's gonna be running. Well, we hope it's gonna be running till the end of this month because we need to start doing everything all at once. So in like simultaneously fundraising and simultaneously getting stuff, buying stuff, moving stuff. So I hope with the help of the community we'll be able to do that. We have already done that successfully a couple of times. I think you've already seen that on my page. That like what usually I don't make fake or false promises. I deliver. So physically sometimes even deliver. So this time it won't be an exception. And I don't know, it's going to be a spoiler alert, and I don't remember how good is Orchard with English, but I will be seeing some of them next day, so maybe I will bring them to spaces. I can't promise anything because the days are very weird, but I know that Starsky will be coming at some point, he promised, and we will be making video together. a little bit later because he felt that he should have done that, but I wasn't the main event when we had this video with Nastya from Vatra. I was just supporting her because that's what the volunteers in Ukraine do. And he was like, we need to make the video together. We're part of the same unit. I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. So we will do that in his very informative kind of way a little bit later. And it's going to be my second one because the first one was actually, I was firstly interviewed by our team, and that was a surreal experience. So this is going to be a second attempt to do something with that. But yes, fully authorized. We have the blessing and support of the CEO as usual. We have everything needed. We just need to bring people together. So come together right now over the good cause.
Over for Lane. That's how that ends.
Let's assume it does.
How did you find the interview? Being interviewed by your own, you said you kind of said it with a giggle. I'm sure it was like a little out of body experience. But how did that feel for you?
With Senate or with Starsky?
With Senate.
With Senate, it was very strange because, well, firstly, I didn't expect that I'm gonna invite him to my apartment to have tea because he was running on time. I was expecting to conduct translation, so we were really like short on time, and I was like, let's just try to make it all work with the time that we have. So the interview was actually in my work place, and
it's eerily funny.
It's funny. It's
It
funny. It's really funny because Tim was really like he wasn't at that moment prepared, I suppose, to just see me in person and he was asking some first he started with general questions and he realized that this is not the question he should be asking me.
That's why I'm saying it is eerily funny.
He's like, so he started and he's like, okay, so I think I'm doing something wrong. Like, do you find this question okay? It's like that's not something I would like even. He was like, well, let's do this. It's funny, yeah, I know. He was really kind in terms of being patient with me. He's like, I feel like these questions aren't really interesting, so you don't fancy answering them like in the way I want you to. So, because yes. At least you laughed. I know now I know that you've seen it. Is it okay overall? I haven't seen it.
I have seen the whole raw footage.
Oh Lord. Bless your
we
soul.
will use it. We will use it to make some fun of you.
Oh my God.
And Tim, of course.
Oh Lord. Poor Tim. I still think he's such like there was so too much. There was just too much for him, I suppose. Anyways, yes, it was a pleasure seeing him, and with Starsky, it's always a blast, especially the one that he made with Anna when we were just like joking around. It's gonna be the next one will be the same because we've got just so much grief within these days. Like yesterday, I heard about 2 funerals of the people I know. One was like my mom's friend had a son who is slightly younger than me, and he perished in the middle of March, and he was just like they just found his body after almost like a month, and they were only able to identify him because of the DNA and the location where they lose the signal, and he was buried in an enclosed coffin, and yeah. And there was another person I knew who died and who was buried in Vinnytsia region yesterday. It's just a lot. So we are trying to bring our like laughs and chuckle and whatever from the tiniest sparkle of days or events. So that's why when you see us laughing, it's like yesterday I visited a friend in the hospital, and obviously he lost half of his foot. He will be able to get prosthetic, but Obviously, he's still a lot of surgeries along the way. But he was so optimistic. He was so cheerful. I understand that it was a bit of pretend. He wanted to pretend that he's actually all right, but we saw that he was trying too hard. You see when someone is trying too hard just by the look of their eyes. Plus, he was on painkillers, so you kind of guess that that's not what's happening. So I'm gonna be trying to come and cheer him up from time to time. Fun fact: he's the only thing he's trying to do there is study English. So they bought him like this English military cards because he still can't focus more than 10 minutes per day. And I brought him this. I know it's dark humor because he blew himself up on the anti-personnel mine, which was placed by Russians in their own trenches. Don't ask me. So there was like a massive airstrike. He jumped into the trench, the Russian trench. They were conducting an assault, and he's the recce company 2IC. So he jumped into the trench because obviously if there is like a full massive air raid and you see couple bombers coming, that's what you do. So he jumped into the trench and there was a blast, and then long story short, he lost a part of his foot. So yeah, this is the thing. So I brought him, like, this is my dark humor. I was asking him, so Jim, what would you like to what would you like to have? And he was like, no, nothing, just bring me like macaroons or something. So I brought him like tasty macaroons, some like notebook, and like stress relief pants, which is like squishy, a couple toys because he resembles a bear. So I brought him like a keychain with the stuffy, and just a bear which he really loved. That's my thing. I bring guys some stuffies and they love them, and they just put it on there, whatever. And I also brought him a deck of cards, but this is like EOD cards, and they are Ukrainian and English. Maybe you've seen those. So he likes to play poker. So I brought him that deck of cards. It's like, listen, you will not only learn English, but you will also know all types of minds, just in case.
That's hilarious, Verlaine. God forgive you.
Yeah. He still loves me. He's still a friend.
Women, whiskey, and dice, as they once called it. And on that happy note, Jona Potkivanog, Petar. Doran, Petar.
Your Hungarian is much better than mine. And Verlaine, it is so great to hear you in the space. And I have been just blown away by the generosity of our community for our Toys for the Boys fundraiser. So it's Verlaine, I could listen to you talk for hours. I usually do.
Oh Lord, you did. I remember you staying up all those nights listening in with us as a support force, sometimes coming up just to cheer me. It's an honor to just do this with you guys, and knowing that you are here for us, that we're not alone, and like I am absolutely, like, I'm aware that we would have had much, much, much more complicated life if it wasn't for the allies and for the community stepping up. And like, if it wasn't for the volunteers overall, and this is what the army is saying, they would have been, sorry for my English, fucked up. Because like the government can't satisfy all the needs. It can't satisfy in like 20% of the needs, because like, yes, we have this decentralization, but it doesn't work right now on the level it should, and there's still a lack of funds, and we have a lot of issues happening simultaneously. And in order to satisfy some urgent need, you need to accumulate, I don't know, everything you have and even more. So it's just from a perspective of someone who was forced to become a volunteer, and I was forced. It was always my choice, but I would rather not. This is the thing. Like, doing this fundraisers. I would rather just work till the end of my life and pay for it myself. Because this is the level of independence I'm striving for. But unfortunately I'm very non-materialistic, so sometimes it's not playing the way I want to. I can just do something for free, and mostly it's done for free, but meh.
Verlaine,
Yeah.
what will be the song today? It's Easter. What our audience is asking for it. I'm sorry, but I have to request it. What's the song? Is it going to be Czerwona Kalina, or what are you going to do? When Peter is done with his segment and we migrate away from a wonderful story of freedom, do you have anything for us?
Do you want to have the folk song, or can I sing something in the modern Ukrainian?
You sing whatever you like for Easter, Verlaine.
For Easter. Easter is tomorrow. Can I do one for Easter tomorrow?
Do it as you see fit.
Okay, let me just think. I think we have a hand. Give me a second. I will figure out what I would like to sing.
Yeah, and by the way, as to hands, just very briefly, Mette, let's keep the short because Peter is coming up for the story of freedom. We don't want to delay that too much. And I can see that our friend John Spencer is coming up. He's probably not going to sing because his singing is probably just a cadence and therefore equally bad as mine.
Very short. And Verlaine, just, thumbs up for you. And you're such a brave, happy, humble, wonderful person. I just love to listen to your voice. I just wanted to tell you good news from Russia. On the Russian Risna or something, there's a military base that has totally blown up. Big smoke, big bang. So that was it. Bye. I'm Verlaine. Thank you for being.
Kiitos, Mette. Yeah, there's a big boom currently in Russia, and we will be reporting on this a little later after the segment. Just very briefly, good afternoon, good morning, John.
Good morning. I have the pleasure of not missing another Verlaine song, so I just came up to say hello to my friend, and I hope the fundraising is going well. It's amazing, 100% supportive, and what a panel of friends, Doman, Peter, my dear friend Verlaine. What a great morning, and happy to see everybody. And I missed the last time that Verlaine, and I said that she has to stop doing that without letting me at least know. So I'm here to witness and listen, and I'm so mad that I missed the last one that everybody loved
In
so
my
much.
defense, my dear friend Colonel John Spencer, this time I was thrown under the bus by a very well-respected Axel.
You were actually put to dive and check under the sea. And by the way, we do have a recording. Verlaine, do you have a song, or how do we do it? Because otherwise, we'll go to the story of freedom very quickly.
So, I can sing something from the Heart Keys because we were singing it not that long ago in the car by everyone from the unit.
What better opening, Peter?
Take it away, Verlaine. Take it away.
Kalina. I can sing Czerwona Kalina, but I just it's been sang so many times that I feel like it's just like overplayed, no?
It matters who sings, Verlaine.
Oh. Yeah, you will be singing with Mana? Will you be singing with me or no together?
If we do this, we ruin the song.
Okay. But I suppose just the first verse, right? Or the full one.
As you like it, carry it away. Get carried away.
Okay. Dear Lord,
Ой, у лузі червона калина похилилася. Чого ж наша славна Україна зажурилася? А ми тую червону калину підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну гей-гей розвеселимо. А ми тую червону калину підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну гей-гей розвеселимо. Марширують наші добровольці в кривавий тан, визволяти братів українців з ворожих кайдан. А ми наших братів українців визволимо, а ми нашу славну Україну гей-гей розвеселимо. Не хилися, червона калино, маєш білий цвіт. Не журися, славна Україно, маєш вільний рід. А ми тую червону калину підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну гей-гей розвеселимо. А ми тую червону калину підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну гей-гей розвеселимо. Гей, у полі ярої пшениці золотистий лан. Розпочали стрільці українські з ворогами дан. А ми тую ярою пшеницю і зберемо, а ми нашу славну Україну гей-гей розвеселимо. Як повіє буйносенський вітер з широких степів, та й прославить по всій Україні січових стрільців. А ми тую стрілецьку славу збережемо, а ми нашу славну Україну гей-гей розвеселимо. Ой, у лузі червона калина похилилася, чогось наша славна Україна зажурилася. А ми тую червону калину підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну гей-гей розвеселимо. And that's it.
Elaine, I can tell you now
Slava,
that I joined
Slava
in.
Ukraini.
Героям слава. Смерть
Slava
ворогам.
Nazi.
I think that's more or less full version. I remember sometimes we were used to sing in the last two verses of the chorus twice, but it would have been just too long. Sorry for that.
This was perfect.
And now we're
cool.
giving the mic to... Oh, by the way, since I have this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to Mockers. Happy birthday, birthday girl Mockers. It's wonderful to have you with us. Sorry, I hope it's not a happy birthday song, but a happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. З днем народження, Mockers. З днем народження тебе. Like, I'm on a roll.
Bless you. You know what? I've never been sung to in Ukrainian before. That I'm going to take as my birthday present from you. Thank you very much, Elaine. That was lovely.
And Verlaine, that was so much better than the choir of the incompetent, including myself, having sung beforehand in, say, rapturous attention and with delight for Mockers, bothering her before she
Oh
she
no,
went
you
out.
didn't. Oh Lord, that's so cute. But I can imagine that it wasn't cute at all. But that's so cute.
That's not the word I use. Weapons of mass audio.
I got back just in time to listen to you sing, Verlaine, so
How many
I was very
people have
happy.
self-destructed at the time you were singing?
We lost about 80 listeners.
Yes, we may now have to use that recording as some sort of audio warfare.
Alrighty, I think it is time for a story of freedom.
Verlaine, I'm in a really bad position here because there is no way I could follow that. I was speechless just listening. That was beautiful. Thank you, Verlaine. And thank you for everything that you've done. And let's remember, this whole conversation has a purpose. We're here to talk about freedom this morning. If it's Saturday morning on the East Coast of North America, we're talking about freedom, but it's for a purpose, to support our Maria Report community. And a big way that you can do that, if you haven't done it already, is through our Toys for the Boys fundraiser that Verlaine has been talking about. So I'm going to be talking about one of my favorite stories of freedom, the Czech Legion. But Verlaine, tip of the hat to you, and thank you for setting me up for failure, because that was so beautiful. There's no way I could compete. Thank you, Verlaine. All right, Axel, so are we ready to talk about freedom this morning? I am very excited about today's episode, talking about the Czech Legion. Are you ready for it, Axel? I know you know this story a bit. I think some people might have heard of the Czech Legion, but let's get going. Does that sound okay to you, Axel?
Ready to rumble. Human and value, so we should human and value, so we should.
Perfect. All right, so for this week's story of freedom, I want everyone to imagine embarking on a perilous journey through hostile territory with danger lurking at every turn. That is exactly what the Czech Legion experienced during their journey through war-torn Russia in the early 20th century. So today, I want to take you on that journey through history and explore the incredible story of the Czech Legion, a group of soldiers who fought their way across Russia in one of the most epic overland road trips, or in this case, a rail trip, of the 20th century. Okay, so who was the Czech Legion? What was the Czech Legion? Well, this was a military unit composed of Czech and Slovak soldiers who fought in World War I on the Eastern Front. However, their journey didn't quite end with the war's conclusion. After the Russian Revolution of 1917, the Legion found themselves stranded in Russia with no clear path home. Then what followed was this epic overland quest, essentially, and it would test the Legion's strength, their resilience, and their courage. The Legion's journey through Russia was fraught with danger, and they faced hostile forces on all sides, including the Red Army, the White Army, and a lot of local warlords. The harsh terrain and unforgiving climate only added to the difficulties that they faced. Despite these challenges, however, the Czech Legion persevered, fighting their way across Russia with incredible bravery and determination. Their actions helped to pave the way for the creation of an independent Czechoslovakia, which eventually became the modern Czech Republic and Slovakia that we know today. The Czech Legion's journey through Russia, well, I think it remains an inspiration to people around the world and shows us what can be achieved with courage, determination, and a willingness to fight for what they believe in. So strap in, pour yourself that bracing cup of coffee, and let's journey back in time to uncover this real-life testament to the power of human courage and resilience. The incredible journey